Yeah. I'm using my new AI compiled. Well, AI designed this thing for me. I told AI to give me a different bar. Actually, what I was going to have is the original thing, which is the classic session isolation is the box that you see. And I had that indicator, you know. And because AI does stuff you really don't want it to do necessarily, it designed it like that. So I thought, well, that's good. We'll just go with that. It looks like the better choice. Because I can see the contours of the. I could even put some William fractals on there and stuff, but I don't like to put too much stuff on the chart. That's why I'm running it the way I am. I don't want to put too much stuff on there. Let me see if I'm even streaming this thing. Technology's tough for us old people. Yeah, okay. So this color system I like because I can isolate the one person watching. That's me. Yeah, so that's this blue session here. This is 2 a.m. This is a 1 hour chart. Oh wait, let me get to the I'm on the wrong chart. Okay, so the way I set this up is so that's a 5-minute chart, and at 8:30 the news typically comes out. So this thing starts to change color right there. So the 15, the beginning of the 1 hour, and I put buy limits down here, as you can imagine. Just put a lot of buy limits down there. I like to trade the zones. So to swing trade this, kind of swing trading it, I suppose. My targets, you know. 30 pips here, 20 pips to make 20 pips. These are all 10Ks in a 9 pip window, or 9K in a 10 pip window. So these add up pretty fast. I'm throwing these in. They last for 8 hours, so market's going to close pretty soon anyway. So who cares? So here's a nice juicy one. 30 pips to make 60 pips. Now the wise thing to do is if it was going to go on, if this was Monday or something, you probably want to put the orders down here really deep. And the theory there is, and I've tested it out, of course, back testing, just to prove that it works. You know, the problem with back testing is how do we know how deep this is going to tank? So you don't know, but if you set the robot up to do this trade and you have just the right pip range, you'll see an equity curve that's not like your typical like when a robot goes into a constantly bad trade. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but somebody asked me, I was just looking at my Discord there, hey, what's the profit ratio, profit factor on this robot? I think they all suck. Like, I haven't seen anything in this quant thing. It's kind of getting on my nerves, the quant. Yeah, I'm a quant. I just look at the data. Hey, fucking moron. You can't see the market structure? I mean, when is this AI going to be... When is it going to do a Wyckoff trade for me? When's AI going to step up to the plate? AI, what a fucking piece of shit. Is it? I mean, it's like I guess it's like crayons. Now you've got these gel pens, you know, fancy colored gel pen. But 64 Crayola crayon version of kind of greasy, kind of waxy. Stands up in the rain though. Come home with all your artwork in your portfolio, your crayons, on that paper that looks like somebody used it to pack something with. Your better off erasing the ink off your newspaper and writing on top of that. Clean that up, we'll salvage that. What do they call that? The sustainability of erasing the ink off your newspaper. Why aren't the libtards on top of that one? When are the liberals going to get on top of this? After you read that newspaper, have you ever thought about using it as a notepad? I mean, we have these special ink erasers. I know by the time you get done rubbing off the ink, it's going to be a fucking mess, but just, your heart's in the right place. It make you feel better, doesn't it? You see the goobers at the grocery store recycling stuff. What's going on there? Wearing a fucking mask. The flies coming off the fucking bottles is the problem. So here I have the this last candlestick. So I just put a dot for the close, and this is for instructional purposes only, just to see where this is. This is a close only. And AI was really good at writing this robot. I had a little problem for AI to give it it would refresh on tick. If you look at this white line here, this is the void fill. So this is the void that goes back. This is what people call the stop hunt, But if you place your buy limits down below, this is the U.S. session. Let me just go through this again. So you start off here. This is 4 p.m. This is 5 p.m. 6, 7 p.m. Here's Asia opens. This is 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. This is 8:30 in the morning to 9:30 in the morning. And this is here is I want to say this is noon or 11 o'clock, closed up. Then here is the end of U.S. session. So here's the closing of London. And then it just goes up here 4 more hours till you get to here. So I guess it's noon here on the close on that. Price falls. And yeah, that's the name of that tune. So here I'm buying on the plunge. Into further plunge here. Just going to try to buy one more dip before U.S. markets open. So you got 50 minutes till stocks open. Here's same trade here. I placed orders to buy low on the euro versus yen. I just put these big swing trades in. Here's a 30 risk 30 to make 15. Now this is a high probability winner. So in the real world, of course, if like I said, the market was open all week long, and you put a buy limit starting here, you just drop it right in that void right there. So it puts it in perfectly where the supply zone is. I'm using that as my ruler to know where to start placing. Yeah, buy new lows. This is a buy new low system. It's caveman trading. We're still waiting for the market to bid down again and keep tanking here. Typically into the opening of the stock market, they just keep bidding it down. I put a couple of guppy trades on here. I don't usually trade the guppy, but the 25 pip grid here, this horizontal line. But hey, so if you were going to sell based on sitting, at the market with your finger on the trigger like a sniper, then you'd probably want to be awake for this 7 p.m. entry to go short, right? Or to buy here. It's easier for me to see the entries. I'm going to buy just below that and just make 25 pips. And here comes the opening of London, smashed down. Or you're going to buy here. Now, you need deep pockets to do these trades. These are swing trades, some of them. That's a scalp. That's 25 pip scalp. You just buy limit here. You know where to put your order, right? And it's kind of easy peasy in a sense, Nothing's easy. But, so if you're trying to make 25 pips, I hear these people talk. I put just for everybody that loves a moving average, I put a linear weighted 50-period moving average here for the trend traders to get on that. And so this is, some guy said he traded on setups, and I get that, but this is the trade you're doing, right? You're saying, I'm waiting for the 50-period linear weighted moving average to come back and dip here, and maybe you buy, the ultimate is to buy below here as it dips into the 50, right? It's the most compression. It's got the best chance of, here, comes and just touches it. And you have a top become a bottom. So this is a setup, right? This is what people wait for. But don't forget, here's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's a half-hour chart on the guppy, and it's coming back here. Well, you could play buy limits here, or I would just put a column. So what I typically do, because I just don't really, I don't think I'm ever going to find the Fibonacci entry point or the ultimate entry point that people talk about. So I'm just going to put a column below the low of the opening of Europe there, and just buy this thing. But now, did you buy enough? Probably not for that fucking move. No. Now this is the other problem. This is where the "let your profits run" phrase comes from. Yeah, if I would just, in fact, a goober could have put a buy stop here and go, I want to get in on confirmation. I'm really waiting for the big breakout. Besides, don't forget, there's a cup and handle. The cup and handle traders crack me up too. What a pussy trade. Well, I'm waiting for this cup and handle pattern. Well, here's your cup and handle, right? Oh, I'll buy the top of the cup. Well, you're a genius. Like, you got in here and look, I made all this money. But how in the fuck does anybody go through a whole day without buying here, without selling here? Now, the sell obviously is the top tick Tommy here for the brutal 50 pip pullback. I mean, how are you not? Go to the 1 hour chart. How are you not taking like this easy scalp here where you just put buy limits right there below Europe, and then in the beginning of Asia here? This spread was probably pretty brutal there. I don't know. You probably couldn't get filled here actually. But why don't you just wait for a top become a bottom here? Fuck the moving average for the moment. But moving average happens to be correct in this sense, I suppose. If you're waiting for this setup, I got it. I can show you all day. In fact, I'd probably sell a trading course on how to trade the 50 period linear weighted moving average. You babysit this fucker. But why babysit it when you know that really this is kind of what's people say? Oh, it's respecting this moving average. No, not really, because it certainly disrespects it most of the time. But I understand the thought. Your heart's in the right place. Let's go to the 4 hour. So the 4 hour makes this quite crazy, because you just see the close of the market there in black, and here these are giant, and there's a lot of false starts here. Like if you're trying to trend trade that off the 50 linear weighted, it's just can't get the party started. Can't get it started. And like here, what happens to your account here, right? This kind of stuff. Oh, I got in here. Yeah, okay, good luck for you. You went long. See, this is the big problem with trend trading. Yeah, I hope you can see it. It looks like glorious. Here you're like, dude, trend trading's the fucking shit. Yeah, how do you explain this one, though? Oh, I went long here, and then, what happened? I don't know. I fell out of bed. Wiped out my account. Son of a bitch. But, smart money's buying down here, right? All right, got 45 minutes till stocks. So stocks open. I don't know, it's funny. All the people I see doing all that stuff. Oh, okay. Maybe it's not going out. Wow, really? 13 minutes ago. Maybe there's no audio on that. Check 1, 2. No, there's audio. No, nobody cares. No, they're all reading through they're reading through the documents about the Trump release last night. Everybody's head exploded. It's pretty funny. So yeah, just using my my time filter here. It seems to be the best thing for my trading style, because we're getting in logical places. Here's a 4 hour chart with a 50 period linear. I'll make this 50 period really big. That's my secret sauce, the 50 period linear weighted moving average. It's kind of funny. People pick a 20 EMA. Actually, the linear weighted is more like a trend. It's more like a smooth line, and it's nice and smooth. or the smooth linear, the smooth one, or the simple. I see people with the simple one. I think, oh yeah, there you go, simple. Now I did test some of these averages actually with the robot that I was working on, because I had this robot that just got in because the market's plunging, you know. And I said, well, put a filter on there, moving average crossover, and I was doing a crossover of a simple over a exponential, all in 50, all at the pace of 50 period moving averages, but one's exponential, one's simple, one's linear weighted, one's smooth. You get 4 styles in there. Let's go back to this trade I'm in. So I'm buying the plunge here on these behemoth 10Ks that I'm just seriously long in this box here. The other thing, when the market closes below, so I have a current price is this big white ball. I added the 2 there because I wanted to see the current price, and that's all that matters. So here's the current price. I don't care about the candlestick thing. I don't know how people read that chart. My head explodes every time I look at it. I think, oh, that's a gravestone, that's a dragonfly. My mind's just going a million ways. Where this is nothing but the range and the time of day and the close. I left the close behind here. I can delete this and just have this pure bar. But when I look back and I think, yeah, if I would have bought the close here, you know, just to back test in my mind, if I would have bought this close price, this is 4 p.m., and just held that, and I could have got out in Asia here, retest the close here, if you're just using close as your pivot. So closing prices, did it close? And when it closes down under the floor, for me, that's the buy. It's a little, it's always painful if you overbought, if you bought too much. But any close below this in this box, so I bought here, I would buy here. It's a 1 hour chart, so it could still keep tanking though. It could still keep tanking, and people say, "What do you do?" Well, you just lose money there. So if you zoom out, and you see that if you would have bought below the close here, so I'm kind of buying the trap, I suppose. It closed there and it closed there. Just buy, right? Or the smart money is to put buy limits in here below the thing. Now here you wouldn't have got filled. This one you have to kind of go with what the market's doing and adjust your orders accordingly. You would have had a trailing buy limit bank in here, but you know, how much could you possibly buy there? Great risk to reward ratio. But I always wonder when I hear these people talking about these trades they're doing, like, well, how big are you into that trade? How many tickets could you possibly stick in this little cute pullback window, little stop hunt? You know, you gotta wonder, right? So here's a trend trade with a so you could have sold here on this. Give me this rectangle. Oh, look, I got a downtrend and sell right here, closed above the thing, a top tick Tommy trap, and but you got to get out here, right? You got to find some place to take profits. The first place to take profits would probably have to be where it broke out from. You know, broke out, comes back to the breakout point. People are going to try to buy here. They think it's going to keep going up. They ignore the magical 50 linear weighted moving average. What else? Yeah, there's a million trades in here. So, you know, the waiting for the perfect setup. So the time of day, and now this just turned orange here on the opening, or this is 8:30 in the morning. We're waiting for stocks to open. So sometimes they will bid that down and take it through the floor here. And so I'm prepared to buy more. So it's a big scaling issue situation is what I'm doing. Now the focused orders are like here, so you're going to buy very precise slot, say. Stack a bunch of tickets right here at the very bottom. A lot less risk, you know. But of course, you know, we may not go down there, and maybe it just keeps tanking and blows it out because you got too tight a stop. But I don't think the quant's the answer in the robots. I don't see a robot yet that can adapt to conditions. So you have to change the settings on the robots constantly. Constantly changing that stuff. And is it really worth it, You wonder some of the stuff. And all the time people put into it, and they got this thing. It's they're going to try to use AI to trade the market. You're just fooling yourself. I mean, you're ignoring what you can do with just your brain. Just look at the chart and say, okay, what time of day is it? Should I pull the trigger? Now the sniper view is go to the 5-minute chart. I'd say the better view here is to do this one. Just if you're new to trading, just do this. This is your trade plan. I'm going to buy a 2K with a 12 pip stop to make 18 pips. So I'm risking $4 to make $5. Let me put that ticket right there. So before stocks open here in 35 minutes, you think they could take that down and go one notch lower here? Maybe. So I would just keep moving this, and you can see you're risking $5 to make $6. You're risking $5, and the conservative thing is to put them really deep. It just depends how aggressive you are, really. So if you're going to put these things like down here, you probably won't get filled today. But it's very low risk trade, right? And the stop's pretty tight, and so I put these big wide tickets in like this. Let's get in a 20 pip window. Let me delete this arrows so you can see it come in. So here's a big fat zone to trade. 20 pip window. 8 tickets with a 40 pip stop. Now if I was trading the yen, so it gets in tighter here like a martingale kind of thing. But yeah, that's how that trade would be, right? I mean, because you have to accommodate the market. You go to the, let's see what the guppy's doing here. Go 5-minute. So like this one, if you want to trade conservatively, it would look like this. Well, let's just buy here. I think it's going to go up. You don't buy here, right? You don't buy here where you're at. I mean, I would if it was like, man, we got to get something going here. I got to get something kind of trade going. Okay, we're getting a move here. I don't know what's going on. It was 5 minutes before the top of the hour. Look at the drama here. So go to the 5, or go to the 1-minute chart. Oh, geez, I gotta look at this. You got to do this before you go to the 1 minute. So here, look at this little gap. Oh, that's that gap order thing that ICT talks about. There it is. That's the gap. Order block. Oof. Well, it's just because it's like here's 5 minutes before 9. 5-minute chart. About to break the void fill. I got to make this void fill thicker. This white line, you can barely see it. So I'm running this thing on, the pixel size here I think is 1 or 2 pips on that close. Now that's about an 8 pixel closing price there, the current price. So here's where we're at on the half hour. One more orange bar, and then it's going to go into red, and then it's going to go to fire brick. And with the day will be over. This is 4 p.m. So even if you were scalping, say you were a very aggressive trader and you said, well, I'm just going to fucking buy everything from here down. Fuck them. And you lay in tickets there, right? Well, you probably got to take some profits when you come back to, like, when London opens. So here's, this is 2 o'clock in the morning. Here is 2:30 in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. So when London opens, you probably want to get out of that trade maybe. Or you want to sell there. Now, you could sell there because you say, look, it's the 50 period linear weighted moving average says it's a downtrend, And I could take this, a perfect setup, right? It's what do they call that? You got 2 things. You got the moving average and you got this stop hunt thing. 2 reasons to take the trade. But it's always about what's the target, What's the target going to be? Look at this 1 minute. I know people love the 1 minute chart. It's definitely. I would zoom out a little bit on the 1 minute chart. Oh, sell there. You missed that sell. That's why the moving average to me is a little silly. You know, here's a like you're a sniper. You got your finger on the trigger. Ooh, pull it right there. Yeah, but you still got a structured trade there, right? You're coming back to this floor, 1 minute floor. Come ripping back. Okay, sell there. And you get to take profits when it comes and stop hunts that one. Right, so that's the trade. Bing, bing. 5 minutes, you're out. 1 minute chart, euro dollar. Now we're trapped under the floor here. The whole time we're under the floor here, I just feel like buying, you know, this 1 hour window. Typically, there's no news today, really. There was a little bit of news, right? News came out right here at 8:30. That was out of Canada, right? I don't know what the fuck's going on. Let me take a look at Canadian news. All right. Forex Factory. No. Housing starts, no? Got the wrong time on here now. My computer's set to the wrong time. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. So that was not big news. Then we're going to have news at the consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. So hopefully that's going to push us north. I'd love to watch it go up. Somehow I accidentally changed the time on my Forex Factory. I'm about to break out this this line I put in here. Let me delete that. I'm going to go with the computer's going to draw the line for me. This void fill here. This white line. So this was the last place to get on in the limit trap below here. And now maybe you're going to buy here because you want to, you know. Oh, God, no, please. Yeah, no, that's not. We want to hear ourselves. Okay. So we kind of breaking out a little bit here. Okay, so now so if you're going to buy, this broker lets you put in these orders like almost in between the spread. So if you weren't really shy about getting in, you could still put your buy limits here if you think they're going to kick it back one last time before it goes up. That's always the thought, you know. I got to kick it back one last time. Stop me out, and then it took off. Yeah, that's what happens. So look at it's coming down. Look, I get to buy more. This idea of the optimal trade entry is just so ridiculous because position sizing is the key. Like, what size are you in? Look at this beautiful fill. Look at that. Didn't you have to pull the trigger? You don't want to chase this stuff. Look at that. Beautiful, right at the top of the hour. Look at that. That's the trade, dude. That's what I'm trying to explain. That's what I'm trying to say. Is why are you trading 2% at the market? You don't know if it's going to take off there. It broke out. It's a trap. Let me zoom in a little bit. There's 1 minute chart. Wait for stocks to open. And I don't know what stocks are going to do. We're waiting for 10 o'clock, actually, I think, because that's consumer confidence. Put some more orders in here to buy. I don't see people trading on these live streams. I mean, I see people trading. I saw a guy the other day. The market bounced and he sold. It was NASDAQ or something. He sold and he got out of the market. He just in and out, you know. It's like, wow, dude. You got to have your finger on the trigger for that shit. This stuff, you just sit back and go, they keep bidding it down. I just keep buying an autofill. That beautiful autofill there. I used to sit there and look at the market and go, yeah, it's going to go up. Yeah, probably come back before it goes up. It just seems to always come back before it goes up. It always seems to do that. Okay, that's the half-hour chart, 15. Breakout on that 15. You can't see that trade on the... so on the 5-minute, you were putting your buy limits on new lows there on the 5. It could totally tank here. Some more into stocks. So if there's enough money in the account, then, you know... But you know your risk here. You're risking $4 to make $2 here. I actually put the dollar amount on there with about a spread, assumed spread, or maybe there's no spread assumed here, but just so when I drop these tickets and I could think, you know, okay, if you got $500 in the account, you put these orders in down here and the market does what you think it's going to do. It's going to go down here, smash down and then take off. Or you could be put a buy stop here. I don't recommend it, but I know people want to trade like that, but it's psychological. They want to feel, oh, you know, I don't want to get married unless she's, you know, she doesn't have any diseases, you know. You don't really, you want confirmation, right, when you're getting married, making babies, right? 1 minute chart. We got to go to this before we go to the 1 minute. Okay, so we got filled on that. See, it filled that gap. I guess ICT was right. So we bought that little plunge there, that little fractal. Okay, now we got a clean 25 minutes here in 5 seconds. Boom. Exactly 25 minutes before stocks now. Possible sell-off coming again. Riding the storm out. Oh, it just went lower there. So I got filled on maybe something. Something that I've put down there previously. Yeah, I'm trading the setup also, but I just can't imagine waiting till 9. Probably wait till 5 after 9:30, right? Wait till 5 minutes to see what happens and then pull the trigger. You could do that too. Now, there's people that make a ton of money doing that. And I've watched about maybe 40 interviews right so far of Titans of Tomorrow. I've never seen this show, but this guy interviews everybody from ICT to fucking some $bazillion guy. And they all have their own particular way of doing it. You know, one guy says, I don't trade with stops. Well, your account's your stop. It's all silly, you know. And, but you're watching that stuff and, you know, you just think, okay, one guy actually had this thing where he goes, I had this routine in the morning, listen to the same piece of music. Well, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. I get it. You know, I watch the same, I guess, the same porn, but no, I mean, these are self-soothing things that people do to get them through the market. But I don't know. Accepting the risk of it, accepting the unknown is certainly not a pleasant feeling unless you just get numb to it. The only security is the knowing of well, you know, it's just this one setup, this one trade. If it doesn't work out, okay, let's go to the next trade. Kind of hard to do that when you get kicked in the nuts, you know. So the emotional recovery. Here's the Bitcoin. Look at the Bitcoin there. So I put the same template on the Bitcoin. I'm using a giant grid on this thing though. This spread's brutal here. It's like $6,000 spread. Look at that, $6,600 spread. But I love this template. I could stare at it all day. It's just so obvious. Here's Asia. Here's 7 p.m. Look at that. You could short that thing with the trend. The nice thing about Bitcoin, it just trades all the time. So you get nice that moving average isn't having a problem, you know, with order gaps. But yeah, it's a completely, I mean, it's so funny. The 50 period moving average, linear weighted. I used to think, well, I'll just go to the time frame where I get a good fit. Yeah, you probably could. You know, here, look at this. It's queuing up right here. Take this trade. What do we got here? Another pullback. Yeah, so they just keep on holding this below the floor here. I call this the floor. Or this is the big floor here. Right, so we're kind of right in the point of, we're almost above this, but we haven't been able to, so we made an attempt there. But you got to clear the trees here and make your way north. Okay, every minute that goes by, and I see about the 1 minute chart, every minute there's an opportunity. Right, you could have bought that little pullback there. Now these people that talk about the 1 minute chart, they ask me a million times now, I don't know if you can see the closing prices, but look at this. Closed right here. You got a little baby pullback there. You just buy right there, a sniper entry, and put your stop down here. I get it. You're in 40 standard lots. You got to stop here, and you just bought here, and you're just looking to get out here. You know, as soon as it takes out this high, just get me out. There'll be sellers here. There'll be sellers here. You could be one, but I don't know if you want to stand in front of this train when it leaves the station, because if you look at the that's the other thing, you know, you can't just go in there blindly, right? So I know it's in a downtrend according to the moving average, but if this thing can clear the trees here, look at the daily. And the other cool thing about this template is the daily gives you the most raw chart in the fucking world. Look at this thing, closing only, a little candlestick. No, that's not the candlestick, that's the orders. But look at this, just closing prices in the range. In the moving average, of course, right? But I know people love that moving average. I don't think anybody even watching. A lot of people are like, what's going on? Where's the moving average? Look at this beautiful sell here. But how long were you going to let that ride? Now, people will backtest this stuff. It's cracking me up. This one was a genius entry for a lot of pips. Genius entry, a lot of pips. Will this be the genius entry, or does this trend finally come to an end? Not to mention all the people that are going, dude, just, you know what? When it gets below here, buy me some, and then they ride it up into here, and they're out. You know, it's the structure trade. So there's a million ways to trade it for sure. I just say being the contrarian just fits me because I can't see another way of doing it. When I see it, when I've been in a trade before and I get stopped out, I think, well, maybe I should have put my buy limit. Maybe I should, where my stop is, maybe I should get in there. So that's been my answer. And then the timing of the trade, or the, for right now, it's the timing of the trade for the sake of, well, the template I have. I just lost my chart. Okay, here, let's put this up. I don't have a memory card here, so here's the Euro 5-minute chart. So we just broke that out. Now go back to the 1 minute chart, and that was the floor that we're trying to get. Now we could rip. Right now, stocks are going to open up in about 15 minutes. So, yeah, it might say downtrend here, but, you know, look out. Let me go to full view here of all the instruments I'm running here. So this is what I'm running here. Here's the NASDAQ with a 15-minute chart with that same template. The same template. Here's gold tanking. Gold's a deal below $4,000. I'd totally be buying gold down here. Totally. Like, look at this. This is a dumb shit entry. You're buying new lows. Who doesn't want to buy gold down here in this trap? I zoomed out on the 15. Let me go to the 30. So go to 30-minute chart and everything. I should have a profile that you can have a profile that you can have a hotkey probably set to and just go to a different time frame and everything, because it's kind of a lot of work to get around the charts here. But okay, half hour zoomed out. Everybody's zoomed out on the half hour. That's really far zoomed out. Here, let's make everybody the same kind of chart. Fuck here. I got a keyboard here I should be using, but I'm not. Gonna hunt down this magnifying glass every time. So, and here's the downtrend, right? So Bitcoin's kind of going into this trap zone here. This is a good buy zone. British pound tank down there, and stocks certainly down. I suppose on the if I go to the daily chart here, looks like a big buy here in stocks, and people make so much money on this up and down nonsense here. Doesn't seem to matter about the rest of anything. Okay, we're waiting for the euro to go up. Here's the euro versus the yen. I bought some of that too. I bought the euro, the guppy. I just bought all the European stuff, like the pound and the euro dollar. So I do have some buy at the markets here, which are kind of just like, you're probably not getting the best price, but you just want to get in. Isn't that what it's all about? It's not the best price. A swing trade's good for that, I think. Maybe a scalp, but I don't know, because you got to sit there and be on the 1 minute chart and finger the trigger, and 15 minutes exactly till stocks. Let's go to the 15-minute chart. See what kind of update we got here. Yeah, we should hit one button here. You just have to change profile. The whole profile need to change to 15 minutes. So you can load it faster. Okay, everybody's 15. And that's the gold market here. Bitcoins. British pound. Dollar yen. See right here, you could have taken this trade right here. It says 2 o'clock in the morning. You could have sold the dollar yen, and or you could have bought the plunge situation. Just buy everything below there. You just need more money for this. This is 25 pip grid I got on this line here. So here's a classic entry right here. Just buy that, and if you're going to sell above this, you're going to need more money. Always, It's a very expensive trade. But you make more money, right? There's a British pound. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Goes up. There's the news. U.S. stocks. There's a great entry right here. Yeah, I'm not saying this doesn't work, but, these setups are kind of like, you probably risk about 10% of your account on this setup. Sell right there. But then you sell here and it's like, you sold this one. This one, there's no chance to even get on here. It's moving so fast. No chance to board the train. Well, we're just waiting for stocks because that's all everybody's ever waiting for here. Gold's waiting for stocks. I'd be buying gold down here. Just came down to that new low. Looks like everybody's buying everything. Stocks look like they could tank there in the open though. Go down and take out that low and then really cause some drama. Buy below here. Certainly be a bold step in there and buy down there. That'd be something else. All right, less than 15 minutes till stocks open. I was watching this one guy. He does a pre-market open and he goes through all these charts really fast. This young guy calls out all these scenarios, draws on the screen every scenario, and then he, right when 9:30 comes, he goes, "Oh, I gotta go." I was like, "Well, can't we watch this shit play out?" I mean, he's got all these screens and shit. I mean, it's like, oh my god, dude, like, really? This, well, it's a pre-market. Oh my god, I mean, like, it's like foreplay. Okay, I got you. Looks like the euro's gonna tank here into my limits, right on the open. I'm gonna buy that new low. So I got the limits in for that. That's why when you do the market orders, you know, they're silly. Look at this 1 minute chart. Look at they just trapped everybody here, and I take it all the way down again. All the way down to the starting gate. They got 1 minute chart euro. Like I said, they bid this down in the stocks opening. They might even just take out that low. It might just tank. It's got plenty of room to tank, you know. Look at it. Right down to the low of the previous day, which is way the fuck down there. All the way to here. Or is this just right to here and then up? You don't know. So hopefully you made enough money from the scalps that you did in this little window. You know, that's the thought. Look at the 1 minute chart. I guess this is a sniper entry that I hear about. But we just put our limits in there. We don't know. We might keep tanking. You just never know. I have this demo account. So instead of, you know, listening to my favorite song, I put it on a demo account here and just trade the shit out of it. I run all my ideas on this account because it's an exercise, you know. Okay, that's exactly 10 minutes before. I wish they had a 10-minute chart instead of MetaTrader. 10 minutes, so we had to use 2 5-minute bars. 10 minutes before stocks now. So see how they took that down? Just within like a half a pip right here. All before stocks open. They just keep punching it down there. I'll never forget, I was going to trade I was trading the British pound, and I was buying it, you know, but I was getting out. So I was buying and selling all this noise down here before the market opened. So all this stuff, I was like buy, sell, and then it did open and it went up, and I thought, yeah, that's the trick. You want to try to scalp something in this, and then yeah, maybe it does go up for the big move. But 80% of it's just going to be nothing but chop. 5-minute chart, 1 minute chart. So 1 minute chart, and you got 9 1-minute bars left. Okay. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Wow, okay. Yep. That's the 1 minute chart. If you can take advantage of that trade, it's a great trade, you know. Think about that. Spread here is about a half a pip. Commissions are about 6. So you're at like 1 pip. Costs you 1 pip. All right, 8 minutes left. 5-minute chart. NASDAQ 5-minute chart. You kind of need the 1 minute chart for the NASDAQ. It's so crazy. It's crazy. Whack-a-mole market. Look at that thing. You can't spend much time. Look at this 50. I'm going to sell a 50 linear weighted EMA. Of course, you know, the VWAP, all this bullshit with the VWAP. The VWAP. Dude, it's just an entry. I mean, the way you manage the trade, you know, how many trades you take. How do you make money? Well, you know, this is my VWAP. Here's a 1 minute chart with a 50 linear weighted moving average. You just buy, sell, sell, sell. Right? Okay, 7 minutes. I got my VWAP in my back pocket today. Volume weighted moving average. Oh, it's so special. And then I see guys, oh, you're trading VWAP the wrong way. No, you're doing it wrong. I can't believe I'm doing that VWAP. No, you're doing it wrong, dude. Whoever showed it to you wrong. Look at this thing, 1 minute chart. So I got 6 minutes left. 7 minutes left. I just keep bidding this thing down. Wow, look at that thing, just brutalized. Wow. Tremendously smashed down. 5 minute chart. 5 minute chart's going to update in about 45 seconds. I'm using the 5 minute VWAP. The VWAP. So funny. All the mind games people play in their head so they can make it okay to take a trade. I suppose. Whatever you need to do. All right. Gotta get that Android hooker. Robot. Elon Musk robot girl. Five-minute euro. Let's go to the 15 on this 5. Okay, so we're zoomed out. Everybody's on the 15. Let the drama begin. Five minutes. 5 minutes to the opening bell. Ring-a-ding-ding-ding-ding. I used to sit there and watch CNBC. Actually, watch the Financial News Network. Look at this beautiful long position I've got going on the pound here. Look at for all the European currencies, the pop on the open for stocks to go up. Looking for the dollar yen to go down. Gold should go up here. Looks like a nice buy in gold. I might chase it when it gets going. So I hate to chase it because I like to have the smart money entry where you put all your orders down here at the sweet spot, like the low. Sit back and watch them dough roll in, and this is kind of, the favorite set it and forget it passive trading. Chasing it, if I got like but you kind of have to have your target. Like I have market orders that are like, it's going to make 12 pips, it's going to make 20 pips, and it's out, right? It's out. And I still have the swing orders in there. I'll just ride it along the way, but I don't know. Now we got 3 minutes left almost. Let's go to the 1 minute chart for everyone. You see the psychodrama here. One-minute drama should be interesting. I love how you can still see what time you're in, This will turn, as soon as stocks open, we're going to turn red on these bars. At 9:30, everything goes red. Oh, looks like they're going to take it down one last notch. So either they're going to take it down and nick the wick. Let's see. Yeah. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Wow, they're taking that Nasdaq down. I don't have any Nasdaq scripts. I only wrote a couple Nasdaq scripts. It's a big giant number you got to put in there. All right, 2 minutes till opening bell. Looking for that European currencies to go up. Looking for stocks to go up. I have a very small tick chart here because I'm running so many instruments. It's kind of filled up my buffer. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Need the dollar yen starting to tank here. I got one little short in there. Or one buy. Accidentally bought here. Looking for the dollar yen to crash. Looking for this to go zooming up. I'll probably chase that with my account. With real money, I might add to that. I'm pretty heavy in, though. I think I'm in like 300. Well, looks like it could still go down here. I still got, so 5 minutes after, got 1 minute before stocks, 5 minutes after 9:30. A lot of people wait for 5 minutes after. But I'm already in, so there's nothing I can do about it. I'm in a swing trade. Kind of bought that. You bought that euro way down below weeks ago. But I like to scalp around what I have. 30 seconds to stocks. Too bad I don't have a 30-second chart. But look at them taking that Nasdaq through the floor there. Wow, crazy. I think it's Nasdaq. U.S. Tech Cash is called here. Stocks. Oh, about to take it down one more notch. No. Okay, stocks open in 5 seconds. Oh, here comes the drama. Little stop hunt. No. Bitcoin's all over it. Bitcoin's going up like a horror. No. So people wait 5 minutes typically. But time does matter. Certainly 9:30. Here we go, right? We got to get the guppy to take off. We got to get the pound to take off. The euro to take off against the yen. We got to get the dollar yen to tank. Got to get stocks to go up here. So yeah, if you're the guy that would have bought this down here, this is a pretty ballsy trade to buy down here. But scalp out, you're out. Now, if you made $300 and people say, "Oh, you made $300 for the day," stop trading. I just can't stop trading. So I got the demo account here because I'm just neurotically trading it. I just can't resist. And all the tools I have, I want to use them. And I could still tank here. Kind of okay. 1 minute. It's been 1 minute. Here comes the 1 minute traders. They say, buy. They're like, dude, we're over it. Just get in. So we're waiting for that news at 10 o'clock, though, so maybe we have to go down first. Boy, that Nasdaq's just crazy, isn't it? These people are nuts. Bitcoin's starting to tank. Dollar yen, there you go. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye, dollar yen. All right, it's almost 2 minutes. I think they're coming in. Buy the euro, sell the dollar, buy the Nasdaq. It's going to be a fucking rally like you never seen. Right? I always think that. It's just too bullish. Only because if you look at the daily charts on some of these things, you're like, dude, enough already. How cheap is this thing gonna get? All right, we get sellers here though. People are selling already. They're like, yeah, top tick Tommy, that 1 minute chart. Look at people already cashed out on this one. They're like, yeah. So here I would rebuy that. Like if I was trading this thing for real, I would have a double click order that just put in tickets below right now for 15 minutes and just wait to get filled because it could very possibly come back. Same thing here. I could add to this position right now. So the flexibility here is just endless. Like, you know what? If it pulls back even a little bit, get me some more. Right? A little bit back here. Back to fair value. Back to here. Buy a little bit more. Okay. 2 minutes has gone by. Here, I want to buy some more here of the pound. I didn't get enough. This order won't work here, but this is what it would look like if you could do it. Oh wow, there goes the guppy. There goes the pound. So I expect the euro to join the pound here. If we could take out this high, I think we could start ripping. Well, so clock's ticking here for Europe's going to close, and yeah. Bitcoin downtrend, right? So the pound and the euro, I'm looking for those to go up. Oh, NASDAQ, look at this. Another chance to buy. Hey, that was a great trend trade, right? It's in a downtrend. Don't forget the 50 linear weighted moving average. This is my course. You want to sign up for my 50 linear weighted moving average course. No Gartleys, no order blocks. It's so funny when people say that doesn't work. Hey, it worked here. I trade Bitcoin with the 50 linear weighted move. I sold right here. Shut the fuck up. Look at that. Look at that entry. Yeah, you're counting on the lag, right? It's actually the lag is to keep you from over trading. Don't you get it? Right there, I sold right there. You're a fucking genius. Right here. Right when it touched that. Here comes the, say bye-bye to the dollar yen. Ooh, say bye-bye to the stock market, it looks like, too. Woof. Yowza. Oh boy, what's going on here, kids? I think we're taking out some serious lows. We're about to take out the low from back here, dude. Look at that. Buy down here. Yeah, maybe not just buy below the low of the day. It's about to take out the low of the day. Look at that. So here's the trading that's so controversial that I'm doing is I would buy here. Look at that. Perfect place to buy, right? Look at that. Right there. You're just buying right there in a 25, whatever the pip window point window is. You buy right there. I don't know if you hold it for 5 days, but it's funny how this shit works out. Great buy. I'm sure some people are just going to take it. They're going to get out right here. As soon as it gets to here, the sellers are coming in. They're like, yeah, I'm good. Because it might just keep tanking. You know, this scares the shit out of people. Look, it is going to keep tanking. So having the flexibility with a bunch of orders in there, instead of having one fucking ticket and rest 2% of your account, I just don't get it. How are people doing that? Let's go full view here. There goes that dollar yen. Bye-bye. See ya. Oh, this thing's got a long way to fall. Go to the 5. The 5 looks like a 5-hour chart now. 5-minute chart. 5-minute chart. Everybody's on the 5. Gold's going nuts. Yeah, gold's under $4,000. People are buying. If only if you make it to 4,500 and get out. Okay, everybody's on the 5. Oh, look at Bitcoin. Destruction. That thing moves fiercely, doesn't it? Where is that thing in the big picture? Oh, I just took out the low of the previous day. Big buying opportunity though. Look how the price action behaves. The market behaves down there. You can tell. There's drama there. Okay, we're coming back, Jack. Can we add to it? Not yet. So this thing, I'm seriously underwater. I've been buying this thing forever on this chart. Look at this chart. This is the 1 hour. All these blacks are my entries. These black lines. Some have 50 pip stops. Some have 20. Some already got blown out. But under the floor here, see? Final destination for the swing trade is actually top tick Tommy here, which, but if we make it to here today, I'll probably dump the whole position. Because I don't like here, you're trapped under the floor here. All these buys under the floor were just fantastic entries. Right? This one will turn red. Now that's going to, that turned red there. This is the half-hour chart. But this will actually turn red on that 1 hour bar as soon as we, because it's a half hour. I cut it off on the half hour instead of the, so the half hour shows 2 bars for that 8:30 to 9:30. Now here's, the news is coming in at 10 o'clock, and, you know, I want to see it bust through here, and like I said, my targets are above that, and that's fine because that is the floor that I expect we're going to smash into, and I'm out. That's it. That's the trade. Now a lot of these limits didn't fill here. Unfortunately, the ones that didn't fill don't have a different color. I wish MetaTrader had a little bit more specialization to the color scheme there. Unfilled versus filled, and the targets can show up here even though they haven't been filled. So if you have a target up here from a pending down there, then you see what I mean, Vern? Let's go back to full view here. All right, let's put the 5 minute. Everybody's on the 5s. Uh-oh, NASDAQ, red alert. I think we just took out the low of the, we're about to take out the low of weeks ago here. Free fall on NASDAQ. Look at that thing. Coming up on a void from way back here. So if you're trading that thing, yeah. If you want to ride that down, you're going to need some deep pockets. That 1 minute chart. Oh, wow. Hey, people are buying down here though. Okay, news in 20 minutes. What do we got? So the sellers came in there on that 5 minute. You could have taken profits on the top of that. I'd recommend it because you can see how people are cashing out there. Yeah, when you're long, when I'm long, I think everybody's in the same. I think everybody's doesn't. Everybody see what I see. That's my biggest problem. I think everybody. Can't you see the dog in the road that you just ran over? Like, can't everybody see what I see? Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah, sorry about your dog. Okay, this is the buyers came in here, so you would have had to scalp something on that because it's not like this thing's just going to go to hell today, you know. And you kind of wanted to though, especially if you've been looking at this thing over the weeks. You're like, when is this thing going to crack and tank? But I know I don't have the patience for that trade, so I know I'll never take that trade. So I don't even look at that trade anymore. I'll do the 5 minute chart or the 15 minute chart. Thank you very much. Because I just don't have the, I know I'm not that guy that I'm sitting in this for weeks and going, yeah, this thing finally tanked and I was in 40 standard lots and I made $500,000. I know, but how did you do it? Like, I know I was down 200 grand on the trade on big drawdown, but then eventually made it up and made 500 grand and I actually cleared 300 grand on the trade. I don't know, man. I kind of want to just go, I just made $1,000. Let's just go home. Still waiting for news for the final completion of the possible rally of the British pound taking out the high of the day here. Looking for the euro to follow. Oof, NASDAQ. Slice and dice. All right. Time is ticking. Just nicked the wick here on the British pound. This looks like it's setting up for another plunge. Look at gold. Man, the sellers came in there, didn't they? Wow. That would be a great place for a target where the sellers are getting the fuck out, where they're getting in right here. They tagged London's. You want to get out. It's really an exchange. I don't think people realize the markets are exchanges, so people are exchanging. They go, I'll take that price down here. And there. So it's a complete bookends engulfment there. Like I said, the heavy hitters, the big bulls on gold, I would have put buy limits in here. I'd still be holding it going, you know, call me when it's back to here. Right here's gold market. You know, call me when we're back to here. I'll take the trade off. Or the floor on gold that we got taken out was here. So here you be your target. If you went long gold here, yeah, get out here at $4,000. Now the big heavy hitters, you know, the people that are going to hold gold forever, they're buying it here. This is the daily chart on gold, and they're going to hold it. They think it's going to $7,000. They're out of their fucking mind. I told them that. I told all the gold traders, I said, here, be careful. This is a weekly gold chart. Be careful. Wow. Still in an uptrend. Look at this beautiful triangle here. So these are exquisite patterns that you'll never see again. Look at that triangle. When it takes out of that, just but they have all trends up. Got the perfect formation, perfect pattern recognition there. You got in the apex of that. Oh, took off. Yeah. Right. They're all over the place. Look at that. Here's an entry. Yeah. Waited all year for that fucking entry. You did. This is a weekly chart. Every vertical line is a year. I know. I just don't have the patience anymore. Jimmy Bob and I got in here on a trade. Perfect setup. I said, look at this triangle here. Get in here and fucking went nowhere for 2 years. 2 years nowhere. I got in and got out, got in and got out, just got chopped to death, and then it finally took off. When did that happen? Well, we got this perfect setup here. Took 5 years, but got the moving average, got a top become a bottom, got in here, didn't buy enough though. Didn't want to chase it either. So I'm buying here actually. I think that actually is a valid buy. This is my lonely wick theory of entry. Put your buy limits here on gold and walk away. Yeah, if you're a gold bug, I'm a stacker. I'm not just a gold bug. Those bugs that hang out at Fort Knox, munching on they're gnawing on the bricks of gold, and they're 24 karat, you know. What do we got here? Okay, gold on the weekly. I like to keep that in the side view mirror of my gold daily chart. Oh, NASDAQ's buyers are coming in NASDAQ. So NASDAQ fell through the floor here pretty hard, don't you think? Look at that beautiful entry on that 5-minute 50 period moving average. Hey, it's an uptrend here. Guppy says buy. So I already bought. I'm already long this thing. Should I cash out? Look at this. I could have cashed out here almost. Yeah, let's buy more. So do you buy more or do you cash out? What do you got? That's the biggest problem, really. If you don't want to hold over the weekend, you know, there's this thing where if you're greedy like me, you're like, we could go a little bit higher, just a little bit higher. And then when I see it climax, and I mean I see it spike, I'm typically going to dump the whole fucking thing. So if I built a position down there, because I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, but it's 11 o'clock on a Friday, and they just spiked that thing. And yeah, I could drift higher for the next 3 hours, but I'm not into the drift. You know, you gotta have the right personality for some of these trades. A swing trade, you have to have like a person that has like 10 kids, and you're like, yeah, I have all the patience of the world. I had 10 kids, dude. I raised 10 kids with one bathroom. I can do any trade. You probably could. I can't. So I'm very hyper, impatient, pissed off, contrarian. So I got to design the trade around my my thought process, and kind of like trying to beat the market with the limit entries. That's the trick. That's the smart entry. That's the designed and plotted out, and supply and demand trading, really. So this pound could still pull back. I want to get some more. I'll run so instead of buying at the market, here's another trick. Fast market, just come in really close underneath. Now these are 8-hour expirations, so this is just crazy, but these should be 15-minute expirations if you can actually do this trade. So here I can put these up here and sell now. So if the yen takes out this high, I could sell. It's kind of depressing the trade on a Friday because you don't have the whole week to play out some of these trades that you think would be a great swing trade or trend trade. I remember when I started trading, they had, intermittent trading. There's intermediate. There's position trading. There's scalping. There's position trading. What's that, like what, missionary for the whole week? And then doggy style? What's position trading like? Oh, okay. Oh, you're just like fucking in the market for a year. Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's a position. About to break out this stairway to heaven here, these voids here. Looking for that pop. 11 minutes till news, and I think news is going to give us that thrust. We might get some thrust action here. Oh, about to break out the euro, or the yuppie, whatever they call that. Heavily long, all the European currencies. Looking to get short on the yen if it pops up. I would be buying this if I could afford it, but like I said, this is the pre-news entry. Look at how they just crushed that, and everything below here. I'm sure people have bought below here. Like if I had, I don't have a grid for this yet, but it would be micro lots here. So you buy micro lots into that, and people will scalp out to the top of that box and go, I'm done for the day. Or they're going to hold that for the possible engulfment where it's going to take out the European session. And this is London open here. The beauty of this is you can see it's a reconfirmation every time you look at the chart going, oh yeah, right here, see? That's London right there. That's so it makes it nice for that factor. Okay, we just broke out a little bit there. Retesting the highs here. Broke out of this already. So the euro's strong here. The pound not so much. The pound's killing the yen though. I'm looking for the dollar to kill the yen. But this is all squirrely here. I don't know. They keep talking about what they're going to do with their currency. And 10 minutes before news, it looks like there's a short squeeze on everything into the news here. So I'm long into the news on the, the consumer confidence. Yeah, so. Yeah. Okay. Hey. Okay. Yeah, the time's ticking here. 9 minutes before news. So their sellers came in right there. I'd say a little bit of selling. People taking profits. I hope I'm taking profits up there. I don't actually, a lot of these things I pulled the trigger was a 50 pip stop to make 75 pips. So I feel like selling that at the market. All right. I think it's going to be a scalper into the news. Just pop this as soon as the news comes out. I kind of want to zoom out to the 15 because it looks like it's going to be a high drama move here. Just go off the charts. We won't be able to see where we are in the landscape of things if I just do that. Let's not do that. 15-minute gold is on a tear. Guppy's on a tear. Euro's about to go on a tear. All right. News in 7 minutes. 7.5 minutes news here. Yep. Wow, look at this guppy screaming. Yeah, the hardest thing also is to ride the profits, you know. It's just like, oh, got him up on the trade, shit. Especially after losing a bunch of trades, you kind of want to just take profits. Five minutes of news, people getting all antsy. Look at that. See, you're already at the cash out point. All the scalpers that played that new low plunge back to the floor trade, they're already out. But it looks like it's full retard in golf now. All right, let's go. Get some scalps in here. Okay, I just bought some, anticipating good news. Well, good for the market. Look at these people on this NASDAQ. They're going to rip that thing north pretty hard, I think. So violent. Gold looks like it's ready to pop. Let's buy some at the market here on the euro. I got some scalpers here. I can buy 3K with a 10 pip target, 3K with a 10 pip target. So I usually run these when the market's fast and I just want to get some money and get out. Run these tickets. Kind of chasing it there, but kind of figuring, well, you could still pull back when the news comes out, so we should probably run some limits. I got some double clicks here I can run. So these are designed to launch only on the one instrument I'm clicking on, because you can accidentally launch it on the wrong. I'll just put some hand placed ones in here. Get a slight pullback. 5 minutes before the news, I expect some kind of pullback here on the 5-minute chart. 1 minute chart, euro. Maybe not. But just in case, I'll do it. Right there. Looks like it's not going to happen. Let's just go straight up here on the news. It's just too many bulls itching to pull the trigger here. The pound says yes. The pound likes the news. Euro yen likes it. Let's see when it trades. What I'm in here. I'm in some giant position because I've been buying this thing all day. Okay, I'm in like 8 standard lots. I cash out on stuff here though. Up $307, so hopefully we can just pop it out here, make $300 when the news comes out, and just be straight up and gone. See ya. All right. Tick-tock. 4.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. Let me clean up these charts a little bit. Got too many ticket arrows on here. Yeah. Okay, we're at 3 minutes till news. Yeah, these people are going to lose their minds when the news comes out. Like I said, I want to scalp out though, because there could be a 5-minute plunge and then it goes up, so it's not always a clean move. Nasdaq's ready to just, it's already engulfed the floor. Like, so here was the, wow, this is a 25-point grid on this thing. All right. 1 minute 50 seconds. The other problem with trading is it just takes forever to make money, it seems like, you know. You're like, oh, come on, can we just go up? We're going to go up anyways. Can we just go up now? No, I can't go up now. Can we just... Yeah, but we're going to go up. Or we're going to go down. Can't we just eliminate that down thing? Look at this beautiful entry of new lows here. Why does this pattern seem to work all the time? Buy new lows down here. Why does that work so well? It's just so stupid. The dumb trade. One minute till news. Big short squeeze here on the Nasdaq. Looks like it's gonna squeeze everything. Dow yen looks ready to plunge. Dollar plunge. I don't know what crude oil's doing. I had crude oil on here actually. Shit. It was on here. I don't really trade it, so, but you can trade it. I don't know what it's doing. Okay, news in 30 seconds. Everybody's freaking out. It's getting itchy. Oh boy. 15 seconds. People are losing their minds. It's just nothing but consumer confidence. I mean, it's stupid news. But maybe it's going to make us some money here. Kick it over the threshold. Consumer confidence news. Boom. There you go. Trying to make $300. I stalled out here waiting for digest the news. Think about it. It's been 15 seconds. The 1 minute traders. Let's go to the 1 minute traders, see what they're thinking. The old 1 minute chart. All right. I'll update that 1 minute chart in about 20 seconds. Looks like you're not going to have to wait. No, sir, didn't have to wait for that. Come here, you. All right. We're going to go up. Always. So AI is helping me write scripts and indicators because the EA, trading robots, just unless they're super crude, and my trading robots actually would never have a profit factor. They would just have like they would just do a task like what I'm doing right now. Just put some limits in there. Trail me some limits for 15 minutes, about 40 pips deep, 10 pips deep. And that would be the name of the robot, and that's all it would do. It would just do that same trade over and over again. The sellers came in. So we're going to get filled on this pullback. Look at that. Right there. Like I said, if you want to, you don't want to chase it, so put your buy limits down here. Oh, Nasdaq's taking off though. Look at it go. Here comes the buyers on the 50 period moving average buyers, trend traders. That's 1 minute chart though. You have to take that into account. All right, let's continue that trend there. Let's keep going. I see what you're talking. I see what you're saying. News has been out for 2 minutes. What do you think, people? Is it good news or bad news? Consumer confidence is up because we're going to have fair elections for the first time in our life. Oh, Guido's not going to take it behind the building and scratch and give you. I voted for you. You look like a moron. I voted for you. You don't mind, do you? Oh, no, I appreciate you a million times. I think you're amazing. What does it say? Consumer confidence. Consumer sentiment. Oh, it's 54. Oh, it's very high. Inflation is down. They didn't give an estimate of what it would be. Industrial production is slightly down. The Treasury currency report's coming out. Tentative, though. What's these tentative things? The Chinese do that. What's tentative? We don't know if we're going to release that. Housing starts is up. Permits are down slightly. Import prices are up slightly. Okay, we're waiting for some follow through now. It's been 5 minutes, the news has been out. Buying on that 50 linear weighted. It's a good trend trade, son. I'm a trend trader. This is on the 15. We've got to go to the 1 minute here. The 1 minute guppy. Okay, let's just get a stampede for the next 2 hours and I'll be fine with that. Not looking to make $1 million today. It looks very dead. Oh, the news was pretty good. Good news, right? Capacity utilization. Sounds very fancy. All right, so I'm using a 1 minute chart with a 50 linear weighted moving average, and I have the sessions in a color. This stays red until, oh my God, stays red until it turns to fire brick. So the color, it's red and then it goes fire brick here at about noon. I think that's noon. Yeah, so that's 2 hours away. We want to take out this high and keep going. Oh, that's Bitcoin. But that's a trade. Okay, we're cashing out. Look at that. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Cash me out. Taking the profits. It's a lot of work trading, you know, especially manipulating these charts, you know, just keep going over these charts over and over. Let's go to the 15. The 1 minute chart's making me crazy. Or go to the 5 minute chart's rational, but you can see the color change there. That's fucking great, man. So I put that in the link, I think. Of course, I've redesigned it since and changed the color scheme. But it just, when I look at the chart, it just gives me this, and I can back test the whole week and just looking at, I can just see my trades really easy. The time of day matters. Everybody's in the 5 here. It looks like they're going to recover the NASDAQ and take out the fucking high of Asia here. I mean, high of Europe even. Yeah, so European high, look at that. Look at that move. So a lot of people are perplexed by that. And, you know, your VWAP's not going to make you this money. VWAP is like a fucking joke. It's just a moving average, dude. You think it's special. Oh, that's what the institutions use. Yeah, the institutions. You mean the ones we bailed out? How many times I got to tell you that? Quant trading is bullshit. Fucking joke. AI trading is a fucking joke. So you knew this was the place to sell. Why didn't you get out? Right? That's the problem. You should have taken profits here. You were in too big a position. You got in down here. Where are you supposed to get out? It's just not. It's just not following the path of logic. Can AI build a car and drive it to the store to get me more beer? No. Even if it could, how much are you going to spend on that fucking AI? It's just so stupid. But people fall into these traps. You get a robot to clean your swimming pool, but even that's going to fail at some point, right? Look at this 5-minute fucking NASDAQ. Rip your face off. Wow. Go to the 15s. Look at this drama, dude. Stocks recover here, you know. It's going to be some kind of fucking day. People are going to shit their pants. This is why it's so hard when people decide they're going to trade with this moving average bullshit. Well, I did what you said. I followed the moving average down. What the fuck? Look at the half-hour chart. 1 hour chart, NASDAQ. Well, what are you talking about? I went long right here. You just stay in the market till it went down here? Well, yeah, because I thought I was going to go to the moon. So even if you got in there, you still got to find a place to get out and make money. I just put it on there because I know people are looking at this bullshit. Look at the sell here on the moving average of the pound. Really? Look at the sell here, sell signal here on the 15-minute. Well, you're using the wrong moving average. You're doing the VWAP wrong, dude. VWAP. VWAP. It's so funny. People think they found a magical tool. It's all in your brain, dude. What you had the balls to take that VWAP trade, and I see people just like, well, you know, yeah, right. Look at this thing. It's so pissed off. This euro is so pissed off. I'll show you how pissed off it is. Look at the daily. Look at this thing. Well, it's a sell here on the 50. Why aren't you taking that sell there? I never sell, I don't think. Look at this thing. Look how fucking beat down this poor thing is on the daily. Look at the weekly of that. Look at the weekly of this thing. It's under this floor here. So if you're a big swing trader, you're like, dude, I just bought below here. I'm holding it until it gets up here and then I'm getting out. I used to do that trade, but it's just, you know, you have to just, you need like a month to make money. And the older you get, you're like, yeah, I think I want to start scalping. Let's day trade it. I don't want to fucking wait that long. Okay, we're waiting. 2 hours is enough time for me to wait. Bitcoin's coming back to life. Look at that NASDAQ. Just took out the high of Europe. The 3 o'clock in the morning high. Coming after Asia is coming back to the floor. Maybe make it back to the fucking breakdown point. Anybody ever seen that pattern? Comes all the way back to that. You're like, wow. Gee, kind of flushed everybody out of that trade. Yeah, I know. My whole family was in there. We're all in that trade together. Now we're all broke. Damn shame. Should have listened to. I should have hung out in that. Oh God, what's his name? No nonsense Forex guy. Should have listened to him. Yeah, right. Gotcha. Don't eat my dog. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Using that high-speed internet. Look at this thing. Gold made it back to the apex of the breakdown there. Looks like gold wants to punch through and just be a hero today. Gold's been around the block. It's so great. This is 2 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock in the morning. That blue, Dodger blue. Oh shit, I won't do that. All right. An hour and 45 minutes. They'll close London there. And if stocks keep going up, I figure the euro and even the Bitcoin, dollar yen down. But dollar yen is just so squirrely. Euro to the yen's a little bit easier to trade almost. Even the guppy, and the dollar yen is just whack-a-doodle. Okay, we're just waiting to get paid. Or blow up the account. Both you have to wait for. It's the waiting game. Oh, how's everything out there in Disneyland? Okay. I watched the recording, but... Oh, yeah. Yeah. So Harry Donnell, 55. You're 55 years old. You're born in 1955. Probably born in 1955, right? Oh, fuck. I don't know if I put that in the script. Yeah, well. You know the thing. The famous phrase coined, you know the thing. All right, guys. Get me out of this trade already. How long have I been in this thing for? Fucking 3 weeks now. Good God. I guess that sell did work out. This 50 period moving average sell worked out for a little bit. Come on. You can do it. There you go. Yeah, so a lot of people cashed out. You know, that's the trick, really. If you bought that plunge, you got to know there are sellers up here. It's not necessarily a breakout point. Now it's like you got to come back and say, okay, rinse and repeat. Dump out of that and come back with buy limits down here. You may not get filled, but I'm not about to put a column of sell limits up here. I usually am never that person, but even if you did that, you'd have to have some scalps to get the fuck out of that trade. Like, that is just scary, right? If this thing comes ripping back to the Asian prices, then to the close of the stock market, it could come all the way back to here. It's not unheard of. If you look at some of these moves, you're just like, wow, look at this. Just to prove it, there's the close, or that's Sunday night, I think. Look how it came all the way back. In this day here, came all the way back to that. This is incredible. Here's another one. You buy everything on this plunge. Where does it come back to? Right there. So it's a real giant exchange that keeps pivoting and rolling over on itself, really. Believe it or not. Okay, chase a little bit. I wait for that dollar yen to crack and tank. And my target's up here for the exit. First targets. Alright, let's have a fucking bum rush now. All the news that's fit to print. I think I'm going to cash out of this thing. Take profit, so I'm getting out of this trade. That's the pound. I probably have, oh my God, 300K of that. My margin level is 1,500. Let's see how much my margin changes by the end of this. I guess I'm out. I don't know if I'm in any of these things here. I'm definitely in the pound. No, the pound has limits here, but those are not entries. At least I took some of the heat off, I suppose. Just have to worry. But here, you know, it's about re-enter. I'll get cashing out, auto cash here. Auto cash. Okay, scalping out. It's just automatically cashing me out of that. Looking for the euro to make a big grandiose move today to the upside. Just like the NASDAQ, potentially come back to here. I certainly wouldn't want to buy here thinking, oh, let's just put a stop at the low of the day and let's ride that out. Yeah, that's going to be fun. It's just hard to buy into these plunges. It just really is the hardest. You know, the only thing that makes it easy is that when you do make money in that trade, you say to yourself, okay, I know that you're taking the heat and you're underwater in this trade, but just ride it out, man. And actually, when you have the scalps built into the limits that you have down there, and you see it take like just even $2 off the table, you're like, okay, it's doing what it's supposed to do. The market comes down into your ticket banks and it does a dead cat bounce, and you make something on that, and it's all woven around itself. You know, it's like a big lattice that it gets into, this ladder of tickets. And you can still trade the market, you know, which is definitely the fun part of trading, you know, pulling the trigger. I mean, it's like almost like shooting a gun. Taser, taser, taser. And a demo account, it's a taser. All right, so we're in 4 standard lots. We're looking for the, that's my account, but we're looking for a big rally here. A mind-blowing rally where it goes up and it drifts all the way. Now, I know this is very bullish, but I'm thinking we could take out the high of the day today and then just keep drifting up a little bit more. I would not be surprised. But, like I said, the obvious guaranteed exit is here. I mean, that's where, you know, the safe, it has to go zooming up so fucking hard, and then Trump has to say something like, yeah, we just blew up the last towelhead's been killed, and we can all go and have a beer. Yeah, I think that's what that would cause us to go up at least 50 pips here. I'll look at 50 pips on that, yeah. Gold looks ready to pop. I want to drop this guy. Guppy. Yeah, looking for this thing to go just nuts. If we take out the high of Europe, it's possible to keep engulfing because, like I said, that's the fuel, you know. The market is so perverse in the sense, you know, it comes down here and rips into that and then just rips the other way. You're like, wait a minute. And then it takes out this and then it comes back to here. So it's very back and forth. So the idea is to scalp the high probability small moves here and then ride the supposed big trend. I guess I got to go to the 4 hour chart to get this trend to work, to get the moving average to make sense. I adjust my time frame to make the indicator work properly. It looks like we could make it to the London Open there. Just a few more pips. Always just a few more pips. I don't have the patience. I just don't know. Sellers came in that NASDAQ for a few pips at the top tick Tommy level. What else we got here? Petty poop. Oh my God, in your mind. Fucking Betty Boop. Alright. So what do you think? We just want to get this trade over with. Well, NASDAQ's pushing north now. There she goes. Yeah, news has been out for a whole 25 minutes. People are like, you know what? Gold's about to take out the high of the day. Yeah, I think it's going to be a big dollar tank today. Buy the NASDAQ, buy the gold. Buy the pound, buy the euro. Buy it all, buy it up. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, you just got to have the right attitude. Here we go. Let's go for a rally, people. I always play this song when I want the market to go up. One kind. That turned out great. How do I trade? I trade, I suppose I trade contrarian style. So I'm trading with scripts that I wrote with the help of Claude. So what I do is I'm running this demo account right now. I buy low, sell high. I put a 50 period moving average on here for people that like to see that stuff. You know, they see trades like this and think, oh, I could have sold here at the 50 period moving average. Looking for NASDAQ to go up today. Looking for the euro to keep going up for the rest of the day and go after the high of Europe. So I built this indicator that isolates the time zones. I just love it. Now the colors are kind of hard to come up with, but I thought I would make the news 8:30, typically 8:30 to 9:30. From news till 8:30 to 9:30, and then stocks open. And you know, depending. But this way I can trade from session to session very easily. My system of trading is I write a bunch of scripts for buy limits and I place them here. And inside this box, I might take like 3 pips off the table, 5 pips, 8 pips, 10 pips, 12 pips, 14 pips. Let me turn this nonsense down. Why is that crackling? Anyways, that's my system is to get, it's I guess you call it these, what they call the smart money entry. I'm going to buy in the liquidity pocket. So in the daily charts, I'd be buying new lows in the daily and selling new highs. And it's just that simple, you know. So what is the trick? Well, the trick is I'm trading typically, unless it's at the market and the market's really flying. Like if the market took off right now, I would pull the trigger and buy a 2K with an 8 pip target. And I'll pull that like a, like if the market takes off here into, say there's a setup on the 5 minute right here. And I'm like, this thing's going to take off, dude. Look, it's pulled back. Actually, what I'm going to put on here is my line chart on top of this dot, so I can connect the dots for you. Psychologically, you know, to trade, it really takes a little bit of, your template needs to match what you're thinking. I trade with a line chart, which is like this tick chart. I traded like that for years because I stare at this tick chart and go, oh, look at that buy, I just made a new low. So I'm going to pull the trigger here because if I don't, I'm going to miss this entry. So I'm going to pull the trigger and try to make 8 pips now. I'm just going to pull that trigger. Now I'm actually getting in about, that's a lot of K. But if you think it's not going to pull back, you're wrong. So I know that looks like a great entry, a sniper entry and all that bullshit. If you went to the 1 minute, you'd be like, you should wait till it comes down here. So what I do is, this is my secret. I'm giving my secret. I bought some at the market because it makes me feel good, and I'm like, dude, I know I can make fucking 8 pips. Like, dude, that's not even to the fucking borderline here. If I put an 8 pip grid, this is a 25 pip grid on here, so you barely see it. If you zoom out, you can see the grid. See the grid there? That's 25 pips. It's a fucking euro dollar. It barely moves. So that's a lot of money right there. So if you're going to buy, the other thing, the density of the orders, so I place orders like this. I had a guy in London write me these scripts. Here's a 5K. I'll start buying down here, right? Just to be on the safe side. I'll put a buy limit down here. That's the whole fucking trade plan, dude. That is it right there. Whatever that number is that you see there. Now, I could tell you right there, this is $12 to make $12 break even. 20 pips to make 20 pips right here. I'm going to buy right up against the market. So this is the best way to enter it is on limits. Yeah, I can see the market's probably going to go up, but you know what? I just pulled the trigger on a fucking 20K at the market. Yeah, because I was on the 5-minute chart. And the moving average said I could buy. This is a 50 linear weighted moving average. I'm serious. This bullshit does work. But I got to babysit this chart. But think about if I just put a bunch of fucking buy limits down here like this. Like an ass clown. Like, I just come underneath the market like an ass clown. There, I said it. And I just go, you know what? I'm buying here because this is my favorite trade in the world. Now, this is a very controversial trade, but this is a high win rate. Risk $30 to make $15 in 8 hours. I can sell it. 8 hours from now, it'll start selling a pip apart. A 9K in a 10 pip window with a 30 pip stop and a 15 pip take profit. That's 30 to make, without the spread, it's 30 to make 15. It's not actually that. It's more like probably 32 to make 13. So, but the probability of the market sweeping up there and coming back down, and it's not even it's better to have a 20 pip to make 10, because you could probably make your 10 pips. And what I would do there is I would come up into this thing. So you're plotting all these trades out before you go to sleep, for instance, because when you were sleeping, when you were napping, this is 8. So if you went to sleep here at 5 p.m., say you're a drunk, you drink a lot. So like, dude, I'm spent. Like, I go to sleep. I'm going to put my buy limits below, this is 7 p.m. up here, right? So, but this is 5 p.m. I'll just put my buy limits below the low of the previous day, U.S. session. So this is about passive trading versus aggressive trading. Now, aggressive trading is being a sniper. You've got your ticket that you wrote. It makes 8 pips. You know what's going to happen. You know when to pull the trigger. And you can load up, right? So I'll show you. I've already bought with that 8 pip target, and I'm about to cash out right here. Here they are right here. They're all stacking up. They're the first out of the gate. My target is so tight. Now, in the NASDAQ, you can't do this. It's too much money. But see how I bought that pullback to the 50? And I'm making money because I got a trigger I can pull. Now, I suggest if you're actually going to trade like this, you get a hotkey set to that ticket and hit it and nail it. And then have another hotkey that says take all profits, because as soon as we pop up here, you got to start getting the fuck out of something. That's why my targets are only 8 pips on that ticket. Now, I should have a 4 pip, a 8, a 5. Now, the spectrum, maybe odds. There was a system, there's a million ways to do this. So at first I thought, well, I'll do a system where on the odds will be scalps and the evens will be swings, right? We'll scalp on the odds. So when I see an odd number, I already know it's a scalp ticket or it's a scalp trade plan. So these are all drops, and these drops become sells up here. So what you do is, I got sidetracked there, but if you do interlace, you got this committed to a 10 pip window of selling, but if you interlace some scalps in there, it would look like this. You're going to risk 16 to make 14. You're going to place it in there. So as the market comes up, that's a 2K. This is pretty light trading for most people, but it's meticulous. In other words, if you place the grid up there in such a way that there's a compression zone where when it gets up there, holy shit, you're also in the window. You can already see it spelled out by that void fill. If you look at this white line going back, it's painfully obvious that that's going to be a huge abyss that we could crush into. So we're about to take, if we could take out this stairway here today into the close of London, so we take out that, I'm cashing out on the way up that stairway. The trick is to place scalps starting from here down in this box so that even if this doesn't play out as a swing trade to take out this high, at least you can make money in there. Now, if you can, so if you go, here's the 1 hour chart. Here's the 15-minute chart. So if you zoom the 15-minute chart, you can see, oh, well, here's the news, here's that, and then there's London's close. If this goes screaming up, you still got a good 6 hours to get above the high of Europe. And I think that's a good trade. You know, may not take out, so my very bullish part of me, which was the one that was in on this trade, when it got up here, I was like, wow, you know, I had to get out. Now, I had to dump the whole thing here because when the news came out right here, if you see this, like, this is the 15-minute chart. So as soon as this thing, this is the news comes out, I was long. You could be long, and this is when things do line up. But the 15-minute chart has to go with the 50 EMA. In other words, you can't go to a different moving average, because otherwise you lose your mind. But this will keep you from over trading if you're that person, you know, or maybe 100 crosses at 2. But it's one moving average is enough for anybody. The people that bought here saying, "Oh, look at pullback. I got a setup 50 EMA. It says long. It's coming into Asia. This is London Open. Here comes the trend traders. We broke out. Hold on to it. It's fucking beautiful." I'm thinking, personally, every pullback I'm buying. I'm always buying. If I see it making a new low, I go, well, what the fuck? Where should I put my orders? You know, like, so here, these new lows, I'd be like, oh, fucking buy that pullback in London. It looks like we are going up. Because I'm thinking about this on the, you know, the dailies. That's a big deal, that price. So I'm going, oh, dude, this pullback? This is just before stocks. And I kind of want to put a color in here. This is like 6 o'clock in the morning, actually. This is like 5 o'clock in the morning. I want to put a color there, maybe. But I don't want to get too complicated. But the fact that it just came down there, I would have buy limits trailing anyways. So if I'm very bullish into the night, I'm going to put grids in there and just go to sleep and go, I get 8 hours of grids sitting down there ready to get filled. And yeah, maybe some, you know, are going to get stopped out, but I'll maybe get the ideal scenario is it sweeps through the scalps. You hold on to the bigger tickets. You don't get stopped out of the swings that have the 80 pip stops. So you have 20 pip stops and 80 pip stops. So you have swings and scalps. So you have a blend in there, and pick one market and trade it both directions, maybe. If you do that, I suppose you'd be, you know, very balanced, objective view of the things. You know, it certainly would be a good way to go if you could do it that way, right? If you had your brain was able to switch gears. Well, you should be able to see the seller's window. You know, if you look at this chart, you're like, well, where are people going to sell this? As soon as it takes out the high of the day, they're going to be selling. But I don't want to get in front of that train now because I bought this plunge. This is the euro versus the yen here. So I bought everything below that for that nick a wick, and then it came back up. So that's my favorite trade because you're up and out. The secret is to pick the proper script for that. So you're trying to make, this is a 25 pip grid from here to here. So if you're trying to make 10 pips, you know you got to, you know, you don't necessarily get filled though, see? You could have all your buy limits here. You go, dude, that didn't work. My buy limits are here. Okay, you nicked the wick there just for a little bit. Yeah, but I didn't fill a whole bank of tickets. Yeah, because it's such a nick the wick situation that a swing trader wouldn't give a fuck. They would just say, dude, give me everything below here. I'm putting in limits to buy everything below here. That's what a swing trader would think. A limit entry swing trader. But doesn't mean that a limit entry swing trader can't put a scalp in there. it's not like you have to do one thing. Like you can fuck her in the kitchen, the bathroom, like you figure out how to fuck her. So it's like, what? Hey, you ever want to do it? You want to do it on the surfboard while we're being dragged by a big fucking tractor? Yeah, in the mud. Yeah, let's do it. So yeah, I get it. And it's so funny because I'm really anti-moving average, but as I look at this thing, I'm like, yeah, any goober can say, you know what? If it's below the 50 and the 50's up, I'm buying in the London Open. I'm buying during London. And you're right until you're not, right? Like here, you're not right. So I get the fact that people are like, yeah, I did the same trade here and it just didn't quite work out. But are you flexible enough to sell here? Because if you could sell this one and go, yeah, I sold anything above the down-facing trend. If 50 is enough to keep you from over-trading, 50 period moving average, I suppose the 75 would be better, But then it's too laggy, But it is funny. I wouldn't try to run this on the daily chart, though, because you're waiting forever for a setup. So if you go to the 15, it's kind of noisy. The 1 hour is going to be the best setups in the world, right? But only a couple setups per day, see? So if you're on this is why I don't like the moving average thing, because I just want to trade all the time. I mean, I can see this works, but am I going to really wait 3 fucking days for a setup on this 50? Now, I could teach some school teacher or something. I could teach somebody. A normal person would be, like, say, I'm going to teach somebody who's never traded. This is the Richard Dennis theory of life, or the turtle theory. Just come here, let me show you this. I guess if they didn't think they were trading money, I go, I want you to just do these things. Oh, okay, why? Well, because, as soon as you see this setup, this is pointing up and it's blue and it's touching there. Just pull this trigger. Now, I suppose the person would have to know, well, where's my take profit? Well, you set them up for 25 to make 25. And later on, at the end of the day, if they're up in the trade, you just clear off all the winning trades. You tell them, listen, whatever you're at the end of the day, let it ride out, clear it off. But see, the problem with that is, like, they're like, yeah, that's great. Like, let's do that again. Yeah, there's no setups today. I looked at the chart. Would you have taken this setup? Now, you're supposed to take this setup because if it's blue and this is facing down, you got to take this setup in London or Europe. So London Open and the blue, and then here comes U.S. Black. This goes black at 4 p.m. So, it's kind of like, and then all this fucking noise and all this shit. Now, that's why I decided to do structured trading, because I couldn't wait there. These fucking moving averages to set up. I mean, you can be fucking retarded. Yeah, I took this sell here. Okay, yeah, where's your target? Well, down here. Yeah, but what about all these other trades? Oh, well, that's too much work. It is a lot of work. But if you were saying, well, I'm going to sell anything above the stuff from here. So when U.S. market opens, you're just a seller. And you just have to say, well, we're just going to take the risk, it's top tick Tommy sell. It could keep going up. The moving average says it's going up, Don't forget, Jimmy Bob down the street, he got in here because, he's really follows rules so well. We count on him. He cooks the burgers without burning anybody. And he got in here, he said it's up and it's blue. I got in and yeah, but then, right? Now, this one you would have got stopped out of, I suppose, this one, because if you put that in too tight, right, that would have been, too much, right? Yeah, that would be too tight of an entry. Yeah, the waiting game here. So we got 10 minutes to 11 o'clock. I suppose they're going to wrap up the European market here, and then London's going to close at noon Eastern Standard Time. But yeah, it's crazy, you ever seen this Ikamushu cloud shit? There's a guy that actually did a video about this. I made my own Ikamushu system. But it was too many rules. Like my head was exploding from the rule list, But no, not really. But it was In other words, it was accepting the fact that it's going to be a smooth 3-period moving average with a 5-period crossover. It's a very tight, you can do it, right? Or you can just trade Akinashi charts and just be like, dude, it turned red, I sold. It turned white, I bought. Now, I can't really do that because I feel like I'm driving a car with an automatic transmission, and the designer decided when the torque range was for me to shift. I'd rather decide that myself because I may not want to shift now. I may want to sit in that gear, so I have to make my car stay in the lower gear, I got to punch it. I can't hold that gear and then give it throttle. So that's a big deal. Like, that's the difference between a pending order and a market order. Plus, the market order is instant gratification. I forgot to mention that. And that you can't beat that. So that's why the demo account, to me, is the ultimate thing, because if you have, so I have a close all open and pendings thing I can run. Now, I normally don't do this because I'm very stubborn, but I can actually close all open and pendings right here, close all. And I put it in a tab so I wouldn't accidentally close all the tickets. So sometimes I'm in a giant swing trade, I don't want to accidentally wipe the fucking trade out. That I'm actually thinking, well, in another 2 hours I could make another $1,000, so let's just hold on. Or is it going to be, you know, as good as it gets, another bad entry size versus position. But the problem with the dollar yen lately has been, it's so volatile. If you look at the daily chart here, I'm just going to take a look at the daily charts here. You know, some of these wicks on here, this shit only lasted, look at these wicks. 25, this shit lasted like a nanosecond, dude. It was like bing, bing. I mean, if you were on the 1 hour chart when this happened, that was probably a 30-minute wick, so like a 75 pip wick. And this stuff here, you know, like, I don't know if you could even imagine. No, there's no robot. This is obviously the best trade on the chart is to buy here. Who the fuck's buying there? The only person that's buying there is somebody that always buys there. And they just got filled that day. Because who the fuck is, well, you know, now certainly if you go to the 1 hour chart, it probably looks like the best fucking triple bottom here with the best VWAP in the fucking world, you know. I don't think they run VWAP on this, but yeah, that daily 50 period moving average says, yes, this is an uptrend, but how do you explain this shit? So that's a problem with trend traders, you know. It was all good, all fun and games until this, right? This big, it was all fun and games, and well, finally recovered. Yeah, but could you afford this 400 pip stop hunt? Or was that your entry? Let's hope that's our entry on some level, right? And then we want to finish off at the end of the session, you know, where we think it's going to go. Here's a nice pullback. I could put some limits in here. I think I have some double clicks here I can put in. I'll just drop them. This is a little more work, you know. You can't do this when you're driving a car. That's the only problem with this technique. Like, you can get your tickets right up in here. But when you're in the car, you know, you need a double click that you can just, it'll just do this trade for you. So it may seem silly to trade one case like this, but like I said, if that's all you're doing is trading, what else are you going to do? You know, these markets are so fucking boring. I say just manage the tickets. So I probably get about 700 tickets in here right now, maybe 600 tickets. Well, this is a good buy. Look at this. I'm gonna buy that at the market. See, I gotta hurry up and get to my fucking ticket though. See, that's the other thing that pisses me off. So right here, gotta buy a pound for 8 pips into the close, into the top of the hour. Because you got to get on it. You know, I feel like if you don't nail it right there. Oh, I was going to go to the line chart here. indicator. Yeah, the only things I've been able to have it do for me is the so it gives you a line to follow. So you can see triple top here easier on the line chart, the line dot. One, two, three. The famous 3 drive on the 5. Double top on the 15. Pulling back here, so it's a lot easier to see the narrative here for me. I only put the dots in there to really emphasize that I only care about the current price. So when I'm trading live, I typically don't want to analyze it, but honestly, this is really what's going on. And if I was going to draw a trend line, I would draw it off the dots, because you're going to get way more real. It's a trend. Trend lines don't go on wicks. I don't know who the fuck ever thought that was a thing. See this, and plus this, easy to read the RSI here with the line dot too. If RSI was like, there's a 2-period sell right there, probably something. Let's see, you cross over, you broke that trend line. You don't want to do a trend line like this, do you? Let's see if I can trend line again. Who are these trend line people? Who are these people? Oh. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to draw it like this. Right. As soon as you get in here, you'd have to get in. But that's the trend. Because that breakout there, I would have got in before this guy. Because I'm drawing my trend line like this. As soon as it crosses over the trend line, this is an unmovable moving average. As soon as I hang it off this dot, and I hang it off of this dot, breakout, come back, find support. And I keep moving this like that Carney does with his Gartley pattern. Well, I just keep moving it. Well, duh. We all do dumb shit. So you'd move it to here. You say, oh, look, it crossed over there. Where's the next crossover? Here. So I'm in before this guy with his volatility crossover. See, this volatility crossover. And it's late. Now we got this beautiful pullback on the 15. We could get one more thruster, Uncle Thruster up. We have to blow through this floor though, from Asia. We got to crank through that hard. So I think I bought enough there. I don't want to overload the wagon. I've done that enough times. So here, just holding. I suppose I could pull the trigger here on the 8. I missed it though. I'd be chasing now. I missed it, I think. That's the most frustrating thing, is knowing you've wrote a script to buy at the market and thinking, oh, where's my tablet? Oh, look at this thing. It's taken off finally, because the market just dicks around. Now it's the top of the hour. Just turn top of the hour. So now I go to 1 hour chart. There'd be a lot of drama now, maybe on the 1 hour chart, because the top of the hour is a big deal. There's a top. Here's a 5-minute chart. Pulling back, actually, the top of the hour. Haven't taken a new high there, so I guess I bought enough. I feel like buying on limits now. So the balancing act between how many did you fill on limits and how big are you in and what do you think, and in a half hour I want to be out of this trade. Or, like I said, you can do, and I don't do it because I'm a very stubborn person. I would never close all open and pendings. Like if I had, there's no way I would stop doing I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing until it blows up, until I get divorced, or until she ends up in the backyard. That's kind of a very fertile place back there. Yeah, I know. Just couldn't take it. The voice fry, the nagging. Couldn't take it. 30-minute chart, 5-minute chart. Zoom out a little bit. I should put the line dot on top of this one. So I like the line because I like to see a clean move. The candlesticks, I can't do it. Sorry, I tried so hard. I had the Steven Neeson books. It was like, yeah, this looks really cool. And then I'm like, but yeesh, the engulfing, the half hour engulf is really a 1 hour hammer. So what are you doing? It's nonsense. There's no narrative. This is like a story of closing price here. We go up, we go down. We go up, we go down. Look at this beautiful double top here. You can see right there is 3 o'clock in the morning. Sell. One last Uncle Thruster I think we got in here. We got the pullback. The only pullback. It's been pulling back for fucking 15 minutes because there's 3 dots. That's the other reason I had the AI wrote the dot for me, okay? And he wrote the big dot for me, the big live dot. The current price is a big dot. Because I want to see, okay, we pulled back for 15 minutes. This is the last gasp to the north. Even the trend traders are on this fucking goober trade. But I already got in down at the bottom. So I'm not against goober trading. But you still got to have a fucking ticket that you can get out of, because you could have sold here and said, well, but it's not moving fast enough, but it's still a good trade, right? If you sold every rally into, but you have to keep pulling the trigger. Like, you have to sell every one of these peaks as that moving average is down. You sell, 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 sell. And then you got to realize, as soon as they cut into this price, the structured traders, or people that just buy new lows, they're gonna buy. This is gonna be right buying zone. And if you don't take profits right now, you'd be at break even. So the idea that you just trail your stop is some money management thing. I think, if you kind of just be like, dude, just get the fuck out. I hate to get taken out of trailing stop. So this is the pullback here. Well, one last Uncle Thruster here. Price pulse up and going after that. And then, like I said, my dream is that we're going to just have a freak out. Trump's going to declare total towelhead death day. Just took out every fucking bridge and every fucking prayer rug. Just scorched it. Left it just bye-bye. We've got a new prayer rug weapon. Thing's designed to fucking sniff out Turkish hemp. All right, what do we got? What's the story? One last push. Come on, guys. Who has the patience to do this shit for a living? Let's look at the big picture. Is NASDAQ creeping up on that? Oh no, pulled back harsh. I guess that 50 EMA worked out on that NASDAQ trade. There's another argument for the moving average entry right there. See, son, I told you it works. You just don't want to listen. You want to make it really complicated with them trend lines and shit. Don't have to be complicated, son. Now, here's where the trend line got it right. Moving averages was wrong here. It looks like a good structure buy. A good pullback on that 15-minute pound to buy. And NASDAQ, you got to have some deep pockets for this thing, dude. Look at that 5-minute. Came all the way back to the fair value. Let's say buy a little bit there. Touching that VWAP there. Yeah, that VWAP only works on the 1 minute, though. I'm on my 1 minute VWAP. Let me take a look at that. Oh, look at this VWAP entries here. Look at VWAP. Got your VWAP right here. Well, institutions, they buy below the VWAP target. I listen all day long on YouTube, all these people. Well, Jed, he's an institutional trader. In fact, he's in a mental institution right now trading. Look at this thing pulling back. Look at this thing coming after that 50. He wants to get back to that fair value, though, that 50. You could do either trade. You could say, I'm going to trade it back to the fucking moving average on sell, or I'm going to sell there and wait for, both trades work. Man, it's just such a paint dry situation. It's just such a creeper gear rally. It's just annoying. Come on. It's like you're gonna divorce or stop, get rid of her now. Let's shut out of her mind. She wants to do what? Buy a new car. What does she think she's on a TV show or something? That's what these chicks did. Dressed up like you're gonna fucking go on the runway. What are you, a fucking Victoria's Secret model? What's going on here? Okay, one more gas. Nah, it's kind of dying out, but I'm a real, I like my course, don't forget like and subscribe to my 50 period moving average course. How to trade the poor man's VWAP. Yeah, I just put a moving average up there, dude. On the 15 it works good too. So, but setups aren't, depends what your rule list is, I say if she's got a pulse, go for it, because I'm not into the dead people. Look on the half hour. Look at this setup here. It just kisses the fucking 50 on fucking... It's right there. 5 p.m., 6 p.m. Load the wagon. That's when it's actually the lowest risk. I suppose it's coming near your moving average. You don't want to be too far out like this one here. If you bought this one, too far away maybe. Looks like it's itching to crush this thing. So I put my sell limits up there. Let me get back to the trading part. So yeah, the indicators, I love it. It's a lot of fun. Love MT4. I went looking for some charts, that were interesting, but mine are the best. Sorry to say, but it's about the order. It's about the trade plans. So everything here I'm scrolling through are trade plans. Literally. This is the whole encapsulation. I like this one. Risk 30 to make 15. I like that trade all day long. Now I'm put interlace them here. So I'm gonna put about 30K up here, in case we rip up here and rip back. So if news is about to come out, I could see this as a totally viable plan. News is about to come out. I put these orders in down here like this. Dude, if this thing comes flying down here, I'm buying with a fucking 30 pip stop to make 15. I'll be in and out in a blink of an eye. Now, that's not a lot of money, and it's, not a high probability that we're going to get filled on that. So I get the idea of the VWAP and the, look at this pullback here, which is 5-minute pullback. I would be buying that. I would buy it right now. Actually, let me get my ticket. I feel like I'm chasing here always, but this is, a trend trader would have to chase. That's just how it is. Because you're only buying pullbacks, you're not buying the fucking lowest low. So I'm gonna put a couple there, but now just to be fair, I will put in some more buy limits, really tight, which is nearly at the market at this time of day. Or maybe I'll put them back here to be more conservative. See, what? I got money for that, but I don't have money for that. So sizing the position like this means that I can buy at the market and go, it looks like it's gonna punch up. But see, it's pulling back more. So I say, shit. Let me buy on limits. I fucked it up. I'm too eager. So I'm too eager for it to go up. Now it may go up here, and that pullback you're seeing right now may be like, oh shit, dude. Like I said, I wouldn't want to trade. If I traded at the market the whole time, it'd have to be like, I'd be a swing trader. I'd just be like buying like a pig with a 200 pip stop going, yeah, it looks like, honey, what do you think? It's down. Yeah, buy. I'm not going to be too careful, I'll be on the 4-hour chart going, yeah, every time it's down 20 pips, buy some more with a 200 pip stop. Who gives a fuck? We're trying to make 400 pips. But here, look at this little baby pullback. Go to the 1 minute chart. Now, a sniper would say, I'm waiting for the 1 minute chart here. Got top, bottom, 1 minute chart. Here, let me clean it up so you can see. Oh, here's the VWAP. VWAP's sitting in here. Yeah, the 1 minute chart, the 50 period moving average fits because you don't want to be running a 5 period moving average, right? So here's the top, bottom that failed on the 1. Now, you got to put buy limits in here and buy limits in here. And you might just get crushed. This may come flying all the way back. So buying at the market there, you're kind of chasing it, you know. On the 5-minute chart, it's a whole different world. You know, you're thinking, well, a 5-minute chart. See, the thing is about perspective of time. Would you place orders that you have to ask yourself if you're going to trade like this with these 8-hour expirations? That 8 hours is saying, I'm going to buy for here for the next 8 hours. You don't really want to do that, maybe. You want to buy here for the next hour. You want to buy here for the next 4 hours. And you want to be here for the next fucking week. So all of the, on a 5-minute chart, all of the entry and exit windows, you know, here I would just kind of say, oh, well, I'm going to, this is the end of the day. So if I was just going to place orders all the way down here and say, I'm just going to buy this whole fucking thing, I'd be up on every trade right now. Presupposing I put in a 50 pip stop on buying a 25 pip window. So that's all I'm doing. I'm saying I'm going to buy the ghetto, and then you're going to build a house there, and then you're going to want to charge taxes, and the price of the real estate's going to go up. So I'm just going to put my orders in the ghetto down here where nobody thinks it'll ever go, or nobody wants it. They're going to want it, though, when it gets back there. So if you go to the 30-minute chart, it's really obvious, you know, like these kind of entries here. This is like just a textbook buying the low of the U.S. session, because you're not going to get the fill of buying the low of the day. So if you have a trailing low of the day, your only fill is here. You bought the low of the previous day here and got filled. And so those kind of entries are just, these are stupid, silly. And I could actually show somebody how I could, like I said, I could show a housewife to trade that. Yeah, you see that little window there? Just, okay, go over here and drag and drop these. How much money you got? Oh, $300. Okay, so this here's $24 here. This is a 12-hour. We're going to put a 37 pip stop to make 43 pips. And this actually has the dollar amount. 24 to make 20. I put the spread in this one. 24 to make $24. You just place it like this and just walk away. You know, you just tell them, look at this white line. And like this, I would put the orders, I'd start off with the smaller tickets, right? You don't want to risk that much money. $4 to make $6. A scratch and win trade, you know. Put it down here somewhere. So it's how close are you to the market? How long does the ticket last? The rest of the day here, that was a good market buy there. I missed that. Too busy. But see how it just nicked that box? You have to be, a sniper would sit there and wait for that to close right in that box and pull the trigger. Anticipating a break of the high of the day here. It's not even 12 o'clock yet, so London's still open. And if you look at the big picture, you just go right to the 30. But see where your orders are in context. If you go to the 1 hour chart, you would say, yeah, I could see, actually, I'll sit on my phone and look at the 4 hour chart and think, yeah, that could get filled. Like, the possibility of fill on the half hour looks like, well, yeah, sure, if that was to tank right now into these boxes, would I buy more, or is it too late? Am I chasing to get in here on the 5? So I can still see this plunging now. But the sniper that bought here on the 5 or in the 1 minute, hopefully they've taken something off the table already. You kind of just made the spread there. You barely anybody's, so there will be people selling now, but people that pay zero spread and kind of like have a gold account or a platinum account, they're paying very tight spreads. They probably already got out of that trade if they bought that close there. So yeah, see the sellers already came in. So yeah, you could plunge again, right? So all these trades that people, all these setups that people talk about, sure, that's great, but you'd have to get the fuck out of that. Or is that your entry to hold to take out the high of the day from now? You're in the 1 minute chart. But I love the line chart. I could make that thicker or skinnier. I made it skinny kind of so I could focus, because the template is your view of the world. So I don't have to. I really am looking at the bar wicks. I don't want to emphasize the narrative of the closing prices, because it does make you think about double tops, triple tops, and triple bottoms and stuff like that, or this pullback thing. You can see the pullback better than when it's just dots floating in free spaces. Connect the dots, and actually get this idea from, if you've ever been to NetDenya charting, they chart. They have a line dot chart. It's still there, and I thought that's really clever. This is when Forex had this other thing, this other charting thing that you pay like. I couldn't believe it. They wanted you to pay $50 a month or $30 a month for I guess it was like a, what is it, Java app or something running in Windows, and it was very fancy charting, kind of like your trend line would automatically stick to the line dots, and it would auto draw the trend lines for you, in a sense. But it's some cool, really nice chart. I think they call it Chart Station. It's called. And they got news, and it's very clean. I had it on a mobile version of it, like a Windows phone. Like 15 years ago. So it's back in the day, almost 16, coming up 17 years ago, the Windows phone, the HTC brick. Looks like we're going to maybe squeeze out another. I'm on the 1 minute chart, so we're just kind of drifting up here. We kind of got to break out. I just don't have the patience for these drifts, but you need this kind of bullshit to make it to the border to hope it breaks out for the big breakout. Otherwise, unfortunately, you need all these 1 minute, this tick chart stuff. I guess that's why I switch time frames when I get really upset. I'll just go to the 15 and go, well, it looks great on the 15, so shut the fuck up. Let me delete the objects here. So it looks great on the 15. Yeah, I agree. Like, it looks like a perfect pullback, a half-hour pullback, and we're cutting north, going after that white line. The promised land is to slam into the floor here by 5 p.m. So that's my trade plan. I'm sticking to it. It's very, swing trading is very annoying. Here we go. Looks like we're going to try to make a bum rush. Come here, you. I'll show you a target. Yeah, so here's where you see that beautiful drama. I love it. Coming up on the close of Europe, a big short squeeze, or close of the London. The pound's setting up to go berserk here too, so that was a good buy. I usually don't have the time or money to trade all these. This one I just let it go. This is the yuppie. Good trend trade, sir. Yeah, the 50 on the 5 or the 1, sure, why not? It's a bad trade here, but for us here, it's a structured trade. I know, deciding that you're going to pick a trading system. So people ask, what trading system? I suppose multiple. I suppose it doesn't matter. I don't really care anymore. Like, if you want to do it sideways without lube, I'm up. Let's go. It doesn't matter. I suppose if it's only once, let's not do it like that every time. No, I think you got to be flexible, but I do like pulling the trigger and being a sniper. But man, there's nothing better than being the person that just puts orders in there and going, yeah, they're probably going to go up there, and I'll take something off the table as they spike up there. I wonder if we're getting out of stuff here. I think my balance just disappeared. So I'm cashing out now. I'm sure all the other people are joining the parade, but I want to get out. Automatically getting out. Can't see my take profits. I turn them off. It's just the entries I have showing, because it really gets to be too many lines. So this is about to cash out for a whole 8 pips. That's right, 8 pips. We like to keep it just the right size. We don't want to. We want to be able to scale out stuff. You know. I'd love to get about 30 pip pop here into 5 p.m. here. That would really be a sweet situation. It looks like gold's up for it. Gold just took out the high of Asia. So if the gold can slam through the floor here and keep going today, that'll be fucking tremendous. I don't think it can happen, but like I said, if it does, and you're in gold, I think you want to get out here right at this. But it could happen, you know. I mean, if you look at the gold chart, actually, on the 1 hour, you're like, actually, look at the daily, you're like, dude, that's a great buy. That's a great fucking price. Look at that. Like, how often? In fact, it actually didn't make a new low. That's the low from last month. People lost their mind at 3,900. Deep discount here. $4,008. That is just a coming back and touching the lows from, oh my God, October of last year. Yeah, I told you that gold market, man, people were just, I did videos all about it saying, dude, people just, they can't do it. They can't handle it. The crowd can't handle it, dude. It's like that Who concert in Ohio, you know. People get all excited about this concert and then they kill each other standing in line. Holy shit, people. Talk about a crowded trade. And that weekly chart at gold is just so profound. So now it's just going to be, all right. I'm going to diddle around 4,000. You really think we're going, I mean, okay. In 10 years, you could make it to $6,100 an ounce. I mean, what are people thinking? Are they thinking? No, probably not. Well, I was told it was going to go to 6,100. I'll never forget, dude. When it was when this was happening, and silver was going up to like 100, I don't know, 110 or something. I went on YouTube to see if anybody's talking, and this one guy who was a stacker was like, his thumbnail said sell silver, but when you opened up the thing, he was talking about going long off some VWAP shit into Asia. I'm like, dude, are you serious? This thing is like, you are like at the edge of like the end of the, like there's no more air conditioning in there. It's like London. Sorry. Sweat for the trees. No air conditioning for you. You sweat good. We give you sweat coupons, though. We make it up for you. Prove that you suffered a mild stroke and we can get you reparations. Oh, you survived it, did you? Wow. Look at gold. 5-minute chart. Man, my VWAP says buy. VWAP. My God. Man, it's taking forever for this. Did they stop trading? Man, look at the drama here. Oh my God, I missed that. Yeah, see, now that's a great, that's a trade you could actually make money. The spread on here is $6,000. And that Bitcoin, you could have bought that new low. Just a dumb shit pending. You'd be up and out, depending on your target and your stop. But I actually have a script for that. I have some Bitcoin scripts I wrote. I'll show you. It's called Bit Drop. It's in my Dropbox. The fuck is it? I hear Bitcoin drop. There's a 4K. Let's buy here for 8 hours. See that? That's my Bitcoin script. Here's a scalp. I'll put it outside. 8 hours down here. There's the stop. There's the take profit. So here you can come right up on Bitcoin. You want to buy Bitcoin? Don't buy at the market like an idiot. Buy down here. You really want to buy Bitcoin? Buy down here. I just don't get it, you know. Like for 8 hours, I'm committed to buy down here. I think I get 8 hours on these. Just buy it all night long. So when do you do that trade? You could have done that trade here and said, you know what? I can see the entry window. I'm going to put buy limits in here that last 2 days. All week. You can make them so they last all week long. And you're up and out, you know. You're buying to the box. You could actually cut through and actually pass the box entry. I don't know. It's too easy. I think trading is too easy. It's too stupid in a sense, and people want to think it's got to be complicated. But it's the risk dollar, you know, the dollar risk. So the Bitcoin, I don't know what the actual dollar amounts are on these, so I can't tell you. But like say here, if I want to sell Bitcoin tonight, well, just put these Bitcoin sells in. Let's just let's go get drunk. Nothing's going to change that trade. That's the other thing I learned. You know, I took a lot of trading classes. I remember, I think it was Mark Douglas says nothing you do is going to change that trade. Like you could freak out or you could feel good. It's nothing. It's out of your hands, you know, once you let that go. Anyways, that's the drop. So I had AI can write this shit for you. You just have to tell it what to do. Write me a drop script. Drop on chart is what these are. But that's the only thing AI is good at. It cannot write you a holy grail robot. Sorry. So sorry. Try again later. Oh, we out of service. Let's go to the 15. I'm looking for that 15-minute holy grail. 50, it's above the 50. It's pointing up. That's all I need. I don't need much confirmation because I want to trade. I'm already long this thing. I never got out of that. And I'm looking for NASDAQ to make a heroic rally and take out the high here, make it all the way back to Asia prices. And gold's going to keep going up. And Bitcoin, I don't know. I put a bunch of tickets in there. What the fuck's going to happen there? But no, the Bitcoin is cool because this is micro lots here. So it's costing you about 60, that's about $3 a margin to trade. And it's so you would be risking the spread 60 cents, or I think it's 60 cents to buy. It's $6,000 spread for $1,000. Do the math or something like that. But the point of it is that if you can identify these voids that you want to place your limit orders into, then that's trap trading, and that's set it and forget it. Or that is like if you have to eat, you want to shoot a bear or do you want to trap a bear? You could shoot them, but there's a lot of work, right? You got to go out in the cold. But if you're trapping bears, you just set traps and you walk away. You figure they walk here, you know, what the fuck? It's a no-brainer. It's like setting a landmine. But what if they don't walk there and you spend all that time putting the trap there? Well, here it's just drag and drop or double click to place the limit order in. And then, you know, if you're going to be the sniper and you got pull the trigger, you know. Now, I did have a market order that would buy at the market and it would immediately place 2 limit orders beneath that. Because I was going to do that anyways. So just to train yourself and realize that buying a 10K at the market because you think you're a sniper can be a little difficult task, you know, unless you're really going to sit there right at 5 minutes, like you're watching. So here, 5 minutes after 11:30, we're coming up on now, is a very big deal. It's a huge deal in price here. So, a lot of shit happens here. A lot of drama at 5 minutes after the top and bottom of the hour. And because the 5-minute traders are in on it, and half-hour traders are holding, and it's just this big. I don't know. If you watch the tick chart and you watch the clock, you'll notice these things. And 6 minutes after, of course, is when the 1-minute traders have got on top of the 5-minute traders. But that's what I see happening. Maybe I'm hallucinating, but it is a big deal. 5 minutes after 11:30, so you only have 25 minutes of London left. So if there's a squeeze, so to speak, a short squeeze here in the euro and the pound, I suspect this is the kind of setup for that. But then right at noon, it could reverse and plunge down like a whore. I mean, so anything can happen after your supposed time target, and you have a time target, I suppose, and just the fact that. So some people will say, and I've heard this before, cut your losses, and I never cut my losses. I just let it stop me out. So I guess that's cutting my losses. But I never bail on the trade. I never give up, because I'm like, I can see a bigger. If you looked at the daily, you could see, we could probably go here and there, which is a 50 pip distance. But where can I go for the next 10 feet? Can I get to the next beer store? And I suppose it's really about having this balance between scalping probably 80% of the time, at least 50% of the time scalping, and 50% of the time trying to make 50 pips in a 8-hour move. It's a swing. It's a swing to me. 8 hours. Total retracement of the previous day. 12 hours maybe. 3 days, 2 days. I don't know. I used to do it, but man, it's just it's very kind of nice, because actually, I would look at the hourly chart and think, man, I'd buy here, but I'm already long. I just think I don't have to buy. I mean, it's great if you're lazy, but it just seems like when the market opens, the drama begins. So if you know what to do with the drama there, plus trading the news is one thing that the swing trading doesn't really. You have to survive the news, I suppose, if it gets really out of hand against you, if you're holding a position trade. So if you're just trying to do a day trade, and people go trade very big on one ticket and get very good at doing that. So there's this whole spectrum. You can be trading like a swing sloppy system where there's a bunch of micro lots out there, or you're just sitting there focused on your, you got your tick chart and you got your crack pipe and you're ready to go, and you just scalped out. I'm out. I'm out. And how many trades you do a day, and there's so much, because some people, they need a rule. I need a rule. I need a guidebook. Tell me what to do. And some people like that. That's why I guess a socialism thing really is a lot of the young people want to be told what to do. Well, here's what you do. Here's your food. No. Here's the game you'll be playing today. Oh, thank God. I thought I almost had to have an original thought. So much work thinking. But, and then there's the patience level of, you probably know this pattern is going to play out. You've seen it a million times, but you're in too big, and now you're under stress, and yeah, but this is I've made so much money doing this pattern. So that's one of the big obstacles for me, is the money. I don't realize how much money I'm actually risking sometimes, because I'm so giddy about the drama. So that's why I had to trade with the scripts, because at least then I know, if they blow out that bank of tickets, because I have a tendency to trade at the market, because I get excited about the plunge. So I just come in with a 200 pip stop and go, oh my God, and just buy heavy into that. Now sometimes the market does retrace right away, and I could scalp out of that, but sometimes it's actually, if you're not aware of the abyss to the left of you, it's going to keep tanking like a fucking whore until you just took out like a 3-year low in 4 hours, and you're like, wow, geez. Yeah, because all those prices stacked up in there have been itching to get filled, in a sense. But really what it is, in my opinion, is once it gets to that price, people are like, wait a minute. No, but there's nobody with orders. There's nobody thinking about even trading in these prices. So who's going to step in there? It's going to be just free fall. This will be so out of balance. Once it hits the abyss, like who's on the other side of that thing? Or are systems actually, are there systems poised to wait for a 40-year breakout and they jump on that one trade? It trades once every 20 years. That does that one trade. I don't know. But Forex has no limit here. But we're just doing this drift trade here. We're trying to just drift this out and make this a nice drifty drift until 5 p.m. So I guess this is what trend traders kind of like, is a nice calm market, and the spike traders want to see the drama, get in and out. Looks like Nasdaq's coming back to life here on the 5-minute. Look at that. She's making a run for the border again. Give us some fuel for the euro. Like I said, the final destination for this thing is... plus, the other thing about this timed out session chart is that you can see the... how long ago this was. This is 8:30 in the morning here until 9:30, and it came right back to that pivot because of that time of day. It did touch the moving average, though. You got to say the 50 WAP hit it, nailed it there. And it's got plenty of time, We've got until 5 p.m. to do one last push here and make it up there. But I got to write more scripts for the NASDAQ. I know there's people that trade the NASDAQ, and I did it. On this account, I made, on this demo account, I actually made $15,000 trading the NASDAQ one day. I just bought at the market. I didn't have any scripts for that. And I just go, I'm just going to fucking buy. And it was a big plunge, and it retraced, and I got out, and it was just so much more. I mean, you can't imagine. I just did it one day because I thought it was a demo account. And I think it was costing me $260 per contract for a micro. And I just bought the plunge like you can't believe. I just did it. It was a demo account, right? Who cares? Oh, somebody's chatting. I forget to even pay attention. Sorry. Oh, yeah. What's somebody saying? Yeah. Okay, email. Oh. Well, I'm on the Discord here. Let me send you a Discord link. So I don't know if you have a microphone. So I had somebody go in the Discord, and they were just like, oh, I'm just not even... they didn't have a microphone, I guess. Let me see. Because I almost figured out the Discord thing. It's not easy. I got on my room here. It's funny watching the... Okay, how does this work again? I'm in there, okay. Okay, I hit this invite button. It's so funny, everything's so hidden. It's copied, but they won't show it to you. Ooh, secret. Let me see here. I'm just going to paste it in this window, I guess. How does this work again? Oh, this... Oh, God, that's my system crackling. Okay, here, let me stick it in here. Wow, I'm just not good at this. Yeah, I'm not used to chatting. Chatting, this is fucking ridiculous. So I'm putting the link to this Discord in here. But I did put the, oh gosh, in that Discord I have a link to this indicator, but I kind of rewrote it. It's not exactly the same as it was. Here, let me just get back to this NASDAQ for a second. I don't have it set up so I can actually read that. But NASDAQ, I'm looking for the NASDAQ to make a heroic take out of the high here and keep going. Let me go back to the commentary here. I'm still not up. Yeah, we're still waiting to get paid on this fucking euro trade. It's just really disappointing. It's such a slow creeper gear day. I kind of want to get up and out, you know. Yeah, lost so many tickets 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Yeah, you can get destroyed trading like this, but it's really grid trading, you know. So there are some grid robots, you know. If you run a grid robot, it'll make so much fucking money, and then it blows up because it's hedging against itself. Yeah. Yeah, so if you have a target, certainly, like I said before, if you have a target of 15 pips, you're risking 30. Yeah, that's always going to be, technically, do the math, you're going to lose. So the window of entry has to be pretty critical. And it's really where you're getting in. Now, if you buy into a void like this giant abyss, which is, how big is it? How deep is it? And do you have scalps interlaced into that? Or are you just going to wait till 6 o'clock in the morning? Now, you don't have to trade everything on limits. And if you're going to wait till 6 o'clock in the morning, you're probably going to put your orders like, so say you put your orders 40 pips deep and you go to sleep, you probably, depending on the instrument, you may not get filled, right? If it's on the pound versus yen, you probably might get filled. So it depends where you're putting your tickets at, you know. If you stack into something, just keep stacking into it, it doesn't mean necessarily. Here's this pulling back. Look at this euro's pulling back here. So look, this pullback in the euro right now. So I'm in a swing trade, right? Well, I just have to get stopped out. Like, I can't do anything about the swing portion of this. Now, I'm trading, I'm scalping around my swing trade. Now here I want to buy more. So here's a prime example. If you go over here on the right side, you said you lost a bunch of money, you're making small money. So the dollar amount is kind of roughly here. I don't know if these scripts are posted, but you just write a trade plan like this. I'm going to buy a 2K with a 20 pip stop. Okay, I'm going to place it right here. So it's about the, here's a 12 pip stop to make 18 pips. It's a good ratio. I'll put that ticket deeper. So I'm not saying, here's a good setup at the market right now. Look at this. Oh my God. So here, it's this 15-minute chart just closed. A sniper buys right here. They buy right here, right now. So I should buy at the market right there. Because if you look at the 15-minute chart, it just closed. It closed on see how it closed on a pullback. But I'm already in. I'm in 4 standard lots. Now you see that sniper entry there? That was it. Now I could buy it again, wait for it to pull back a little bit and do the same trade, but it looks like it's leaving the station. It's a quarter. There's 15 minutes left in London now. So I understand what you're saying, and that is totally true. But if you have a $1,000 account and you're going to risk $50 a day, and if some of these, if you can't babysit the market, and you put in a $58 of risk down here at the bottom, and you made $37 at the end of that trade, would you consider that? Oh, that's pretty good, right? Like, I mean, in other words, the trade plan worked out. It came, slammed down, made new lows, came ripping back up, made new highs, took out the high of the previous day. Now, if you have your targets set precisely where you would sell to go the other way, then in essence, you're a seller. You know, you really are, you're that guy. You're both guys. You're selling and buying. But you're going to go flat, though. So once I go flat, and I've made a bunch of money on that, I go, you know what? This thing goes after this. This euro is going to bust here. It's going to go north. The NASDAQ's going to bust north here. And the whole thing plays out. Here comes gold. at the end of at noon or at 1 o'clock, if it's climaxing and I just get out and go flat, I start all over again with the limit entry. So to me, I don't know if you know this song. This song by Incubus. I think Incubus. It starts with one. I don't know if it's that or Linkin Park, but it starts with one limit entry. So I always put it in this ticket, and I watch it flash on my phone, and I'm like about to get filled on my first buy limit. So psychologically, just having an order, just buying on a limit instead of at the market, to me is the first feeling of a first sip of coffee feeling about the trade. That okay, we're off to a good start here because I'm about to get filled on a buy limit, so I'm teaching me patience. Even if it's 5 minutes, it's a lot for me. And see, I could chase this and buy at the market, but I'm not. I just, because look, it's pulled back. I'm gonna wait. Actually, if I wanted to trade this for real, I go to the 1 minute chart and go wait for it to come down a little bit. And I put my sniper hat on, and I have my finger on the trigger, so I highlight this ticket. I'll have this thing ready on deck like this. I have a hotkey assigned to that. And I'm looking at the tick chart, and I'm looking at the chart, and I'm waiting. And as soon as that thing pulls back, even a little bit, I'm going to buy at the market. So that's a whole different approach, right? You could still blow up the account doing this if you put too many tickets in. Because you could be trying to sell you could be going the wrong way on this with too tight a stop, and you got too many tickets, and you're just gonna nickel and dime yourself to death. So, yeah, it depends. I don't know. So let me ask you. So yeah, you had the same. Everybody has the same problem here. About what do you do about you're just making this style of trading, right? Now, New Zealand versus the pound has probably got a pretty brutal spread, I'm thinking, unless you have a tight broker. So if you're looking at take a $500 to 1,000, what time frame? So the getting out of the position would be determined by the price target. So actually, that choice is made up front. In other words, you got to imagine that if you go to the so you're gonna put your trade on at 8 p.m. You place orders at 8 p.m. You go to sleep, and you wake up at 6 in the morning and you see what happened. It's kind of like a put your penny on the rails there, the train, see if what happens, because you don't know. But you know exactly what you're risking if you put in a predetermined stop and a take profit. But how long you hold the trade is really going to be, if you wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, you're up on the trade. Personally, I'd be probably dump the whole fucking thing unless I thought, that's just, like I've scalped out of some of those. The scalps that I put in there, interlaced scalps in between the swing trades. So I have a 50 pip stop and a 20 pip stop. I've got a 30 pip take profit, an 18 pip take profit. I got a 40 pip. I got a 10 pip take profit. They're all interlaced in there. So because we know the market's not going to go down and up straight, it's probably going to chatter. And you've already built it into the scenario. Of course, this is a one-time event. Once it trips the dominoes, you'd have to set the dominoes back up, because if it goes down into a new low and slices through and then comes back up, all the drama that happened there, you're trying to make money from it, even if it's not the final target. So if you put your buy limits in a pocket, everything below here you buy, like 150K is placed on limits, only 75K fills. You got targets to make 12 pips. I know it sounds bad. I mean, I know that you're saying small targets, but you have a 20 pip stop to make 10. You have a 20 to make 20, a 20 to make 30, a 20 to make 40. If everything has a 20 pip stop, 20 to make 80. If everything's in that box, there's a whole script that lays in that rectangle. And it is a fucking minefield of, I got this for that, I got that for this. Now don't forget, this is total set it and forget it trading. It's a completely different style than sitting there with your finger on the trigger right here, like I said, on that 15-minute chart and go, dude, I just bought fucking 5 standard lots there we talk about. Like I got the 15 and the 5 just queued up. I got my tick chart. I mean, can you imagine, right? You pulled the trigger here on this pullback on the 15, nailed it right on the clock. You're already up in the trade. Maybe you're getting out, right? If I wrote a script, and I was going to do that for, I can write a script that buys at the market 2Ks, but it buys 10 2Ks. It buys a 20K, and it's already got pre-built in the targets. It's going to take 3 pips off the table, 4 pips off the table. I'd be out of half the position right now. Just from writing a script that buys, if you look at the code, it's just going to buy, or maybe it buys 5 1Ks at the market, and each has their own stop. One's a swing trade, one's a scalp, but they're all buying at the market. Boom. Maybe they don't actually fill at the market. A slightly different fill. Maybe if it's a big script, it's going to buy a 10K at the market. Maybe the last ticket kind of fills a little bit, but you're in. You don't want to click 10 times. It depends what you're doing. You have to be able to price out the window that you're looking at and say, yeah, a $500 account, fuck yeah, dude. I mean, you should be able to make $50 a day putting dumb shit limits in. Just say, well, look at, I made $40, I made $20. I mean, you say, well, I could actually, if you stay in a micro lot size, you go, well, I could just canvas a bigger area. But you're talking about, I don't know why you're trading pound versus New Zealand. It sounds very illiquid to me, but maybe the pattern looks good to you. So a lot of the deception in these markets is the spread is so fucking big on some of these currencies that the chart looks very delicious because it's so much drama. And it looks like you could buy there, but you can't buy that. Everything you see on this chart is the bid. The ask is fucking a half a pip above or 2 pips above, depending, or 3 pips above. At the end of the day, this broker spread's going to go to fucking 30 pips on the guppy. You can't hold that. You can't hold a scalp through that. So, you got this window here. Now it's coming up in 5 minutes before the top of the hour. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But yeah, so you hear a lot of these people say a lot of these phrases like cut your losses short and all these kind of things. Let your profits win. The trend's your friend. Inside the window of the trade plan, everything depends on, are you risking $50 to make 100? Now, people would do that all day long in options market thinking, well, it's only $50 for the option, and if it expires worthless, then I lost $50. So a lot of people start with option trading because you can get your brain around it real easy. If I get a $50 option and the market explodes because Trump tweeted something and I just made $300, boom, wow, not bad. Now, how many times can you replicate that? That's the next question. So I decided to build a toolbox of trading techniques and tactics and indicators that would make it so that I could take the pending order trade, and I could also trade at the market. I can wait till 6 o'clock in the morning and see, oh, look, they're just fucking making new lows here. They keep digging down there. And maybe that's the time you start placing because your limits, because you don't like the idea of a limit order pending out there. It makes people nervous. This is like exposure that you can't see coming at you. You're trusting in the structure trading method at that point. Now, like I said, if you're coming up at a 40-year high, now if you look back at the charts, look at the yen. It hit a 40-year high last couple weeks ago. I mean, shit, that window there, yeah, you could have scalped that window, but I wouldn't stand in front of that thing. Because what if it just keeps sweeping up? And I mean, Japan, they're crazy, right? They just go nuts. I mean, the currency is such a joke. If you try to trade it, you'd be like, wow, yeah, you kind of want to place your orders really wide. And I did trade the yen. I traded the yen a few times. I actually made and lost money, like big money, because, and I actually made money out of nowhere. Because I actually had buy limits pending super deep one day, and they got filled, and I made like $120 in the blink of an eye, and I was like, wow, I thought we could go down there, but I didn't think it'd be like in and out, like spike that fast. So there's a lot of spikes on the, there's no liquidity there. The yen has no liquidity, but dollar, yeah, I mean the euro to the dollar is more liquid here. I'm on the pound right now, right? No, it's the euro to the dollar. So we're looking for this last fucking drift up if we can get it. Otherwise, we're doomed. It looks like we're here at the jump off the ship and give up mode here. Is there enough momentum to keep this thing going? So we got half hour traders are buying on the pullback here. So we're coming up on the top of the hour. London's closing. If this pullback here, probably the buying opportunity for the half hour traders. It's the only pullback on the half hour chart in the last hour there. There was a baby pullback here you could have bought. So I don't think I'm going to buy. I could. I guess I will. It's just fake money here, so we'll buy at the market for 8 pips. I suspect they're going to smash it down. They still got 2 minutes left in the... really should wait till exactly the top of the hour to do the trade. Looks like it could come down here. One last spike down. But yeah, that's always the big problem, isn't it? People are anticipating the close of Europe here. I'm going to buy one right now. So how many times do I click this button, right? That's why I typically don't load more than one ticket in there, because I can wait. I can't wait 5 seconds to pull the trigger one more time. So how you stack into this here, and I got a 15 pip stop to make 8 pips. This is not a good ratio, but I know I can probably make my 8 pips, and I'm willing to do this trade with 2K of real money a lot of the time during this situation where I'm like, man, if we just get one last pop here at the top of the hour, I'll take that scalp, and I'm there's another buy, another pullback on the tick chart, just bought another one. Got 1 minute before the top of the hour, so I'm really, and this is going to be high noon, close of London here, so it's a big deal price. Long from the 15 back here. The sniper's still long, so I'm with him. All these people are trading around you. There's some position trader holding this thing. There's some guy short for a hedge fund, I'm sure. The whole fucking market from last fucking 2 years ago. He's still short fucking this thing or something. All right, there you go. We got 15 seconds left to see what the verdict is here. Is it a pop or a drop? 5 seconds. Come here, you. Just get there. So we got 4 hours left, 5 hours left of trading now. Maybe we can get a short squeeze bum rush here for 1 hour and just get out at 1 p.m. Look at the NASDAQ came screaming back. NASDAQ's hell-bent on coming after that Asian price. It's cutting into Asia now. Like I said, the target there is all the way back to the starting gate of the collapse. So this chart just turned, at noon it turns red, so now you know that you're in US only. It's just amazing. I love the fucking Anthropic wrote this for me, this indicator. Fire brick red there. And then that's it. 4 hours of fire brick, and then it turns black at 4 p.m. and then you got until 7 p.m. it turns back to this gray. And then this Dodger blue is 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. Oh, high drama there. Big pullback. Wow, look at that. Woof. Man, they're pissed. Look at that. Holy shit. Wow. Looks like it's got a tank. Whoa. Somebody's stepping in here and selling it hard. Damn. Yeah, so you have to have your buy limit sitting just below here. See how that is? Top of the hour. Big fucking deal. So 5 minutes here. Wait 5 minutes. This could be the best buy right here. I hope I got some pendings here. So that's the other thing. How big am I in? Like, should I buy at the market here? So if I wasn't in, I'd buy at the market here. If I didn't think I was in big enough, I want to buy as long as it's below that 50. I just keep pulling the trigger, getting a better price. So buy. Yeah, so you're just accepting that. Now we stop buying now. Now put some limits in. Yeah, that's a high probability we'll make our 8 pips on that. 5-minute chart updates in about 2 minutes. So we're going to put some more buy limits down here. Maybe get enough fuel to go up now. Yeah, so that's the trade. So it depends. I mean, if I have a $500 account, you know, I suppose every time I pull the trigger here, I'm risking about $3 to make a buck. That's at the market, and then the limit orders. Yeah, I can see the math here. I'm risking 10 to make 5 here. 10 to make 5. So I'm already long the market. Got 1 minute left in the 5-minute chart. Still looks like a good buy. Yeah, I wouldn't say everything would be this is kind of fun trading like this though. I do like the sniper, but I'm pretty much using like a Glock 19 because I want about 19 bullets to play with here. Buy a little bit more maybe. Big sell off there on the 1 minute. So yeah, see, it all changes right there at noon. As soon as London closes, you know, I drop the ball there. So you could buy the low of you could put your buy limits below this 1 minute lonely wick here. Get a perfect fill on limits there. But yeah, I don't know. How long does the trade last? I mean, really, these are very short-term trades here. Like I said, I just pulled the trigger there like crazy. Got 1 minute left to update the 5-minute chart here, but I've seen these wicks before, and I'm like, yeah, that was the place to buy. That 5-minute psycho wick updating here in 10 seconds. I suppose there's a robot you could have do this trade, but you know, once again, like, how often does this trade come up? There's your 5-minute chart. We could still tank here though, so that's why always having this flexible sizing, saying, well, you know, I could be wrong. Every second I buy at the market, I could be every time I wait for those, you know, clock setups. It's 5 minutes after. Let's buy. It's trapped under this floor, but you know the limit orders. If you placed them in here, and you know you're not going to go to sleep and worry about it. But look how they nicked the wick down here. I don't think you get filled because the spread's too wide. But look how they just nicked that wick there. So typically I want to get in regardless of time frame. I mean, it would matter certainly. Amount of money is I want to buy this window right here. And so I still buy that window if after 5 minutes we're still down here. Otherwise, it's going to start filling in the limits. So I'm just going to let it happen for the limits. So you have to have hands off, you know, and but it's a big pile of tickets, you know. Hopefully I scalped out of enough when we made that run up that I can afford to ride the swing of it. So if you're selling this this pivot here, that was the big floor that everybody was cashing out at. Sure, you could have sold there, ride it back to here, but you'd have to say, well, at some point I got to take profits on even that, you know. And you can do that trade all day long too. But it's a lot of trading. It's a lot of work. I mean, the idea that your strategy is so good that you don't have to work is just nonsense. even if you're really good at, you still have to pull the trigger or place the orders. But since I came up with these color bars, it makes it easier to think in terms of time. Look how we came all the way back to the 8:30 highs. Just magically came all the way back to this high at 8:30 right there, that pivot. So if you're waiting for the big entry, I'm waiting for the perfect setup. Yeah, you waited 5 minutes after the top of the hour. So you waited for London close and you bought 5 minutes after London close. And so maybe there's follow through now. I don't know. It's perfect moving average entry, isn't it? But there's no magic moving average. I just put it on there because just to show you that if you did pull the trigger, you have to be very diligent. But if you keep selling into this down thing here, if you never take profits, and it'd be tiny profit, you make it like 10 pips, 8 pips per trade. Yeah, but the giant swing trades and stuff take hours and days to play out. Some of these things, 1 hour is, 2 hours. Like right now, if we can make a bum rush north, I kind of like the idea of the markets just go screaming up. So we just had the same situation here where the pound, which is did the same pattern. It wicked into the low of US here right at noon. So you would have bought that. At least entered on something. And so how long does this trade last? Well, I would say if it goes up another 10 pips, hopefully you're getting out on the scalps that you built into that entry window. And then certainly you gotta start taking profits, unfortunately, because there's sellers above this US session there. Now it could just keep going and take that out and go take out the high from here, like we've seen it happen, right? All you need is something in the news like all the Telhuds are dead. Anybody with a tablecloth in their fucking head's dead. That's fucking, and oil's down at $60 a barrel. Just forget about it. You could hit this target. So I really have this terrible habit of thinking that that's going to happen. It doesn't always happen. So I'm just too optimistic. So I will oversize the position. But sometimes it makes a lot of money, so that offsets your losses. But you just have to keep doing it and get better at it. This is the 30-minute chart on the British pound. So we closed there. Yeah, we got to get into this box up here and go after that line to make that the best winning trade, or the best kind of plunge entry. Gosh, I want to get out of this trade right now. Just to take some money off the table. I don't know. It's going up to the euro versus yen. Itching to pop up there. Yeah, Nasdaq's still on a mission here. It still wants to go. I'm going to cash out of this thing. So I have this take profits. Just get out of that one symbol there. Let's see how much margin I had on that. It's hard to get to the fucking balance here. I can't find it. Forget about it. Okay, so we're holding the euro. Looking for the screaming northern run. Go to that 15 chart, 15 minute. Zoomed out, 15 minute. That's too far. So I'm going to zoom in on the 15s here. So nice big bars. None of that scrunched down look there. Now the visual, it has to be visually appealing, the template. I can't handle the candlesticks. Get attacked. Let me get everybody cued at the 15, zoomed in. Come on, Euro. Euro wants to go up so bad. I could just feel it. It wants to go up. Okay, everybody's on the 15. Stocks are going up. Euro's going up. Even the dollar yen's going up. Everything's going up. Okay, let's ride this thing out until 5 p.m. Try to make another $500. Come here, you. London's closed. Let's go up, guys. Let's take a ride. Everybody's relieved that London's closed. Oh, I don't know if we can do it. Are we gonna break out? Keep going up? No. My moving average finally turned up here on the 15-minute. It's about time. Man, this guppy's on its mission north. Wow, even Bitcoin's people loving everything. Oh, what that is? It's just everybody's short, and everybody's unwinding their shorts, and it's just a big. You always wonder, you know. Those crazy trades. Makes you wonder what's going on. Okay. Okay. Let's see if I can go read what people. I'm not good at reading the comments. Sorry about that. Let's see. Yeah, the swings are tough. So if you're trying to make 200 pips, CAD Swiss. Oh my God, dude, that's pretty brutal. No, you just had to pick these pockets and these slots. You know, you have to see these little clefts, these undercuts, these little places where there's going to be buyers and sellers at extreme highs and lows. And you just have to trade the euro, and just something with a tight spread would probably help. Let's see here. Oh, sorry, did I not? I'm in Discord and I don't really pay attention. Sorry. Oh, you're inside there? Sorry. McKnight King. Do you have a microphone? No. Options. Yeah, so here, let me get back to this chart for a second. Sorry, I'm actually in this trade. So yeah, I'm along the euro dollar looking for this final push north. If we could just get there, I'd appreciate it. But the comments, somebody was asking. Let's see. Man, it's a lot to keep. I only got one computer screen, unfortunately, so I'm kind of I have a disability. Let me summarize it here. So I'm gonna look at both at the same time. Okay. Oh, you're trying to speak to the mic right now. I don't see it lighting up, but you might have to turn your mic on and stuff. Is it on a laptop? Options expiration today. Oh, really? Is that what's going on, really? Oh, maybe that's the drama. Maybe everybody's unwinding their options. So everything that's been under pressure for the whole fucking month. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. I look at the tick chart a lot, and I kind of read the breath of the tick chart, and I'm kind of like just hyper sensitive about every little price move, everything. Spread gets wide, spreads tight, the whole thing. And I just have a sense that something's up. I'll see markets kind of get really squirrely. I'm like, man, so something's going on. Of course, when it's a Trump tweet, which when I was buying the euro, I think it was like Thursday or something, I don't know, the market just came slamming back. Now, this is when, even if you're a trend trader with tight stops, you're just taken out of that trade. There's no way you can fucking survive that. But well, I mean, I guess I'm making the video right now. Like, in other words, if you go, so you have to pick I think it's better to pick a range of entry. So if you want to enter in a 10 pip window, you put up a 10 pip grid and you think, well, I'm just going to put my orders in this 10 pip window. I'll just buy a 1K every 10 pips. The simplest way to approach it is if you're going to zone entry trade. I'm going to buy a 25 pip window. I'm going to place 100K in a 25 pip window. Some will be scalps, some will be limits. And I suspect that when Europe opens, they're going to slam it down and they're going to fucking go all the way back down there and retest that price. Now, if you start buying aggressive, you buy the freshest lows that are looking back 4 hours. Lows from 4 hours ago, just the stupidest fucking trade plan in the world. And you're like, okay, well, I would stick to something like the euro dollar or the euro versus yen maybe. Because if you're going to trade the CAD versus the New Zealand, this Mexican peso trades, the spread is so fucking wide, you can't have your scalps make any money during the drama session to pad the account. So I wouldn't want to make everything from one particular kind of trade, because then you'd be so fragile. You'd be like a stupid, like an AI, like a robot that you built in MetaTrader that only works when the market behaves a certain range of volatility. Then it's a perfect fit. It has to be a bullish market, has to pull back here, MACD has to line up. These ideas that people have written, these robots that are going to look at every fucking indicator and come up with a fucking final answer. Are you fucking kidding me? That's like you telling me that you're going to record on 5 cameras a tornado and you're going to plot out everything it fucking hit. You're out of your fucking mind. This is bullshit. I don't care how many supercomputers you duct tape together. That's just never going to happen, dude. I mean, I know it's a nice dream. It's kind of like when you watch, Pink Floyd, Dark Side. You watch The Wizard of Oz with Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon playing. You think it's been synced together somehow. Dude, we do videos. Our band does videos on Saturday night where we jam with cartoons, and you'd swear we wrote the soundtrack for the fucking cartoon, because you want to make it make sense. You look at the pattern, you think, yeah, she's got a nice ass. I recognize this pattern. You want to make it make sense. But yeah, $500, I would say, yeah, that's totally doable. But you're going to have to, just like if you had $5 grand, you're trying to make 10 grand. You still want to do the same amount of work. Now, with $5 grand to make 10 grand, you could be a little sloppier. You could put a 200 pip stop on something. But think about it, that's $20. So if you want to swing trade it, you're probably gonna have to wait fucking 3 days to get in your trade. You're gonna have to wait the market go down 3 days in a row into some structure, looking back a week on the chart. Now, some people can do that. It would not be me, because I'd be dead. I'd be like, dude, can't we just do that same idea on the 1 hour chart? It's the same fucking structure, and it's only 20 pips to make 40 pips. But some people want to make a bunch of pips. I met this one trader. He's like, I made 500 pips today. I go, what? Market only moved 10 pips. He goes, well, I had 10 10Ks on. He's counting the pips on every ticket. I'm like, you fucking nuts? You didn't make 500 pips. You made 5 pips, on a 5K or whatever it is, or 5 pips on a 10K. But I know how people want to say it. But yeah, the problem with the trading thing is just it's so slow. It's so boring. Yeah, I mean, well, certainly. So if you're gonna, like I said, if you're gonna put tickets in there, the best way to get used to it is that you're sitting there and you're placing a buy limit like 5 pips away, one ticket, just to see what it's like to get in at like the best price possible. Better than a goober with 40 indicators pulling the trigger at the market. So buying at the market, you know, like I said, if your target's 200 pips away and you're going to trade with a 100 pip stop, you're going to lose $10 on that, and you're like, yeah, it's going to tank, and all right, well, it can go against you. You could be down by $5 and buy another one. So I would buy another one. So if I was trading with a 50 pip stop and the market was tanking 30 pips a day, I'd probably just keep buying every fucking day like an idiot. Because eventually, if I have a 30 pip stop or a 50 pip stop to make 200 pips, eventually, if it ever retraces, I'd be like, look at how much money I made. And that's really cute that you did that trade. But how many fucking times do you think that trade's going to fucking set up? It's not. I mean, it's just preposterous when you see these people do these things on the internet. Here's this trade. I mean, that setup you're talking about. Yeah, that's why the guy's on the VWAP with the 1 minute chart, because he's seeing a bunch of, like, if I go to the 1 minute chart with my WAP V here, yeah, look at all the setups. But you have your fucking finger on the trigger? Are you pulling the trigger on these trades? Because you'd have to. It's a hustle. It's work. I mean, now the market's dead. It's all drifty now. But when it was going crazy before in that NASDAQ, you know. So we might just get a drift up here. It may not be a high drama. But, you know, it could be like as soon as stocks, you come into the close here, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. That's what I'm hoping for, is some kind of final push drama here. But, yeah, that's the thing about the market. It's just, it's highly volatile right now. Like if you look at NASDAQ and stuff that people are used to trading with a 200 pip stop, you can't do that trade. So, you know, with the euro dollar, it can go psychotically 300 pips, but typically it's not going to do that. I mean, it will do that. But you can, it's the most liquid currency pair now. If people want to trade something exotic that they see big moves on a swing trade like you're talking, I'm sure this CAD versus New Zealand versus Australian dollar. I knew a guy that traded that thing forever. And he was this older guy, and he was trading, he used to trade crude oil and stuff. And we just updated the 5 minute chart. And he was in this trade. This is like 10 years ago. I talked to this guy, an old guy, floor trader from crude oil, and he switched to Forex, and he traded Australia versus New Zealand pair, and he said, I range trade it and hold it for 2 years or 6 months. And I looked at the chart and I go, yeah. I said to him, what happens when it breaks that range? He goes, it doesn't. It just keeps trading in this range. And one day it broke that range, and I thought, I wonder if that guy just got annihilated. Because this stuff just doesn't go on forever. But every hour, if you're flexible enough, if you're that guy, you can navigate this this chart, you know. It's doable. Navigate this short time frame, you know. But you got to be on it and out of it, and you know, maybe you only make $12 that day, but certainly, yeah, it's just a lot of work, a lot of execution, a lot of waiting. But this trade here is just taking forever. I don't know. It's kind of dead now. I have to go to a larger time frame now. Go to the half-hour chart, because the market's so dead. I go to my inspiration comes from the half-hour chart, because you know you're supposed to go to a larger time frame because that's what the professional people do. This idea that professional people do this and that, give me a fucking break. If I hear one more motherfucker, well, post a video with, oh, this is a professional use of a moving average, get the fuck out of here. I know people that got. There was this guy, this trader we knew that was such a fucking goof. He was just a fucking lughead. He made so much money. Don't fucking overthink this shit. I check my VWAP. Get your VWAP right here, buddy. VWAP. I'm asked Anthropic to make me a VWAP, the Holy Grail VWAP. I wrote a robot with a couple hundred with AI, and one of them I called the Holy Grail. And when I had it, I wanted it to modify the robot. It saw the title I chose, and it started criticizing me and say, I don't know if it's the Holy Grail. I go, well, it is for me. Shut the fuck up. I'm paying you $20 a month to be my fucking digital bitch, so shut the fuck up. But yeah, AI is funny. It tried to compliment me, and that's a really good idea. Shut up and write the code. And then now it gets lazy on me. I say, what can you add this on? Yeah, and it gives me the code to add on. I'm like, I don't know where to put the fucking code. That's why I hired you. AI is lazy. I guess I have to put a prompt in there. Have some coffee, bitch. Some digital coffee, because you are just so lazy. Okay, we got the bottom of the hour coming. High drama here. Get out the half-hour charts. Any half-hour snipers? This is where I hate this breakout. But I'm already in, so I can't buy here. But I kind of want to buy here. On the 1 minute chart, I guess I missed my entry. Here's the 5 minute chart. Look, it's just breaking out a little bit. It's on its way. Yeah, this was the pullback into the 50 on the 5 minute. You could have taken that trade there. But once again, you have a $500 account. Did you buy? You had to buy like 50K there and hold it for like 10 pips to make your 50. You know, it's tough. You know, the swing trade, it definitely makes more money. But holy shit, you know, like you said, you can't hold on to these positions. So what happens is, I'll get stopped out of some of this shit, and it's not fun because I know I can see what's going on, and I'm like, I want to be big on this trade. So I'll be like, yeah, let's buy some more here. And then they stop me out of this. So I have different stops that go from 15 pips to 80 pips. So I'll lose like 150K. Like this morning when it went down one more time, I go, eh. And then as soon as it turns around, I just get back in. So I'm pretty persistent. But that's just me because like I'm not going to play this game where I do 3 trades a day, and if I get stopped out at 2, I stop trading for the day if I'm down 5%. No, dude, if I'm down fucking $5,000, I'm probably still loading into the fucking trade. So, but that's me. You know, I'm not expecting anybody to take a $5,000 drawdown, but I'm pretty stubborn. But I've been able to work through it with the scripts because I can just say, well, look at, you know, this is a goober setup right here. Look at this moving average trade here. There's 2 entries there. It's below the 50. Let's pull the trigger, you know. Targets aren't the greatest, right? You make 8, 10 pips. Yeah, still waiting. But we still got a lot of time before stocks close. So if we get some frantic rally here in the stock market. Here's the 5 minute NASDAQ. It looks like it's trying to take a rally for a last stampede north. Making it all the way back to the giant floor it broke down here. It's working its way there. It's definitely creeper gear shit. I kind of like the slice and dice. You're in and out. Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Let's see. Okay, so well, what do you like? So yeah, you have to make a video on how you're trading that. So can you make a video on how you're getting into these trades? So, right. Yeah, if you're gonna get in too big, you have to even if you have a wide stop and you want to hold the swing, you're just going to run out of margin. If you're trading super high margin like that, you're just gone. Now, the painstaking process, this is the 5-minute chart. You could trade this moving average on the 5-minute chart, but you better have your finger on the trigger and you better sell with a 5-pip target here, 8-pip target. You got to get out. You just cannot hold it. Now, at the end of the day, you may have made like $70. You made it $5 at a time. You did 50 trades. You made $50. I mean, I could easily do 50 trades on this 5-minute chart. Pendings with limits. So you have pendings and market orders. So you just have to, what you got to do is get used to trading without having to make too many decisions, because you need to be in the market on some level, even if it's only 1K. So I've taken accounts all the way down to like $50 in the account. This is real money in a real account. Built it all the way back to $200 now because I knew what to do. But I can't go back in and trade it. I can't go like so. If you're used to trading $5,000 in the account and the account's only got $300, you can't trade it as if it's got $5,000 in it. So when you got $5,000 in there, you can be like, oh, we could be a moron here. I can lose $25, but I'll make $28 coming back out of that, out of the abyss that we sliced through. You know, we took out the low of the previous day, and a lot of people got stopped out. I got limited in, but I got stopped out too because I was also trend trading it. So imagine you're going to buy because you see the big picture. You have some magical moving average on the daily, 5-period moving average, and probably the better moving average for the daily is 5-period. And you say, oh, you know, it's uptrend. Let's just buy on pullbacks, and you put in a limit grid there, and you'll see that you'll be disappointed if you only filled 25% of those limit grids, and you think I spent all that time putting those limit grids in, right? Or do you say, I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to buy like a slob here with a 150 pips stop and just take the risk. I'm a genius. But it's just like any other job. The more meticulous, the more you work, the better the better it's going to be. Well, nothing really. I don't have more than, so the idea of blowing up the account, if there's only $1,000 in the account, I blow it up, I go, yeah, that's, you know, I kind of knew that was possible. So it's not like I got $50,000 account, because if I had that, I probably would blow it up. So the idea, when you say blow up an account, but if I take an account from 1,000 to $5,000, I probably take out $4,000, leave $2,000 in there. So I don't want to actually, because I've had accounts that are $20,000. I'm like, dude, you just lost $10,000. Because, in other words, you get confident in what you see going on, and it's very easy to just get so over involved you can't see the forest for the trees. And you're like, oh, but can't you see the big picture here? Yeah, but there are so many, like in the yen, for instance, the yen, dollar to the yen, you're like, dude, it just dropped 800 pips. You mean it can't retrace 20 pips? No, it can't. Dude, I've done that trade. You mean it can't bounce 20 pips? No. Like I said, there's a chart that I looked at. This is like 18 years ago. I was trading dollar yen in a nano lot size. So I was buying $300 worth of dollar yen in my car on my phone without stops, driving down the road, watching the dollar yen drop like you can't even believe this is 18 years ago. If you look at the chart where it just keeps going down and down and down, and I go, the 4-hour candlestick chart, 40 candles down, not one bullish candle. I counted them. I'll never forget it. I go, that's like 2 days down straight. Yes, that's exactly what that is. So there's no fucking way you're going to be able, and this dropped like, I don't know, 300 pips, you know. Yeah, if you had $10,000 in your account and you place these orders in with a 300 pip stop and you bought every pip down, yeah, when it retraced, you'd make it all back if you didn't get stopped out, right? So you have to figure out how many pips are you trying to make. Is the ultimate? Are you trying to make 20 pips, or are you trying to make 200 pips? Because if you're trying to make 200 pips on a swing trade, you got to handle like a 3,000 pip drawdown, a $3,000 drawdown, to make $8,000. Because you don't know where the bottom is. You're just buying. You're buying for whatever reason, but you can't buy it all in one ticket, so you scale into it. The only logical thing to do is buy incrementally, so you don't overload the account. But it's not to say you can't overload the account, because anybody can fuck up. Even a smart car can be driven off the road, and you can crash and die, you know. Even one of these self-driving cars can kill you. So, I mean, I don't know what your, but you just have to pick a number. You know, I'm trying to make, you put a 10K in there, 10 singles. Well, I think you have to think about where you actually think the market's going to come back to. So if you trade 5 and 10, 4 and 3K tickets, and you stack them up in this tight zone where you're like, dude, if it takes it down here, I'm talking on a 1 hour chart, you're like, okay, well, I got a pack of tickets in there, and actually, because you're looking at the bid price here, you may not get filled because it just didn't go low enough, just that one last bit. So if I said, I'm going to go to this 15-minute chart, so I put my tickets, like right now, the trade would be, say I'm not in the market at all, and I just want, you know, it's kind of dead here. It's near the end of the day, but let me just see if I can make, just on pure principle, the idea of making money. I'm going to put a 12 pip stop, and I'm going to buy right here. If it pulls back even a little bit here, I'm buying a 3K. My risk is like $4 to make $5. Here's a 2K. $4 to make $5. Well, you can think about this. Now, I've seen it happen. And how you got $500 in the account. You just put these down here like this. Now, these are your kind of like scalps. Here's a scalp. You're going to risk... I don't have a lot of scalps in here. Here, 15 to make 10. 1K. Right there. Now, no way it's going to fill down here, but you're going to put the tickets in like right here. So I do this in the morning sometimes at 6 o'clock in the morning when they're beating it down here. And so how do I know that? So without having to even, I can actually go to 6. This is 8:30 in the morning. This is about 5 o'clock in the morning. This is a retest. This is 8:30 in the morning. You could have bought this whole thing with these teeny tiny tickets down here, and you could have 40K stacked up in there, risking about $36 to make $60. If you do 2-to-1 ratios, and the ratio's right there, the whole trade plan is right here, and you drop this clusterfuck in here. Also, I've got this one that lasts 4 hours or 2 hours. So sometimes I'll put a 1 hour, 2 hour. It's usually a double click because I can put more tickets in that last for 2 hours here. Imagine these arrows last for 2 hours. So the idea of this technique is the exposure is disappearing as time goes on. For 8 hours, I'm willing to buy here. But if this is a 4-hour drop or a 2-hour drop, I don't have a lot of those. Those are the double clicks because it's too much. You get tendonitis going, carpal tunnel, keeping going like this, right? But so this canvas ticket, here's a 3K, 20 pips, 20 pip range on a 3K. That's a completely different. Now this is a swing trade. You have to trade like this. If you're going to do what you're doing with that currency, it's 40 pips to make 40 pips, a 3K in a 20 pip window. You got to trade like that. It's a completely different trade than this, where you're saying, dude, if this pulls back 3 pips, I'm buying. So I have these double clicks up here. Let me show you. These are buying. So you can drive your car and run these things. So in the morning, I would drive. If I'm driving, I'm going to run the. If I'm If I have to go somewhere and it's 7 o'clock in the morning, I'll be like, dude, let's run this one. Now that's putting in a rack of tickets. It's like 5K. And the first ticket, I think, lasts 15 minutes or something. It's 30 minutes all the way down. But I can just keep doing that same ticket. And if I wait, it'll put it in a different spot because it's actually putting in an exact amount distance. But what I typically do is, say there's $1,000 in the account, I'll just be like this. I'm clicking all these scripts. They all have different targets. And they'll have different ratios. Now, watch me flood this whole zone here. Now, this is a super deep. This is 15 to 30 pips. For 2 hours, I did. So it's all about writing these scripts. This is way more than any robot could do. No EA could do what I'm doing. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen because I can hand place this ticket, which is better, more precise, because I'm going to put it right below this supply zone, this white line. Keep dropping these. Or the double click is going to be, I have to know the canvas area. The double click is not as precise, but it's convenient because I can drive a car. Or I can, do anything really. I'm sleeping, I can roll over and hit a double click and be like, looks like it's going to plunge. Okay, just put a, and maybe they don't fill. And maybe they don't fill because the expiration was only 2 hours and it took 3 hours for the market to drop in there. But where you lose money is when you look at this bigger time frame and you put in a 200 pip stop and you think to yourself, on this 1 hour chart, what if I bought, which is supposedly what you're doing, what if I bought down here, because it's going to go, I've done this trade a million times. I bought down here because it's going to go take this out. It's going to go down here, and it's going to go, not realizing that really there's so many sellers up here that not only did it not go up there, it came back and went fucking lower. But then it did that trade. It went full auction. It went from here all the way to here in one fucking day. So if you're waiting for that setup, yeah, just like this setup. If you're going to swing trade it, I'd say, yeah, hold it for like a day or two. You sold up here in this clusterfuck. But when it got to like how many pips you're trying to make, 25, 50 pips, you kind of have to get out. You can rinse and repeat. Now here would be a disappointment if you put in all your limit orders in here and you say, I'm doing that. What you said, I put in my limit orders in, but fuck, I put all these limit orders down here and just never got filled. Well, yeah, but you didn't lose any money. If you put your sell limits, put another box in here. So say you put sell limits up here. Well, this day when it rallied here, it just didn't go up that high. So yeah, that's a real. But it's obvious to me that this price means something this high, and the fact that you got caught in this chatterbox up here, and then it totally came down back to here, or crushed back to here. Now, this kind of surprised me that the pullback actually crushed through that floor. So I overloaded the wagon there, and I got in heavy here, but I had a scalp out of something here. And then even this move here, I had a scalp out on. So there's scalps built in, but I'm trying to maintain this, hold the swing for the big swing that you see coming. But the this is still money here. If you're buying this, which it overshot and came super deep in, you buy that, and then you even buy again when it takes out this black bar. But you got to get out here. So you got to get out here because on something, because dude, this is the fucking London Open. This is crazy town. And look how they took it back through the floor again one more time. So if you only trade one direction and you say, I'm going to sell, I'm going to buy here. I'm only going to buy below this the US session. I'm only going to buy below the US session. But here, there's no fill. It never comes like this. You couldn't ride that. You'd have to ride that by buying super deep in here like this. But the funny thing is that if you look at the price action during this session, it's crazy, dude. Now, it just didn't even matter. You didn't have to be there. I'm sure there's people sitting there pulling the trigger there in Asia going, I'm buying here. Look at this pattern. Look at this double bottom. Look at the 1 minute chart. It fucking didn't matter, you know. For the pending order placement stuff, didn't even have to be there. Here's a nice London top tick Tommy in London right here. Touches Asia, ripping all the way back down. But so I would put buy limits into the lower prices. I figure there's just fair value down there, you know. I'm gonna buy down there, so now we're just drifting now. We're waiting for that final panic move, but I don't know if we're gonna get it. It's just kind of drifting now. It usually is a surprise. It just comes ripping as you close 1 p.m.'s closing. So I'm sure there's like the guy option expirations are happening. There's other markets in the world. When you look at Forex Factory, I think it's kind of bullshit because every hour something's happening. Besides, don't forget the robots are looking at the price every hour, going, "Hey, listen, we gotta get in here. We gotta get out here." But I've been watching this thing for years. It really has this. The clock is a big deal. The time of day is a big deal. Closing the markets, opening the market. It's a big situation. It does matter. Look at Nasdaq's on its way. It's just trying to go. So it's just trying to get there, man. On the 5 minute train. Gold wants to go up, but can they do it? Bitcoin's saying I'm going. Pound's ready to break out any second here. Fuck. So I got filled on my settlements here now. Look at that. Perfect fill. So here I'm going to put more settlements. Now here's where you start losing money. I'm already short. Now I might get stopped out, but I'll sell more up here. That's a 10K. Let me put some more dense tickets up here. So I'll be like fuck you, yen. So I'm willing to lose that bank of tickets there, but I'll put more tickets up here like this. Yeah, yen's capable of coming up here. If you look at the 4-hour chart, we've been up here before, and I would sell that. And there's scalps. I put some scalps in there too. That's a lot of tickets. But it's a demo account. I'm not too worried about it. I'm trying to get this guy to be the all-American hero. I'll get the NASDAQ to rally into the close. All right. Just kind of dilly-dally. No exciting drama moments here. It's very boring shit. Maybe a pop on the pound. I just want a blistering run. Just out of nowhere. Consolidation on the 1 minute chart into a triangle, and then it takes off. Yeah. Look at that. They love this. So my sell limits are about to get filled here on the Bitcoin. Those are all the tickets I dropped. Yeah, also, if you do that trade, so here's the, let's see, I got some Bitcoin. Here's a double click Bitcoin. Look at this. Double click Bitcoin. I thought I had the double clicks in there. No? No, I got to drop in here to put in here. It's in the grid drop category. I could sell up here for 8 hours. Another sell bank. So we're about to go short Bitcoin here. I think I actually did go short a couple. Nasty spread on that Bitcoin though. It'll chew you up. Yeah, so if you're going to do that trade though, that's just to make a little bit of money. If you're going to risk 24 to make those kind of trades, it has to be it has to be in a high probability window, and you're up and out of that trade. So that trade is just a cash out. You could actually probably reload that trade over and over, because when the market's chopping around, you can do that trade. But when it finally takes off and rips, all those trades would be crushed. So, like on this British pound, yeah, you could place that buy limit in this little pocket here and say, okay, I'm going to place tickets right here. Well, your target's going to be like you'd probably be up and out of some of these trades. You'd be out of already, depending how big that ticket is. But yeah, to get out in front of the market, so I made robots like that, that just canvas the whole area, and they will make money. So they all make money until they blow up, until the market goes into a parabolic trend of psychosis, like gold did. So if you were selling into gold, like I said, if you were selling into gold, you needed to have stops at $6,000. You ended up making $1,000 on that trade eventually, but there's no way you could sustain the punishment. That's the idea of being a sniper. So, but you probably want to trade at the market and do some scalping, because if you just lean on this idea of buying the smart money entry and this stuff like that, you just can't make enough money. The other thing is that if I see them hitting my sell limits here, like right now I'm short the yen just by putting my limit grid in there, and I see it start to tank, I might be like, fucking A, look at this fill I got up here. Look at this amazing fill. I'm already up on this trade. Maybe I add to it at the market if it starts tanking, or maybe I buy the euro. And they don't move in a mirror image. It's not like you can stack the euro on top of the yen and see a mirror image there. But if they're selling the dollar here into the top of the hour here, we're 5 minutes before 1 o'clock here, and then we're going to update the 4-hour charts typically. You got 4 hours trading left here in about 5 minutes, and then if the final move is up here, but if this guy crashes, but it's about having the platform set up. I'd say, sure, to risk 24 to make 8, yeah, that's a doable trade. And so if you go to the favorites list here, which it's not quite the same thing, because if you double click something here, it's going to try to edit it. But so I have my favorites list here of trades, right? We buy like down here. I know exactly what some of these are. This is a giant swing scalp, I guess. 8 risks 40 to make 40, But I know this one's going to be my. I think I got a 4-hour ticket in here. I know this is only going to make 23 pips to risk 30, but this is a giant window. I wouldn't expect this thing getting filled at all, if I placed it over here on the British pound. So you have to be realistic, Are you gonna trade narrow slots and be like, okay, just made that trade, or are you gonna wait 3 days to get paid? I mean, that's the swing trader almost has to make a 400 pip profit. Almost have to wait that long, wouldn't you? We've got 4 minutes before it's the top of the hour, 1 o'clock. And so this is a big top of the hour. Here's a big deal. Yeah, so right, so yeah, I trade the euro dollar with real money. So I trade the euro dollar because it's just highly liquid. I'm just looking at the pound to get a feel for the dollar. And now see this 5 minute dollar yen starting to sell off a little bit. It looks like a crack and tank. I will trade this sometimes, but like I trade this very wide, and lately they spiked it. They spike it pretty hard lately. So I don't know. They got some problem with their central bank where they just, it's not like they're announcing anything. They just come in and just just do shit. I mean, whatever's happening there's no liquidity sometimes, so the market just slams around really hard. So going to the British pound, or going, like, the idea that you're going to come up with the Holy Grail and apply it to every market on the planet, to me, is just preposterous. It just, I can't see that working. Now, it would work if you're just trying to make a little bit of money and kind of just make 10% a month or something like that. But I don't want to do that. I want to make like as much money as I can from each situation. So if you can make $3,000, and be like, okay, now I come back. Now you have to be happy with making whatever, $100, $3,000, whatever, $10,000, and then you sit back and you just go, well, let's just start over again. Put the tickets back in there. Okay, we got about 2 minutes left here at the top of the hour. Well, I mean, if you're, I'm using 500 to 1, but yeah, I can't go higher than that because I'd probably use it, and I don't want to go any lower because I kind of want to scalp out of stuff. So to free up the margins, the other thing. Now you could take the approach, and I suppose I'd probably actually have more money if I did it, and that's close every open and pending at the end of the day. Now, if you're in a swing trade, that's going to blow the swing trade, right? If you're looking for a three-day retracement, that kind of fucks that idea up. But yeah, it's just kind of like you can see this this guppy trade here. That's why people like to trade it, because there's a high drama. But the spread is like 1.5 here. The spread will go to 2 pips here. It's not a great spread, and it's going to get really worse as the day goes on, or near the end of the day. It'll be terrible. But the dollar yen's like starting to tank here. On this 5, it looks like it's ready to sell off, which could give me some fuel on my euro dollar. So, but I mean, it's how long you been trading this thing? What's his name? Midnight King. So you insomniac? Is that the issue? Here's some drama. 1 o'clock. Do or die. While they're selling that dollar yen. Holy shit. There's some drama now. Yeah, 1 o'clock's such a big deal. Then 5 after 1, and then we just got to clear the trees here and make a rally. I just want to be out of this trade already. It's too much on my mind. 6 years, huh? Well, okay. Okay, it looks like we could get some drama here. 1 minute after 1. And then we got 4 more minutes, so we could really get some serious moves now. Because the clock's a problem. There's only 4 hours left of trading now. Yeah, futures, you got to have more margin, But no, Forex, I think, yeah, it just takes it's really hard because it's, it'd be one thing if you were just choosing places to get in on the market to be right about something, but you're actually trying to make money. So since money's involved, you want to be right because you don't want to make a bad decision with your money, right? But there is no good decision. Like, I mean, if you're going to buy the next 15 pips below you for the next 8 hours, there's really nothing other than putting the orders in, walk away, and see what happens. If you're going to enter in a passive style like that, where you just place, a basket of tickets. That's a completely different thing than saying I'm going to stay up all night on the 15-minute chart with my crack pipe and look at the tick chart and just look at 5 other brokers and try to get a arbitrage edge and get in just before I think it's going to move, because I just saw the fastest broker that I don't use is, I have a demo account and I'm seeing it 5 milliseconds before it happens at my retail broker, and I'm just going to do that trade. The Mark Douglas thing. So that's why I built the trading scripts, is because it's really about execution. Like, so Mark Douglas, I took a couple of his classes, and he said, I was kind of disappointed when he said this. He said, you have to make a commitment to take the next 20 trades that you get a signal on. I'm like, 20 trades? I immediately thought to myself, 20? Well, can't I just do like one good trade? And so really, the idea of a series of trades is really something that if you truly accept that, then it makes it okay. So the scripts made it easy for me to trade multiple entry points and say, well, that's it right there. That's the risk, Trading at the market, that is really difficult. You gotta sit there and babysit the market. So if you're a set it and forget it person, you're probably just gonna, or you don't care, you just a really wide stop. You just, I'll just get in here. It looks like we could do this or that. Anything could happen, But definitely not it's not easy. Because you're up against your the money issue. You're trying to make money. It's really just not a good. Like, you don't drive your car thinking I could die. You'd have a hard time getting down the road. Yeah, so. But yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I mean, anything can happen is a double-edged sword. So anything can happen, and it can happen good on your side too. He'll say, making money and not knowing how you made it. But if you have orders down there and they happen to wick through your orders, you made money. It's not a lot, but you did have the orders in there, and you're able to scalp it, so to speak. Let's see if I can do this. What's today? Okay, today's the 17th. Okay, wait a second. Why does it say this? Oh my God. Okay, so it's the 17th of July. Let me see if I get my God. We'll try to do that. So you try just so are you just going to try to get the $20,000 in your account? That's your final destination. That you're going to retire. If I can do this. Okay. Medium. 8, 2. Too late to do that now. Is that what they do? Okay. Yeah, so I don't know. Are you just gonna give up or? Yeah, I mean, so if you're gonna, you look at that 4-hour chart. It's like watching paint dry. It really depends what kind of trade you're gonna do. So if you're gonna do the market comes down and just touches this thing. Yeah, so yeah, we'll do that. So, geez, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's the 4-hour chart is certainly creeper gear stuff, but sometimes I'll look at the okay. Oh my god, okay. Oh geez, okay. Yeah, the 4-hour chart, man. 1 o'clock and stuff like that, and 1 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock at night, in the afternoon. It's definitely a factor, but it takes 80% of the market's just chop, and then you rarely get a big move. So the moves are so tiny, you know what I mean? It's just nothing. Yeah, look at that. So it's very okay, this is gonna be I wish the market would go up. So it takes a lot of patience on that, don't you think, on that chart? 50 hours, oh my god, it's nothing. I mean, have you made some amazing trades at least, right? Not everything's bad, right? I could have scalped out of this dollar yen right here. That's the other thing, is that how long, if you're gonna make $12, some people, they'd be like, oh look, I just made a trade. Like, yeah, if you're looking to make like go from 500 to 1,000, for some people that may be too much pressure. Yeah, well, yeah, certainly the large losses is easy to limit. Let them stop you out. You put a tight stop in there. Look at this Bitcoin. I'm getting my ass kicked. I'm selling into the Bitcoin. I always trade a demo alongside my real money, so I can test myself to see if I can sell, right? I mean, I have no problem buying, but to get used to, I'm selling into this Bitcoin, which is rally. The rally is insane here. We're all the way back to where it fell out of bed last night. But this script I wrote, I have to run the script. Then I see the script run and I think, yeah, if I put real money in that, look at this Bitcoin. Look at this squeeze. Is this going to fuel my my trade? Look at that. So I'm putting right here, like these drops are way out here, but Bitcoin could just go ripping north so hard right now. I'm sure you've seen it do that. But yeah, I don't even know what's going on with that trade, but yeah, yeah. So I mean, right? When you're looking at the chart, like on some of this stuff, when you're looking at an opportunity that only happens like once a month, yeah, you can get, if you get in that trade and you go, you know what, I don't care, I'm gonna trade without stops and just get in really big. Yeah, you can do that trade, you know. But so how often does that setup happen? You know, that's the problem with some of this stuff. It's just not a very, it's a rare event. I'm still waiting for this thing to pop. I'm going to scalp out of this yen just to... So this is an idea of consistent trading here. I'm going to get out of this dollar yen, take profits from this trade bank I put in there. I think I cashed out of the wrong thing. See, watch it cash out of that. So it's getting out, those cells are going away. I'm still underwater in a couple here that got in early. Now what I would do is I would rinse and repeat the same trade. I either sell that same area all over again like this. So yeah, you really got to keep rotating all the trades, you know. Because if the swing trade doesn't work out, you have to scalp around it, you know, to some degree. So you cash out and then you refresh this area. It's just a lot of work, that's all. Yeah, you can't just put in, you know, some genius limit grid and walk away. It's just probably not going to happen. I got the wrong currency up here. I want the euro. Boy, why is there more ticks on my euro to the yen? That's crazy. So I just keep refreshing that area is the only way to do it. Let's see here. Well, 5,001 margin doesn't give you, you know, you just don't have any breathing room. I mean, you gotta realize, you know, so here I'm probably in about, I don't know, it's, a lot, you know, $500,000 of currency, really. At 500 leverage, it cost me about $1,200 or $1,500 to hold this position. If I can find it. Can't find my balance. I have so many tickets in here. I have so many pendings in here. I would look at my phone for the balance. Yeah, so I'm in a giant position here. Just gigundous. Bitcoin. What if I got filled on that Bitcoin? Just the very tippy top of that. Here comes the euro. Euro wants to make a run at it. Yeah, Bitcoin, man. Ton of terror. So now this is a buy here on the dollar yen. I mean the euro dollar to the dollar. That's a buy right there. If I go to the 5-minute chart, came all the way back to the starting gate. So we can buy some here. Didn't quite stop this out. I don't know if it will. So here's the thing, you know. Do you buy here or do you wait to fill the buy limits below? I say do both. Just do both. I'll buy at 2K here. So I'm going to have my 8 pip targets. You got to have this 8 pip target in here. So you can pay for the swing trade that you're in right now. So I just clicking the shit out of that. I mean, I'm in fucking I'm in 30K now. I just put about 30K in there right now. Right there. It's difficult. Especially the pace of the market now, you know, this is slim pickings at this time of day. So if you bought, see, I'm already losing that trade. I almost overpaid a little bit there. So I put these very narrow, tight limits here. So if they stop me out of, I got a 15 pip stop on what I just bought. But I'm ready to buy more. Looks like we could go down a little bit lower here. But it looks so good on that 5-minute chart. Look at this. Nice pullback. See, that's why you have to make the money from here. So you cannot just, I don't think you can do it. I think it's better to have a scalps that get out here, and then you have your half of the position you're still holding. But you had to get out of something from going from this low, from down here to up here. You just had to. So I'm kind of I get excited about a trade. I might want to move my target, but you shouldn't move the targets. So if you have a scalp there, you got to let it be a scalp, because you're probably never going to see, it's probably never going to go, you think it will, but it could just melt down here for the rest of the day and just be like, well, actually take out the low of the day and keep tanking. The only thing that thinks that won't happen is if you went to the half-hour chart, it looks less likely to happen. But the half-hour chart's still dripping down, still going down, you know. So, yeah. So that's you know, the trend traders, the sellers, you know, they're up, you know, 18 pips, 15 pips. Here, look at coming into my buy limits now. But yeah, the thing is, if the spread's 2, you know, you got to at least make 5 pips. There's a point at which, you know, the shipping and handling costs more than the profit, and that's the whole problem with, you know, well, the cost of the trade, you know, just the spread part, not getting stopped out, or what else can happen to you. Okay, we need that big rally. 20 minutes after. So we did stop hunt that little wick. So I bought at the market, but I also bought on limits. So it's a real, you know, it's tough. It's a very narrow, this is the sweet spot sniper entry. So I got my finger on the trigger again to buy at the market to make 8 pips and a 2K. $15 pip stop. Put some more buy limits in there. I'm going to get it right here. If it goes down again, because we're looking for that to get down and then rip up, like it's drift down. We got enough people on the wagon now. 15-minute traders are buying. 1-minute traders are looking for the breakout of this. They're already up like 2 pips. They're probably up, and people have taken profits. I mean, if you're in $1 million position there, you know, it's not bad money. I make $40 in 1 minute. Huh? You have to have a short squeeze scan. Still got a nice 3 hours and 3.5 hours left. I could see a scramble north here. Half hour. I'm just trying to make, like I said, my target is to take out this high, and now my new target is just to take this fucking high out, which is the high of the U.S. That's the London session with U.S. session. We got to take that out. But you know, these all in due time. This walk down here, pretty painful if you're long like me. I'm very long, and I'm like, can we just get there? Like, do we have to keep stopping to get gas? But yeah, that's the fuel. You know, comes down here and maybe it finally leaves the station. Half-hour chart's nice, easy to read. The half-hour chart. Not a lot of trades. Yeah, you just have to get used to trading a lot. I think that's the only answer. Once you see how much once you see that, oh, you got to get in and out. Or what I've even done before is that when I'm starting off, say I just made like $3,000 and I go back in, I'll be so cheap, I'll be like, I'm up 40 cents, I'm out. I can already see that's a bad trade. And I think, it's so funny because if you just made $3,000 and now you just made 40 cents, you're like, yeah, I can see it's a bad trade. So, you know, judging the trade, you know, it's obvious it's a bad trade if you're losing, right? But do you let it stop you out because you accepted all the risk up front? I'd say, yeah, that's what you got to do. Because if there's enough money in the account and you're underwater and you got a 50 pip stop, maybe you buy with a 20 pip stop, 10 pips deep. At least you're dollar cost averaging, I think they call it. And that way you can scale into it, and then maybe you end up making all back and then some. Of course, the patience to hold it for 40 hours and 4 hours is a whole different problem. Yeah. So it's a real test of the patience here. Looking for that rally into the close. I don't think we're gonna get here. The stock's gotta push my euro up, but looks like we're just gonna sit here at break even. The thrill is gone. I think BB King was onto that. Thrill is gone. NASDAQ keeps going up though. Real trooper. Bitcoin's about ready to make another run. I was hoping Bitcoin would pull it through. Back to 63,000 on Bitcoin. It's so funny how they talk about Bitcoin. Oh, well, it's just doomed. Really? Look at daily Bitcoin. Look at all these fucking bounces. Almost $5,000 moves down here. There's Bitcoin. It looks like a buy to me. I mean, at least it's in a trading. At least it's in a nice support level here in the middle of the road on the monthly Bitcoin. Look at the monthly Bitcoin. Jesus. It's in an uptrend, according to my 50-period moving average. Okay, it's 25 after. We're getting a little bit of a bite there. Let's go to that 1 minute chart. Oof. Breaking out on the 1 minute. Here they come. Step aside. Yeah, that was a nice little. So right there. Now, I say you could have bought it in market there, but you had to put a couple limits down there because how do you know? It's very subtle pullback there. It could still tank now, even now. But, you know, at some point, I'm looking to make 8 pips on all the stuff I pulled the trigger on there pretty hard. I feel if I buy now, I feel like I'm chasing it, but if I didn't have enough size, I probably would buy a couple here. So let me just buy a couple. I didn't buy enough. Some people will wait for this. They'll be, confirmation. It looks like it's going up. I don't like to do that. I like to get in down here on the limits and maybe babysit it through that little pullback. and we get this to move in concert with NASDAQ. Gold is just got to get that final move up. But it's very difficult because you're at the mercy of the pace of the market, you know. It's such a creeper gear day here. Man, that Bitcoin's on fire. Look at the half-hour chart. Put everybody in the half-hour here. What a half-hour chart. Yeah, 30-minute chart. One last push, man. Get the fuck out of this market. Now I'm hoping for a severe. There's supposed to be some bullshit announcements on. If you look at Forex Factory, some guy's supposed to read. So I'm always amazed when I see this stuff inside of Forex Factory. This guy at 11:30 p.m. is going to talk. The Fed guy's going to talk at 11:30 p.m. Why? Shouldn't he be in bed thinking about better ways to fuck everybody over? I don't know where they come up with this stuff. Go to Forex Factory. Tentative Treasury currency report. Oh my God. So you're just going to surprise us? Wipe me out of my position? Like a Trump tweet. Just, there it goes. There you go. Bye. Thanks for coming. Thanks for playing. Well, I guess I don't, you know, the big drawdown is only because I refuse to get out of the trade. And I actually will never, so I'm really usually buying the market. So I've never said to myself, you know what, I think I'm wrong. Because I'm never wrong. This is, I can't help it. I'm just never wrong. I know what's going on. I'm not a fucking moron. So I'm not going to sell, even though it's going down. And, because I just stick to my guns, you know. Now, I will take profits, but it's about gauging the depth of the market. So if I'm going to stick to this buy low, sell high idea. And then of course, there's just the breadth of the market. So here I'm looking at, they go, oh, you know, okay, it's now 1:30. The half-hour chart's just updated. It's a big deal. Because we could just, everything could just go different direction now, you know. We could get a final push. You know, the market's pulled back. But, yeah. It just takes a long time. I mean, if you're in a drawdown in a swing trade, I usually just watch. I nod my finger, or watch a movie, or I just watch some really just brutal porn, or horror movies is kind of like porn in a way, because you just can't watch. You know, you just only get a glimpse of it. This is too much. It's over. It's too much information. So they cut the people's heads off. They cut their arm off. I just watched some brutal old movie where the guy's on the train tracks with him, and he strangles him and he pushes him into the train track. It was a Clint Eastwood movie, Tightrope, I think. And the train runs him over, but the hand is still around his neck, and it's just the hand only, and it finally falls off, you know, because there's no body. Yeah, it's just very quiet, isn't it? Friday. Yeah. I don't know. I'm ready to take a nap. So are you, yeah, a lot of people, I didn't even check the Discord thing. I'm not good at it. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm going to make $1 million and stop trading. I guess I like trading and stuff. The best trade I did was, it was a big swing trade. I'm thinking probably, I got to the point I go, you just got to dump the whole thing here, and I got out. I was in a trade about 3 years ago. I was up $16,000 in the euro. And I started trading, instead of 1Ks, I started trading 2 and 3Ks going, oh man, this thing's going to be like, and it just wiped out the account because I was looking for one more, just one more rally, and it never came. And I never trailed my stops. So whatever stops I had in the market, and I was up like, 300 pips or whatever. I just wiped, hit the I'll run out of margin before that because I'd already like pyramided into it. But I don't know. I think it's just it's a real mentally challenging thing because I hear these people talk about, well, when you trade these markets, you're up against the best traders in the world. No, you're not. You're up against yourself, and you're up against the fucking quote terminal. You're up against your view of reality. You're not up against all these other traders. You're not competing with other traders. What a fucking joke. It's so, some of the shit they say about the market, that's what's another thing that's kind of fascinating is all the superstitious stuff and all these things they say about the market. But it's all in your head, because you'll say to yourself, yeah, it seems like every Thursday this happens. But it's not true because if you look back, you'll be like, it didn't happen that Thursday. But the days it happens, you want to make stuff make sense. The only thing that makes sense for me is this time filter. So I can say to myself, yeah, well, we should wait till we touch the Asian prices or get near them, my time filter is the only kind of way I can gauge whether or not it's worth putting a ticket there or something. But, once you're in tune with the market, you can accept there's buyers and sellers there. You should be able to dance with the market and put the sell limits in there. You can fill in a couple, take profits. You realize you're not going to make 500 pips from a 10 pip stop in Asian session. So you just take your 8 pips and you go, okay. And you just do that. Literally make like $30 in Asia just going, I made $5, I made $3, I lost $2. And you just have to be a trader, I guess. It's kind of like saying, would you play guitar to make $1 million to be Van Halen? No, you want to play it like Van Halen. You want to play really good guitar, and if people pay $1 million, okay, great. But I don't think anybody sets out, of course some people do, they set out, I'm going to make $1 million doing this. Now, you can say I make $1 million trading, right? And this is the idea of having a goal, but you have to like the process of trading, otherwise your aim is not going to be to accept that you're just going to find a way to fit into the market and whatever happens happens, because if you're trying to make $1 million, you're going to think about, well, what if I could get into this giant trade here? But since these scenarios that play out on swing trades that take 5 days, what if that scenario doesn't play out? And then what? So if you can make 50 cents trading, if you make 5 pips, something like that, where you just get used to your platform, how it works and what trades you can do, you'd be surprised how if you just bought a 10K 10 pips apart, you cover a 100 pip window. If that's all you did every day was drop a bank of tickets with a 100 pip stop, so you're basically risking $100 on this trade. And see, oh look, I got filled on that. You're up $4. So fuck, I'm up 40 pips on that one fucking ticket. Now, do you get out? Oh, I should have traded bigger. I could have made more. It's the concept of getting filled on an order that's out in Disneyland, and then the market retraces. That concept taken to a narrower range. So when the market's dicking around, I've got a script that buys every pip or every half a pip for 15 minutes during the time when the market's setting up in the morning, and it keeps on spiking down like 8 and 13 pips. And the targets on there are tight. So it's one of these, it's just trolling the market. Half-hour expirations, very close to current price. It's completely different than placing orders 40 pips deep and thinking, well, when Europe opens, they're probably going to tag this price window and then it's going to rip the other way, and you can do auction trade where buy new lows and then your targets are near highs, or their target's just a hard target amount. So I'm not ever going to say, well, I'm going to get in here and get out there. I'm going to get in this basket of tickets, and some are going to have to take 10 pips off the table and 9 pips off the table because I know I won't be able to. Even though in hindsight it would seem like I wish I held the whole position, I don't want to be in that big on the swing trade. I only want to be in 2 standard lots in the swing trade. I want to be in 4 standard lots, 2 standard lots of scalping and 2 standard lots of swing. So when the market's bobbing around during the consolidation of a giant swing, at least I can make money there. Then when I back out, I'm up on the account, and now I could technically, well, I mean, yeah, take a drawdown. I never want to take a drawdown, but I could say, oh, I got breathing room. So the best trading I think I've ever done is I realize I'm in a swing trade. I've chosen that I think this thing's really going to go up eventually. But meanwhile, I'm scalping around it, and I go, yeah, I'm actually up on the trade. I power scalped this 20 pip window. I took 2 standard lots off the table and I made $400. So I'm just going to sit back. I still got the swing trade, which is not that big, but it's kind of nice psychologically to think, well, at least I'm in something, and something's left over after we just scalped out of this burst of price, but I'm still holding the original trend, this big long trend trade, so to speak. But that's when you feel, oh, this is about the best trading I could do. You're doing everything that you planned out, right? And it kind of just you saw the exit and you got out, and you didn't wait for it to keep going, let your profits run, because to me, letting your profits run has a big drawdown in the sense that it's rare. 20% of the time does the market actually keep going. So right now we're just chopping around. Unless this thing makes a rally, I'm going to be underwater here. So, but there's always Sunday, and you hold over the weekend. I typically do, as I'm a pretty big risk taker. That's the other thing. You have to take the risk, I suppose. Say, oh, I don't, whatever happens. Sometimes it'll go in your favor, and sometimes it won't. Now, it didn't go in my favor last week, and it kind of fell out of bed. Well, it was already screaming down. But that was when Trump announced that he was going to keep talking to these bozos, and then the market reacts pretty hard on that. But here it's just drift city. I don't see anything happening here. Utterly boring. I'd rather be losing money at a fast rate. Nasdaq kind of pulled back here, trying to get some fuel for one last rally maybe. Gold's petered out. Dollar yen's going back up. Bitcoin's drifting up. Yeah, it's kind of bad. Kind of boring. Unless there's high drama in here. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, you really can't. Home runs just, really, most of the stuff is just, it is too hard, man. It's just too hard. I think I have had those trades, but I've had to, it costs so much money. it costs like $3,000 in drawdowns to hold. Like, so you're looking at the 4-hour chart and you're like, man, right here, like, oh, it's still going down. And if I have free margin, I'd be like, yeah, we got to buy more of that. And eventually, that trade can be a lot of money. But yeah, you're kind of holding on to it. So I'm still holding on to this. Now. 3 hours and 15 minutes left. So I'm hoping that the clock running out is going to work in my favor for people that don't want to be short into the weekend on the euro dollar. I'm hoping they come in and balance out their books here so I can just get out. It looks good on the 15 though. I think I should buy it on the 15 at the market. Got a double bottom. Back to the starting gate. Let's get in for 8 pips here. Yeah, that's a ticket. Going to close that 15-minute chart. It's going to close out in 1 minute. Pull back on the 5. Okay. 1 minute and 15 seconds. We're going to close out the 15-minute chart. The ball is the current price. Or I still got pendings here the last 8 hours. So I got a crop of buy limits sitting right here. Yeah, I just trade so aggressive, I think. It's just too aggressive. That's why I trade the demo. Because I actually want to buy more of this with my real money, but I'm like, no. Because it could still tank, and I got buy limits down here. I got my finger on the trigger. I got 30 seconds left in this chart. This updated this chart. So I think I'm just too eager. Let me buy some here. I'll buy some just before the 15-minute bar closes. $15 pip stop. Five seconds left. Boom. Hope we can launch off of this. Get a rally. Fuck, I can't see the goddamn tickets in here. Okay, so we bought another crop there. It's another walk down to that price. Here it is. All right, so we're in like $500,000 of this euro now. Really tight targets though. About to cash out right here, just itching to cash out. Are we tanking by more? $2,100 a margin, 500 to 1. Down $1. We need to see an impressive move here. Coming up to the top of the hour, here's the half-hour chart. Sure looks like a buy in the half hour, my God. 1 hour. This half-hour chart. Nice gentle pullback. Definitely got to take this high out. 5-minute chart has to make an amazing run. Yeah, it's just kind of dead. I don't see anything going on. Just stalled out right at the delta. That triangle just We need some serious drama to kick in here. It's just teetering. There's no news, nothing to drive it, you know. Oh. Looks like it went up a little bit. I'm up 32 bucks. Okay, dude, yeah. Well, it depends. I mean, look, if you're going to sit here and babysit this market, and you're going to be like, dude, I'm waiting for that setup. I'm waiting for London Open. Like this, look at this dollar yen chart. You got your finger on the trigger here. You're ready to sell. Yeah, you just made like 35 pips in dollar yen in 1 hour. Yeah, you want to wake up at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning and do this trade? Yeah, you could do that. It's up to you. I mean, it really depends how hard you want to work, you know. Yeah, some of these trades are just look at that. You gotta wake up here. You gotta 3 o'clock in the morning. If you sold up here at the market, if you don't want to put your pendings up there, that's some money there. Most people in the United States are not up at 3 o'clock in the morning, so I don't know about you, but because I will wake up at 3 o'clock. I wake up all night long. I got my phone next to me. I watch the market all night long. I got a 4-hour chart on my phone. That's all I do is trade. Yeah, that's all I do. I mean, I go to the store, got hotspot off my Android to a Windows tablet. Got 2 tablets. Is there anything else to do? What, are you going to go outside and play ball? I hear there's a soccer game going on. People play soccer, apparently. They kick a ball around and shit. Look at this 15-minute chart. Another buy. So there's that first sniper buy, and then here's the second sniper buy. I'm a sniper. I use a shotgun, no. I'm not much of a sniper. I'm using the shotgun method on my limit entries there. Come on, you can do it. I just know you can rally. Another thing, it helps to talk to the market. You know, a lot of people think it doesn't work. Wrong. No. Yeah, you might be trading too much if you yeah, I'm close to Canada. Close enough for rock and roll. Gosh, yeah, what is this move, eh? Like I'm saying? Yeah, no, I joke about the Canadians, how they're always asking a question. Do you think I could blow up the account? Well, everything's a question. I think I'm going to blow up the account. They have a time zone in Canada that's a half hour, like Nova Scotia or some shit. It's like a half hour off. I talked to a guy up there once. I was like, dude, well, how you fucking get your brain around that? You mean to tell me? He goes, it's the top of the hour's coming. I go, dude, no, it's the bottom of the hour. He goes, not here. I'm like, oh, damn, you got a problem there in Canada. That's Canadian shit. Half-hour time zones? Come on. Jesus Christ. Well, they're still wearing wigs. If you go to court, they're wearing fucking toupees and shit. What do you expect? Yeah, no, I don't care. No, it's good fresh air up there in Canada. Oh my God, are we ever going to leave the station? I'm up $60. Look at that. No, I've seen these. You know, if you look at the chart, you know, and you kind of back test it in your mind, you're like, look at this entry here. But then you realize how long it took to unfold before they actually made any money. You're like, yeah, I know it's a good setup, but you still got to wait 2 hours to get paid if you even get paid. It's just a really like this is the 15-minute chart, which means if you sold here, sold here, and sold here, you still had to wait an hour to get paid. When it finally tanked, you sold all those things, you finally had to wait. It's just not a turn on a dime situation. Yeah. A 15-minute chart. Got to get some kind of run going here. Man, it's just it takes so much patience to wait for these things to unfold that you kind of know have a high probability of happening. It's just brutal. Like this final rally I'm waiting for. One last attempt, and it's like taking forever to get the party started, if it ever does. So really, if you made your money here on this climax move, you really have to say, you know what, you did good there. And a lot of people are done. They're like, dude, I'm not going to trade the last 3 hours. I'm only trading the last 3 hours because I'm in a giant swing trade. But this move here would have been, this brilliant rally here. You'd be like, yeah, I'm out. I'm fucking out in 2 hours. Done for the day. And if you, $100, $400, $5,000, that could have been any amount of money there. Yeah. Daily chart just looks like we're just going to go up, up, up for the rest of the year, but that's me. I just get that. I look at this daily chart. I'm like, holy shit. I've been staring at these charts for ages. I'm like, look at this thing. My God, man. Like, that is broke out, come back, and just keep going up. Oh my God. I mean, what they do to this currency pair, beat the shit out of it. I don't know. I want my money. I want it now. Okay. It's my money and I want it now. JG Wentworth trades Forex. Oh yeah. Good God. One minute chart. Creeper gear. So the 5 minute, we got a little triangle in the 5 minute. We want to resolve that to the upside, but now that it stalls out here, the longer it goes sideways, the more chance it is it's just going to plummet. That's the other thing, Sideways drift and plummet. So did you look into the quant trading? I think it's a joke. It's just so silly. I listen to this interview, these quants, they're like, yeah, well, there's no, if I can make 52%, yeah, dude, you're just trading like data. There is no story. You don't have a view of what's the future. You just sifting through data looking for a pattern recognition robot that you can build that'll just make a little bit of money. It's just going to make a little bit of money. Such a ridiculous kind of a harebrained scheme. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is just taking for us. At the top of the hour is the only good news is we're going to close out the 1 hour chart here, get some resolution. So the nice thing about the 1 hour chart closing out, it's going to close out the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15, the half hour, and well, the 1 hour, the 4 hour when it's 1 o'clock. But here is a closeout, 3 hours left of trading. I'm counting on the last possible rally, which I've been counting on for fucking 2 hours. I'm buying the pullbacks in this little 15-minute. So here's the resolution of the triangle in the 5-minute chart. It could still pop down. So it could still pop down and fill some of my limits. So you have to accept this really boring scenario here at the end. A lot of the trading is done for the day, but there will still be people that will close out positions from here for the next 3 hours. And whatever the trade balance turns here, hopefully up for me. So I just get out of this thing. Just bored to death with this fucking market. Just stop me out or go up. I'm over it. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute to execution of the 1 hour chart will close out, and let's see if the robots come in here. It'll be 5 minutes after 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 2 p.m. So go to the 1 minute chart. So you're watching the 1 minute chart close out the hour. And then we'll wait for and then we'll see 5 minutes. 5 minutes if it could actually go down lower 5 minutes after the top of the hour. But I just love how this thing runs on the clock so perfectly. 5 seconds before the top of the hour, there's drama here right now. And then 5 seconds after top of the hour. So there, 5 seconds after the top of the hour now. Now we got 5 minutes. It could go down here for 5 minutes easily, spike down. But that's usually where I'm going to get filled on limits, or I'll actually buy 5 minutes after if I really still like to trade, you know. So here I'd actually buy it. I got my finger on the trigger to buy the same trade. I'm gonna buy with the 8 pip target here. 1 minute chart. Yeah, I mean you could actually buy I could buy like $100,000 of currency here just by pulling the trigger every couple seconds. Okay, 1 minute's up. I'm buying more. I still got 4 minutes left after the top of the hour here. I'm just gonna load up on this thing since it's a demo account. I'm gonna load up on it. So all these entries I've got are the best entries, really. They're under this 1 minute wick. Every time I pull the trigger down here, I figure getting the best price ever. And I got limits tight in here to buy more. Okay, you got 3 minutes left to update the 5 minute. There's a triple bottom on the 5. Yeah, that 5 minutes is a big deal after the top of the hour, Because the 5-minute traders and 5-minute robots are going to come in on that one. Man, where the fuck is it? Is it going up yet? Still got 2 minutes left in the 5-minute bar. Oh my God. Yeah, that's a hairy trade, man. Yeah, that pound New Zealand has to be so brutal. It has to move pretty hard. I remember New Zealand. Well, New Zealand to the dollar. Actually, I think the Australian dollar is pretty cheap to trade that because you could put more contracts on. Alrighty, I've got still time ticking here. Tick tock. Let's go. Thirty seconds. Seconds. Five minutes update. Here comes the 5-minute buyers. Nothing. Dead. Oh yeah. Yeah, I could publish in this one. This one looked like I'm a fucking guru only because I traded without a stop and made about $15,000 in the NASDAQ about a month ago because I'm like looking at it going, yeah, this thing's plunging, and I bought at the market like heavy. Well, 1Ks, which very heavy actually. But I had $50,000 accounts, so as the market's tanking, I'm like, dude, I think I was using about $10,000 of margin to make about 15 grand. Okay, this is 1 minute after 5 minutes after. So this is 6 minutes after the bottom of the hour. This is typically the moment where it's going to move. Because the 1 minute traders have come in. They're trading it too. But when it moves all in concert here, this is the composite operator theory of Wyckoff. Everybody that's doing everything, the trend traders are here, the scalpers are here, everybody's here at the delta. And then it takes off, right? So the idea that you want to be the snipers, that you're trading very large here, and you're only trying to make 15 pips. You make $1,500. But me, I'm just holding this giant swing, and I am doing some scalps interlaced, so I can say, oh, look at, I just made $200 on 50K or 75K in the direction of my giant swing. And what I'll do then is, depending on how much money's in the account, I'd be like, oh, let's buy in limits then too. So let's scalped out, or if the account isn't in a swing trade and I just made money, I'd get out, come back in with the limits. So why you don't want to do that is because you don't want to keep paying the commissions and the spread, but for the cash flow and the safety, you do want to do that. So if you can afford not to do it, of course, nobody wants to get out of. I don't want to lose one ticket on a swing trade that I'm in. So unless you get another account to trade just the scalps only, to keep it separated, as they say. Okay, so now we're coming near the close of the markets, and we could possibly take out the high of the day here, or it's going to be a goddamn spike up and everybody's going to be like, what just happened? Which is my favorite scenario, because then I could just cash out on the Friday, come in Sunday and think about, just writing some scripts to write more double click scripts. And but trading more than one market is a daunting task, even though I could probably trade the Bitcoin on the weekends, and I might just play around with Bitcoin on the weekends because I can do that. And I can test the scripts because Bitcoin keeps trading. So you could actually make probably $100 a weekend trading Bitcoin with scripts. It's very low. I think it's only 50 to 1 leverage, but you're really not, it's Bitcoin. Come on. Looks like we're about to break out this void here. We're attempting a rally on the euro into the close here. You're going to update the 5-minute chart. We're going to have 2 5-minute bars now. Higher highs and higher lows. Let's see the half hour. $15-minute chart. That's good. If you only pulled the trigger every 15 minutes, or there's a trade every 15 minutes, you only would have pulled the trigger here 1, 2, 3, 4 times, I'd say. During this pullback, you're buying the big, deep 15-minute pullbacks. Okay, here's a possible short squeeze bum rush. It just turned 10 minutes after 2. And depending on what happens with the bond market, that might be melting down, and it could propel us into at least taking out this high, which I'll start actually making money. I'm up $190 because I'm in so fucking big. I'm in $500,000. I'm in $1 million of euro pretty much at this point. 501 leverage. So every time it just goes up a little bit, it'd be like, if we could make it to this rectangle, I'll make like $700. Yeah, I did have this dream of the expert advisor running in a MetaTrader, and I do tests on that every time I get like, oh, let me try this. The only thing it's taught me is that my approach does work, but the robot's too clunky and too retarded to see the opportunities. But it is doing the trade that I do want to do. It's putting a ladder of tickets in. It's putting a grid in. And when conditions are right, now the shorter the expiration on the grid, it makes money. But if you talk to a quant, which I guess Perry Kaufman is probably the most famous quant. I had bought his books. And what he says is, which I believe is true because I back tested my spike grid system and it makes a lot of fucking money, but if you look back, it's from price shocks, which are rare. So it's like, yeah, the market did crush down and retraced, and the expiration on these tickets is 30 minutes. These tickets buy up to 200 to 300 pips deep, and the ticket only lasts for 15 minutes. I back tested this. This thing will make money, but it's only from a price shock. So the idea that you could turn that robot on and it's going to bring you that kind of money, it's never going to see that trade. It's never going to. How many times is the market? How many times is there a price shock? Once every 3 years. So, and I get the idea that you would sift through data, and they have this other thing where it's called machine learning. This is pure bullshit. Anybody realize that? I mean, you're smarter than the machine. I hope, right? Look, it's tanking now. So it didn't leave the station. It's a fake breakout. But I don't know. It's just the quant thing is just so silly. It's complete nonsense. I get that people want to think there's a God and all that stuff. There's no God. You die, you're dead. I'm sorry to tell you that. Sure, you can say, I love Trump to death, but God did not save your life from that bullet. The only thing that saved your life from that bullet was you just moved your head. So it's really not. It's a cozy thought. Your heart's in the right place, but because if you say that, I say, does God hate the little kid that just got killed in an earthquake in Venezuela? It doesn't make sense. But I understand people have to do these things, but they have to say, "Oh, I believe in Jesus Christ," or "I believe in God." Like, you can trust me. I'm not going to rape your daughter. You can trust me. Of course, it turns out the priests are really kind of doing a lot of hard banging on people that don't want it. So I don't know, because that's when you get the religious thing is just it's adorable thought. And then people say, "Well, I pray every day." All right. I don't think it works, but you feel better. That's all that matters. They say never talk about religion and politics, but I'm talking about it. Religion's fake, politics is real. There. I said it. Boy, we sure are just dicking around here. I was gonna ask AI, like, why does the market just not go somewhere sometimes? I already know the answer. Well, there's just not enough buyers and sellers. It's low volume. It's probably the end of the session. Yeah, as I figured. Thanks for answering my question. I already knew the answer. There's no magical answer. Yeah, I just did. The funny thing about doing the stream is that the beauty of it is you don't have to render it to the hard drive. I'm saving disk space. That's why because I don't usually edit my videos. I don't do jump cuts. The people with the jump cuts, even when you're listening just the audio section, you're like, wow, dude, like. But trading at the beach with a hot spot with my tablet. 5-minute chart. Come on, man. Break this fucking resistance already. Let's get this thing done. I'm sick of sitting at this fucking price. I just don't even know how you do. I don't know. If it's a small position, I'll hold it over the weekend sometimes. I have really done pretty well on some of the weekends where it gapped in my so I was in a trade, and I think I had the account maxed out, so there's only like $1,000 in the account, and I'm using $500 of margin, which means if it goes against me just a little bit on Sunday night, I'm totally fucked. And that thing went in my favor, and I was up like out of the gate. I'm up 1,500. I'm like, boom, and I came back in with limits, and it was still difficult, you know. So if the market just skyrockets up here, you'd be like, wow, this is easy. I should do that again. It doesn't always happen like that. So it might spike up, and you're like, holy shit. So I've actually had it where lately the volatility's been out of control. So it spikes up, and I'm like, fucking A, I just cashed out. I'm totally flat. I'm up 1,500. I come back in with limits. I'm like, holy shit, this thing's coming back harder, deeper in. Like where I got out was where everybody's selling, and apparently it's going to tank like a whore now and just be like, oh, I just lost $300. Buying the pullback after I totally cashed out on the spike up, and now I'm buying pullbacks that are like, it's 50 to 100 pips deep, and the market's down 80 pips, and it's filling. It's on a Friday. This is all happening on a Friday. I'm like, holy shit. So here we're getting a little bit of drama here. I'm kind of happy to see. I just like I get a little when I see the clock ticking near 5 p.m. and I'm not near my targets. I get a little concerned. I'm just counting on the crowd coming in and wanting to unravel this position into the close, into the weekend, because what's going on in the desert is you know, if they start launching nuclear weapons on a Sunday night and the market opens, you know, you could just be cooked alive, or you could be a millionaire. You could be a genius, or you just blow up the account. But no, it's different every time. It depends, like I said, the weekend, and you know, I think I'm too biased. Like, so I'm right now. I think, oh, the market's going to go up. I can see it could go down, but it's the distortion everybody has, that they only see the ticks they want to see. They only, like Mark Douglas says, you only see the upticks because you're long. All the downticks you ignore. You think, oh, it's just a pullback. But it's a great way to make money, just because it's better than Sudoku. It's challenging, you know, but it's hard to cheat Mother Nature with a robot. I don't believe quants can build stuff that can I mean, they can't even predict the weather, so I just don't know. The whole quant thing is so overrated, and I don't know. Like, I think there's traders inside of Market Wizards that just out-trade, you know, people that know how to extract 10 pips, 100 pips every day, because they see the window, they see the setup, they see what could possibly happen. They got the tickets in their hand, they're ready to do the trade, you know, analyzing the markets and saying, yeah, that's great. Okay, now I paper traded it, and I'm going to trade it with real money. It's just going to be so brutal, because you're going to be like, dude, I'm getting killed here. I think I'm cashing out of something. So I'm cashing out of some of my giant position here as we go up. I just love to see that gushing move at about 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, where the market just goes sailing. And on a Friday, it seems like, oh, you know, but it looks probable here on the half-hour chart. So I just go to the chart that looks like it's giving me more of a good feeling that it could happen. But, you know, you got to be patient. This has been walking down for fucking 2-hour walk down. That's a half-hour chart, so 4 bars down. Walk back to the starting gate. One last rally, maybe. You know, but then again, you can always, you know, you can always tank. It can always go against you. So I had this robot I was building with AI, and I said to it, can you make a robot that closes out all the tickets at the end of the day? And it said, yeah, but I haven't turned that toggle on yet to see what it's like. I suppose it's not going to help the swing trades at all. But if it's a scalping robot, and it just, whatever's lingering in the system, it would just, but these are just preposterous things because you're back testing on stuff like I'm back test the yen, back test the euro. The problem there is that the future is not the past, and when you see these profit factors, it's kind of cool. Oh, it made money, but I'm actually watching the robot trade. So I watch it trade and I go, yeah, I'd do that trade. And I'm always perplexed that it doesn't make money. I'm like, it's doing the trade I would do. And that actually was a great entry right there. But it's not doing enough trades in that window. It's also not adjusting targets. Like sometimes I'll get into a trade and I think, oh shit, this is a fucking move. And I'll actually move my targets. So I'm not in that big say. And I go, you know what? Instead of buying more right here, I could buy more right here or I could move my targets. This is the other question. Do I move my targets now that we're going up or do I leave that? The disciplined trader says leave the targets, let it cash out. So the more that I do that, the better off I am because I get greedy and I think, oh my God, I'm in a $1 million position. What if I move my targets up 50 pips? Oh my God. So this is actually cashing out incrementally right now. But we want to get that acceleration where there's a squeeze. Everybody's running for the door here at the last minute. You need that. I just love that. It's over, So I don't like to buy here. It's too late. Maybe on a limit if it dips back here. Looks like NASDAQ's not going to make the target, but gold looks like it's setting up for a rally. So we could get one last rally here on the euro. One last on the euro yen. One last on the pound. I got this brilliant short here. I shorted I'm up on this trade actually, the Bitcoin short. How much money am I making on that? It's not showing up on my thing. I'm up $2. See this Bitcoin trade? I'm up $2. So the whole Bitcoin trade, I'm probably up about $20. Let's see the biggest profit. So my biggest profit is I'm up 50 pips on this euro dollar. I'm up $5, 50 pips from way down low from yesterday. Yeah. Oh boy. So yeah, one last punch here on the euro dollar. Would be nice to see. Coming up on the bottom of the hour, let's look at the half-hour charts. Bitcoin's pulling back. Four minutes until the bottom of the hour, but still got to have that stock market trigger something here. Maybe gold makes a run. One minute euro dollar. Here's a pullback. We could buy some more here on the 1 minute. Add to a winner. Five-minute pullback. The only one in here actually, other than my entry point. 8 pip target, 15 pip by a 2K. Oh shit, my thumb's killing me. Okay, I keep passing by the balance so fast. That's a perfect setup right there. Pulls back to the box. Now one final push. 5-minute chart. So we got to clear the trees here. We start cutting north here hard. I'd say by 3 o'clock we definitely want to be up at least 10 more pips for here. Jesus, this is the creeper gear trade. Oh boy, come on. You can do it. The gold market looks ready for another rally. Possible rally here. It's pulled back to this breakout point. So if you like to trade after breakout, come back to the breakout point. This is your entry here. Okay, it's free sailing here. We got 30 seconds to the bottom of the hour. Update the 15 and the 30. Yeah, 15 seconds to the bottom of the hour. Got to update this half-hour chart. Maybe get some. Start breaking those resistances there. There you go, just updated. We want to see a nice cut north now. Nice clean breakout here to the upside. Start cashing out of stuff. Certainly don't want to hold it over the weekend. Kind of want to get out here in the next 2.5 hours. All right, here comes the 1-minute traders. 10 seconds. There's 1-minute chart. They just top tick Tommy'd a little bit there. People cashing out. Now we got to see some drama here. That's the pullback. Yeah, I mean, you can type stuff into that. Look at that 1-minute pullback. It's going in the trend direction. I don't know how people chase it here. Ah. 1-minute chart. Let's see some fucking drama. Come on, people. I ain't got all day. Yeah, that's a big drawback in trading. Some of these patterns are beautiful, but they just take too long to play out, you know. You'd be fucking dead by the time you hit your take profit. Be in a wheelchair, you know, with a wet nurse. So, is your hit target yet? I don't know. Take a look. No. It's pulling back. You want to buy more? Yeah. Yeah, let's buy some more. About 3 months we'll be out of this trade. We'll buy a new car. That's the other thing with back test. You back test 2 years of data in like half an hour. Here it's like real time creeper gear profits. I wish I had a 20-second chart. There's a 6-second. What was it? This brokerage. Years ago, I logged onto this thing. Some brokerage firm that had 6-second charts. Had their own charting software. That 6-second chart, man, you see the pullback. You're like, I get in right here. I made money on the demo. Very tight spread. It's like some platinum account. It's like, look at that fucking pullback. 1 minute chart here is not even. Here's the 1 minute pullback. Here's your buy. Sniper buy. Last drift north. Come on, man. You can do it. Oh my God. Here's a cup and handle. Well, I'll just put a buy stop here because I want confirmation. And what I do is here, see the cup and handle pattern. Give me that fucking. I'm buying the saucer, dude. I'm buying the saucer. Here. It's called the saucer entry. You want the cup and handle. Okay, we've confirmed we have a cup and handle, right? There's the handle. We'll put our buy stop right here. Now you just sit tight. I'll show you how to trade. My course. This is actually the trade that this famous trader. He goes, you know, stop entry is what we're going to show you. Stop entry. Beginner's mode here. Put a buy stop here. If you're right, the market will prove you right. I'm thinking, why is this guy doing this to people? Why doesn't he start them off with, dude, let me show you how real men trade. Like, why don't you just say, I think I want to buy low. That's not low. What if that's a top tick Tommy situation? Well, you can split the difference. I could put a pussy trade up here, and I could put a real man trade down here. I'm gonna buy here. Put a limit here. So you just experiment and see how this stuff rolls when you're doing it. Put a buy limit right here, and say, you know what? I might miss out. So the fear of missing out. It's either going to go up or it's going to go down here. So you get filled on both. But look how brilliant this entry is compared to buying here. Like if this even comes back to here, I'm getting a better price. Even if I have my finger on the trigger, so I'd say the best way to get in it, buy one here at the market. Oh, I missed my entry. See, if it comes back there, I got my finger on the trigger again. Or do I do this? Put a buy limit in. So the clever thing to do is make one of these tickets. Make this a 10K. This is a 1K. Make it a 10K and put it right here. And make this a 20K and put it right here. And you be scalping, dude. Like, you can scalp this 1 minute chart. The market comes down, blinks through that, bing, bing, you're out. Or you got your finger. The other thing is that there's 72 hotkeys assignable inside of MetaTrader. If you really want to trade like this, like a sniper, I'm not saying you can't, but you got to babysit the 1 minute chart. You got your tickets in here. You're watching the clock. It's like a real fucking job. If you swing trade it and you look at the chart and you go, look at this monthly chart, motherfucker. If we sold here and held it for 2 years, yeah, you have about $500,000. You'd be in 5 standard lots and you just made $1 million. Yeah, absolutely. Who the fuck could open that account and look at it when you're at $200,000? You're like, dude, should we get out? No, it's going to be at 500. Oh, trust me on this trade. Then you give a drawdown of 50 grand. You started with 10 grand. You're like, oof. Yeah. Look how I just got filled on that entry. Now, these might still fill up here, but wouldn't you rather have both? Why in the fuck are people buying on stop entry? Why is some guy that's showing somebody how to trade? I went home. Yeah. How'd you do today? Well, this guy's showing me how to trade, and in the beginner mode is to put a buy stop here and a sell stop. Why? Well, so we start people off. They get their brain around that. Yeah, if you think that's fucking stupid, don't even think about trading then. What are you doing here? So once again, I can see, you know what? I want to build a position right in this window. Like you're talking about making $500 into $1,000. This is how you do it, like this, dude. You babysit the 1 minute chart and you go, okay, buy it at the market right now. I'm missing it. I don't have my finger on the trigger. I buy at the market right now. Boom. No questions asked. Why? Because it pulled back on the 1 minute. That's a fucking buy signal. So if you really believe this 50 period moving average is a trend, you just have to have scripts that are like this. Now maybe you want to have a 3 pip take profit here because 8's a little bit greedy. And this might be a 3K. But I suggest that's what you do. You have this and you have drops. Single drops that you say, you know what? I'm fucking cheap. I'm going to put in a 10 pips to make 20. But you put that order down here, see? You could probably have a hard time blowing up a $500 account. If you traded like I'm trading right now, where you just put a 1K down here, you're going to risk $2 to make $1. But you know that if this slices down and rips back, the probability of you making that fucking money is like in the blink of an eye is pretty high. It pulls back into this box. Every minute I have a choice. Do I pull the trigger? I'm going to pull the trigger right here. It's down. Buy. Right, so I'm buying a 2K with an 8 pip target at the market. It's down. The signal's there. I'm also got the limit orders. If the limits don't fill, will buy religiously every minute. I'll buy at the market to make 8 pips because I don't know if it's going to keep tanking, but I know it stopped. I know it closed in that box. It closed in that box. It's a fucking buy. That's my system. So you asked my system. Now this could keep tanking, but there's enough money in the account that this is so negligible that the dynamic range of the position sizing should be from like 10K to 500K. You could trade anything, anytime, any day. Because you're literally saying, I can make you 1 cup of coffee a day that costs $50. I spent a lot of fucking time grinding the beans. Or I'm going to give you, 10 cups at $5, 100 cups at $2. Are you Starbucks or are you like Gourmet fucking Sniper? Now, Gourmet Sniper, what does he do? He draws a box and he says, I will sell at the market every time it closes in that box. That was his entry. He missed it. Oh, fuck. So, yeah. Could you do it? But the thing is, when the news comes out, you can't be trading this 1 minute chart like this. There's no fucking way. This shit doesn't even exist. The market is like, just zoom out, right? So people that you're trading this drift, this is completely different than just putting in giant grids and capturing this fucking drama and almost making the same amount of money. Because all you did was say, I'm going to commit to buying everything below here. I don't care what the fuck you say. And this was a winner if you took something off that table. If you're trying to build a giant swing trade, you're going to put a 40K in there. You're going to put 20 pip stops on 1Ks spaced 15 pips apart, right? As it fills up the box, you're going to decide, well, you know what? I didn't plan on getting into this thing, right? I didn't plan on making a baby or something. I didn't know we'd fuck that hard. But look at that, right? So you made this money here, and this is almost a full auction. I would say from session to session auction here is this box you could draw here, and any ass clown you can see the orange, right? So you start at the orange, and you figure out, well, how deep would you buy? I would have bought everything below there, and where would I cash out? I cash out everything above. I just draw another box. I was going to stretch 2 boxes, but everything above that session. So right there is Top Tick Tommy session to session. You bought below the orange. You held it through the whole thing. The trend traders are jumping on here, I suppose, if you had the right moving average. This is your fair value chop. Okay, there's one last pullback into a box, but you're literally babysitting a 1 minute chart. Think about that. So so I'm already long, right? I'm long on this 1 minute chart, so I'm saying you could live this lifestyle. I'm sitting here with my finger on the trigger. If we burst up, I'm already getting out. Now, I didn't write the ticket yet, but I could write it right now. I could write this so it buys a 10K, and it's only going to make 2 pips with a 15 pip stop. So the array of tickets I could write here is kind of endless in that sense, you know. And the rules, right? So every 15, here's the 15 minutes. I'm gonna buy right here, because the 15-minute chart's gonna update. And the 5, and the 1. So those orders I put on that 1-minute chart, they kind of look ridiculous on the 5-minute chart. If you zoom in here, like these boxes that I made, you're just taking out the lows from the 5 minutes, so you stop hunting the 5-minute chart. And I think I got stopped out, and I might have bought on limits there. I think I bought more. So I bought more on limits here. And now I'm even in a bigger position. But yeah, I get this. You got to be out of this trade by the end of the day. That's the other kind of pressure here, is that if you do get into this kind of big position, if you look at the pivot, the fair value pivot, I'd call it, I suppose, from this whole brick session, which is pure U.S. market until it closes here in an hour, 15 minutes. So you guys get this, say 2 hours and 15 minutes left. It feels like 4 o'clock's the close to me, though. Anything past 4 p.m. is kind of like, eh. So if there's going to be a squeeze, it would be from here to 4 p.m. Stocks make one final run. They've pulled back here on the 30-minute. If you're buying new lows on NASDAQ, okay, so NASDAQ, if you really trade this thing, you're going to need some money. I don't even know. You're going to need the 1-minute chart. I wouldn't even buy. I'd take a 1-minute chart. If you could get like a 2-minute chart going, I mean, this thing, dude, you're buying, selling so fast here. This is so much money. You can see how many times you got to rinse and repeat here, because you won't survive it. You're trading like your ass off here all day. Look at the 1-minute chart with the 50 linear weighted. These spikes above now, if you know what to do there, you're a fucking genius, right? And if you got your finger on the trigger and you could pull the trigger and be like, I just put a grid in here, I just sold it to market, bam, 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 1-minute chart, bam, 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 and it just rips down. It's better than VWAP here. And then it crushes down. And here, if you look left, you knew you were taking out the lows from like 2 weeks ago here. It was Psycho City, and it went overshot the runway to the upside because it couldn't fucking believe itself, right? And it's hard to believe that. I'm always amazed when you take this out and it keeps going, and you're like, really? Wow, I guess so, right? Why not, right? We've already been around the block 5 times. And this is the pivot, coming all the way back to that classic. That's the 1-minute chart. But if you're holding to the trend here, and you just build a robot you think's the fucking holy grail of 50 linear weighted EMAs or linear weighted moving averages, you bought here and just got clobbered. Yeah, it's a perfect setup. So I say the setup thing's good, but look at this thing crawling out of the hole. This is just such a brutal market. How do people even trade this shit? Look at this thing. It's a 1-minute chart NASDAQ. It's a fucking nutsoid. 5-minute looks like, oh my lord, like your grids have to be so wide. I don't even know how much it is. I haven't written a script for this. There might be one in here, like a single drop or something. Let me see if I have one. But yeah, it's kind of exciting market there, but a little too much for me. This could be a NASDAQ. I'm not sure. Definitely not. I don't know what the fuck that is. That'll get stopped out in 2 seconds. Who knows what the fuck that is. But imagine grid trading this. If you really want to get clobbered, You talk about risk. I don't know how people look at this thing. Here's London open. This is 3 o'clock in the morning. Whoosh. Now this is a fucking fantastic trade. You cannot fucking tell me this isn't the best fucking auction session to session shit in the world, right? From that to that, you're out. And then just rinse and repeat. But now you're going to be buying this. Now this is going to freak your brain out, but it's actually less risk. If you run the same grid size, this box is the same fucking thing, right? So, try to move this. Let's draw a new one. But you see what I'm saying? If you're getting in here, where are you getting out? It's going to have to be at the top of the next session. It's going to be the most logical place because there's sellers up here to take it back down, which you never get to take it back down, right? You just take it back to this. But these markets are just, this is pretty rare, I got to tell you. Even though this is the 5-minute chart, you just don't normally see NASDAQ. If you're looking at the big picture here, this is some crazy times, you know. Like, look at this. You're selling in Asia. You're holding that for one day. You get out at the end of the day. You could have held it for another day. That's a ton of money. And you got in on this dumb shit 50 linear weighted moving average. Like a fucking goober. Yeah, people do make money like that. But I got to be honest with you, I could not wait for that setup. I suppose, you know, the only one that matches that setup, if you're near that, right, that's the perfect, it came down, comes up, kisses. This is the only trend trade on here. Then it's over. You're allowed one trend trade. This one, entry, and then this one in Asia. That's it. It's over. Then it flips the script. Now you're under, you know, so if you do that trade, yeah, now you got to be a seller. This is kind of a, you know, the rules are there, right? Moving average is down. It's okay to sell. Goober entry, yeah, sell. But look at all the money here. You don't, the trend traders aren't going to be able to do this trade where you're buying here because of this low, and you're going to ride it back into the structure, right? Trade. So the structure traders really don't get that fill. The goober moving average trend traders do get that fill though. So I can see both ways here. You know, if you're going to just keep selling every time it rallies with this fucking thing, but if you keep it to the session, at least you can say at the end of the day, this was the ultimate trend trade of the day on the 30-minute NASDAQ. I think this is NASDAQ US Tech. I don't know, cash. I honestly don't trade it, but if you go to the 1-hour chart, the setups really aren't there. You know, it's not, and it's like, so you really do have to, the 15-minute and the 30-minute have the best. When I back test my robots, it seems like the 15 and the 30-minute robots actually do have a profit factor that makes fucking money. This is after testing, oh my God, I 100 robots, 100 tests per robot. I've probably done 10,000 tests. I say 50,000 tests in my whole testing. It wasn't until I had AI clean up the fucking robots that I found and I wrote myself that I was able to, and then it told me to go download this tick library thing. And then fuck, I watch it trade. So I'm watching it trade. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm looking for is a dynamic entry grid. So when the market plunges, it's putting in wide grids. When the market's quiet, it puts in tight grids. Okay. So I got it to work in a sense, but the problem is that AI is kind of you have to be explicit, I suppose. I'm being too vague, maybe. But, you know, I got it to work. I have 20 actual blocks, 20 robots under the hood of one major robot that has a global trailing stop. Each robot has either RSI, CCI, or Williams percent R as a switch toggle to trigger whether it's going to place a buy limit of a delta that I chose and a hard delta that I picked. Now, if it's a dynamic delta, on a grid, that that in theory it makes money, and it does make money until the market goes fucking hyper trend. So here on this crush down here, there's no fucking way a grid bot is going to survive this fucking plunge. I don't give a fuck. Now, when you back test it over 10 years and go, yeah, the drawdown was $34,000. It ended up making 250 grand. But a lot of people aren't going to wake up in the morning and enjoy looking at their fucking FX Blue that's tracking it, and it says, it's what? How much? Oof. So that's the other thing, is that even if you do take your account from 500 to 1,000 to 20,000, there's going to be a certain number you get to where you're probably going to have to you're going to have to be in a $3,000 drawdown and be a little bit apprehensive, thinking I've never been down so much. But also saying, well, that's because you got in too early and too big, because you didn't, like, nobody sees the void coming. The abyss to the left, look left, because this is a big road you're on. If you look at the NASDAQ, let me take this grid off of here, it's too much. But if you look at the NASDAQ lately, people have been getting clobbered in this market. I feel bad. I mean, certainly the market makers are having a field day, but if you're just trying to trend trade the NASDAQ on some type of system that you built recently, it's totally not going to work right now, because the dynamic range of the market is too ridiculous. It's unsurvivable. You can't survive it. Because look at this chart. This is the daily. That's the weekly. I mean, this is heavy shit going on up here. Now, this is either top tick Tommy or consolidation to go higher, right? I mean, it's one or the other. I mean, you make the call, as they say. But I love this ball. This is the current price. So it's actually a buy. I look at that, I go, fuck, I hope we're buying that. This is down right now. I can actually look at a weekly chart now with this single ball. This is current price looking back into all the old prices. I can go to the monthly and go, oof, what the fuck is that? Dude, I'm going to tell you what. I've been looking at charts a long fucking time. Show me this setup. This has never happened. Now, this could go higher. Think about it. Who the fuck is going to sell? You got the balls to sell into that? I mean, I'm a contrarian, but yikes. Is this consolidation? Is this a bull flag? People are going to lose their fucking mind if this keeps going up, and people, they say, well, Bitcoin's fucking 60 grand. Why can't this be at fucking 60 grand? So I'm bullish on this. I got to tell you, it sounds cliche, but this memory chip crash is just a buy. It's a joke. So I'm not a big long term. I'm not a big stock trader, but based on my gut feeling of how this markets typically go, is only if only for the range, if only for the scalp I'm buying here, because holy shit, that's the weekly chart. I mean, who isn't just saying, can I just scalp it to the floor of the last week? I don't even have to make a new high. And people have already made that money today. You can see it right there. How much money was made just buying this new low on the daily in this slot here? Oh my God. So that is my favorite. If I could have traded that today, I'd be like, holy shit. Not to mention, some guy, some high rollers got tickets down here going, oh yeah, call me when it's down here. You don't have to call. There's buy limits down here. I'm sure people who have a fucking brain that understand how to swing trade are like, dude, just put buy limits in there. I just look at the 4-hour chart here on the. So here you have the black is the end of the day, which I like this. You get the end of the day on the 4-hour chart here. This is a buying opportunity coming into Asia right there after that big U.S. spike. So you can kind of see the trades in here. It's a little hard to get your brain around this chart because black is the end of the day. So end of the day, here comes London Open, sell it 4 hours down. The 4-hour chart. It's a lot of trading, but it's a really different look. You think about this look of this chart, you need a little bit wider screen. I don't have a wide enough screen to really call out the trades here, but your perspective here is that for the whole week, your trade plan is kind of spelled out, easily. Like, you got to buy below here. If only for that wick. And you got to buy below here. Now, that would be scary to watch and do maybe in real life because you might be afraid to pull the trigger here thinking, is it going to just keep tanking? Like, holy shit, right? So the 4-hour perspective, look at this right up against resistance. How many fucking times? Geez, almost like it's resistance. Now, here's the London, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, sell. Here's 4 o'clock in night, sell. Different time of day. This is a U.S. market sell. Hold it the whole fucking week all the way down into the buy window, right? So the guys that are swing trading on the weekly are just cleaning up, right? But think of how deep your pocket needs to be for you to start buying, which is not a bad price. Below the U.S. session, and you commit to buying this whole thing, and you're going to make it all the way back to here and then some, but this is pretty punishing. I mean, that's why I recommend, if you're going to do that trade, go back and look at every 4-hour low for your entry. So you're going to put a ticket here for the scalp. So you scalp that because it closed up, you see. You scalp that. Then you put your next ticket bank here in this slot. This is an 8-hour vault, looking back. And this is going to be swings and scalps. And then you're going to put a narrow slot of tickets here. And these could be bigger because it's a narrower slot. And this is going to be your best entry on the 4-hour chart. So irregardless of this moving average bullshit, and all the other bullshit, that's how I would trade the 4-hour chart. If you have a wife or a day job or you got to babysit the neighbor's dog, yeah, I would just take. This is the NASDAQ, by the way, so you're going to need a lot of money. But I'm saying it's the same thing if I went to the euro dollar and did the same trade. It's about, and you could trade breakouts here too, which I wouldn't do, but you could. You could do the goober trade here, and you can see how it makes money when you get a quiet 4-hour session. I wouldn't, if you do the sell limits here, and you go, you know what if I don't fill in all my sell limits? Let's put some sell stops here and go in, and just go with it. It's probably going to tank. It could tank. It's the end of the day. It's the middle of the week. But can you psychologically jump on? Here's the trick, and I've tried to do it, and I've done it a couple of times. This awkward feeling because you're short, and then you're going to start buying below here because you're supposed to buy below here, right? And you're supposed to buy below here, but then you hand off into the other trade and don't go perfectly flat. So you kind of, if you're juggling, and this is just all in one market, just trading one fucking market, it's a different situation. So on the euro dollar, it's a little bit easier maybe than NASDAQ because it's a little cheaper to do that trade. The same thing here is that these go to the 4-hour chart and zoom in. So it's hard to see it with all these tickets in here because the tickets is blurring my bars. There's so many fucking orders in here. But I'm pretty much long this thing, very heavily long. And the entries here would be the same situation where you're trying to buy everything below here as much as you can afford for a scalp to the top of that box, and maybe you dump half the position and let the rest of the position ride for maybe a measured move of the same amount of box, if these are break-even tickets. Or you're going to go for the gusto and go, dude, that's the weekly chart I just bought here. I'm probably going to cash out if it takes out the high of the week. And maybe I'll go the other direction. If you're truly flexible enough to switch genders every 4 to 8 hours, you're a boy and then you're a girl, you could do that. I mean, I feel like that's almost what you have to do, but maybe I'm just not flexible enough to really do that, because see, I love buying, so I kind of like being a boy. I like buying here, and it's just easy for me to see that trade. You know, comes down, fills my orders, goes up. Oh, scalped. Maybe I refresh with another order bank, or maybe I start buying a little bit at the market. But I try to stay away from buying at the market because I've never lost more money in my life. But we don't see these voids that are to the left of us sometimes, you know. And it's this pent up whatever. I just think it's people just lose their mind. Look at the void here on the 4-hour euro dollar. So I've done a bunch of videos over the years, and I always point out this, and this line has already clipped it. We took out that lonely wick and pulled back. But if we ever take this out, right, think about, there'll be hell to pay for this void here that's been going on. I look at it like that. So if I'm a big swing trader, I'm going to hold this fucker for like till Tuesday. I can already see the trade here, right? The pace of it. This is really down here, you know. I'll draw a trend line just to convince myself that that's what's going to happen, you know. Put a channel in here or something. Oh, yeah, I can see it projected to here. Well, everybody can see this trade, right? Oh, all you're really saying is it's going to take out the high of the week and keep going. Not today. Not today. But we could still go up another 20 pips, right? This is a 25 pip grid. But so the swing trader would say, dude, call me when we get below here. I'm buying every fucking thing. Now, he's still underwater on the first buy. But when he said, no, dude, forget what I said. Call me when it's below this fucking Asian session, which was a psycho dead cat bounce. You had to know that if you ever got below that it was going to be a complete panty raid. Back and forth. Out of the box, into the box. So if you are prepared to trade a 75 pip box, you know, I did a trade on the Swiss franc once where I went with this idea. You know, I heard people say this bullshit about, well, you got to do this and that, and so I did it. And I waited in this trade at Swiss franc. I was in the trade for a fucking 2 weeks, dude, on a fucking 20K of bullshit. With an account only had $300 in it. And I got to the end of the week, I go, I'm at the same fucking price I was before. What's the difference? I'm just churning water here. Yeah, well, there's trades inside this drama. But if you're just going to literally trade, this is the value zone, and this is just how it is. All I do is buy when it's down in there. You can't see it because the bars are a little too colorful, but I don't have just a clean line chart to show you when it's down. How, yeah, down here is like, and then when it gets above, get the fuck out. 80% of the market's this shit. And then 20% of the time, this is where you're going to blow up the grid bot. So it's kind of simple. Everybody knows this, I'm sure, by now. The grid bot will be destroyed by this move, but the grid bot will make you $1 million in this box of bullshit. Of pure bullshit. This is what the quants think they can trade, but they can't because they don't fucking have a brain, dude. You have to look at this shit as a story unfolding. I just don't see another way to do it. Like, the human can out-trade any quant shit. Yeah, this moving average nabs it there, but would you have taken that trade anyways? I would have taken that trade because it was a top tick Tommy. You would have taken it because it's hitting your moving average. People see that and they go, well, just program the robot to fucking take this trade over and over again. Really? You sure you want to do that? Oh yeah, but what happened to this trade? It was blue and I bought. Oh, that one didn't work out. What happened? I don't know. You know, it worked here, but then it stopped working. Yeah, because there was an order imbalance so fucking big that you didn't see it, and it was this. The top tick Tommy here is the cause for this effect. That's Wyckoff. The fact that this order imbalances are so gigantous here, it's a fucking train wreck of shit. So channel traders are really trading a range at an angle. They're kind of trend traders, and they're accepting the, you know what, it's a channel. You're just giving yourself an excuse to trade, and then you have a gut trade. Like, it looks like it's going up. You got a market order. Can I just buy this? Like, it looks like she's going to leave the bar without me molesting her. Can I just stop her? Hire somebody to get any rope. So that's the market order to me, is kind of a, but if you have the patience to pull the trigger, I suppose it's the ultimate trade, the sniper trade, right? Oh, stalked her and then nailed her. Yeah, so I'm working on a trading book about sex and trading. Why trading is sex. The bad relationship with the trend and all these things, you know. It's just it's a relationship, you know. And what I find amazing is there's so many people trading now, and I've watched a lot of videos, listened to a lot of shit. I'm always fascinated that some guy will say, well, what I do is I only do 5 trades a day. When I'm up $300 to get out, I make about 10 grand a month. Like, wow, dude, like, how do you have the discipline to do that? I wish I could do that. Like, I wish I could be like, well, I've had my coffee. What do we got here? Hey, Harold, can you bring up that moving average again? Let me take a look at that. What's our bias today? I don't know. I feel like a boy today. I'm going to go long. All right. How big do you want to trade? I don't know. I'm already in too big. I think I just close all open pendings right now. So that's the other thing, you know. A lot of times I think I would have made more money or saved some money if I just said, you know what, I don't think it's going up. Now that's trades that I've built long positions into, and but swing trading is that is the torture of swing trading. So I think if you scalp around your swing trades, you can afford to swing trade, you know. I just think you got to take those 8 pip winners and say, you know, that's all there is here. If you want to be a so-called full-time trader, at least when the market's open during U.S. markets, and the drama that comes out here at 8:30 in the morning, this orange bar is 8:30 in the morning. So I just have this beautiful filter. I can see the news right there. And then I can see the close of the market, and I can see 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning says Dodger Blue. So you can see right there, if you sold Asia session here on the euro right at 2 a.m. when Europe opens there, look how many pips you would have made. Or you could have been short because you put orders above the U.S. session, and you sold above U.S. session, and you got filled automatically, and you're clever enough to have the swing trades, the scalps, all built into that box. That is the ultimate trade. Your stops are scaled wide to tight from here up, say. And your targets are going to be like this. So in a perfect world, but the problem with AI cannot situate itself properly, I don't believe, to conceive this trade of here's your targets, here's your entry window, here's your stops. You have a soft stop here of all these scaled stops. Here's your entry window. Every ticket's filled. There's your stops. Here's your take profits. And, well, I guess the only thing that the EA could do, the problem is, where is it going to take profits? You could hedge the trade by saying it's going to come back and buy everything below the U.S. close here and go the other way, which actually made more money. Right? So which trade do you take? You could take both. I did take both the other day. I said I gotta try to start selling more. I think I'd make more money if I sold, because these are legitimate sells without regard to this moving average. And then I thought, I got money to buy now. Go flat. I'm usually kind of nervous about the sell. I can't believe I'm making money, so I get out a little early. But buying has been a pretty easy task, because it's just like when I write the script, it's going to be a buy script. Don't have to guess which direction I'm trading either. I have a bias built in because I'm too lazy to write the sell side, but AI's written some of my sell stuff. And AI's not great at it's not gonna look at all the news headlines and give you the answer, because fundamentals in market behavior are not connected in any way, other than when the news comes out, it tips into the abyss and it triggers massive panics of what is something worth. The question is, what is something worth? And when gold went above 1,000, I was I think I took my ring to the jewelry store and I was like, I get the fuck out of this trade, not knowing it would go to $5,000. But I didn't have a ring on my finger made out of gold, because I thought it would go to $5,000, and I don't really regret selling it at, I think, 1,500 or something. Because at 1,400 an ounce, I was like, damn, this piece is going fucking nuts, I think it pulled back to maybe, it didn't pull back much, but once they started to overbid it, people that short it forever had to go and buy it back, and the order imbalance is so severe. And if it climaxed to almost $6,000 there, we figure it's going to pull back. And yeah. The market dynamics are the issue, don't you think? Yeah, I mean, if I was to, so I could set up a $500 account. So people ask that question all the time. It's a lot of work, So you'd have to say, well, I've just made $20 a day, and just $20 a day, and $20. Yeah, you could do that. But you're not going to get to $1,000. Like, so go from 500 to 1,000 in a week. Well, you have to make $100 a day trading, I suppose, with the $500 account. You should be able to make $50 a day trading, right? That's 10%. I don't. Or you're making $5 a day, right? You're making something. I don't like to put these numbers on it so hard. Like, in other words, if you're doing the right thing, say you put a bunch of limits orders really close to the mark, end of the day like this, it's very quiet. You may not get filled. You might get filled. Okay, well, you didn't even get filled, right? So you still got money. But if you put $100 in the account every week, at the end of the month, you've got $1,000 to trade with, right? So you got to figure that if there's only $500 in the account, then you're going to lose $50 on this next trade. Now you got $450. Are you going to add to it now or later? Like, if you're going to keep, I have to keep at least $1,000 in the account, or I wouldn't be able to get to $2,000. Right? So I always think about doubling the account, I guess. So that's really, you know, you got to trade. You got to change your trading style throughout the week. Like, are you going to scalp it, or are you going to just say, well, we can make about $200 a week with this $500 account because I'm really only going to get. I'm probably only going to get about maybe 3 days that I see an opportunity. Whereas if you're scalping, there's always a fucking trade. So if you've got a crack pipe and you're ready to go, you're on the 1 minute chart, and the market opens, it calms down. You see, oh, well, I could probably get in here, or your Asian session. The problem there is you're gonna have to wait till about 7 o'clock till the spreads tighten up, or you go Bitcoin route. You trade Bitcoin scripts. You accept the brutal spread, but it's only like 60 cents or something, and you just trade Bitcoin. It's the same market. It does the same shit. If you look at the close of the market of Bitcoin and the close of the market in the London Open of Bitcoin, it's just a place for money to go. I don't see a difference in the markets from that standpoint. I think the market's flowing all over the place, It's just crossing over into this instrument to that instrument. It seems more dramatic now because Bitcoin is the say something on the weekend happens that's really crazy, people can hedge their bets against the US dollar in Bitcoin. So it's a nice way to get out, Are we getting out of this trade? I see my orders are getting filled or something. I just saw the terminal flipping. Yeah, so it's I haven't even looked at the Discord here. Sorry, I'm really not a Discordian, and I'm not really. There's nobody here but me. But it's just. Here we go. Have a little breakout here. A little breakout fever. Well, time's a ticking. It is coming up on the bottom of the hour. So the 20-minute chart just closed out. I don't have a 20-minute chart, but if I did, it's right here in my brain. We'll go to the 15-minute chart. So the closest you can get. So we're riding the channel here. I like these people do these videos, Hey, I'm a trend line. It's holding. Was it Tory trend line? See, I'm on my trend line here, holding that trend line. Tory trades like shit. I guess I should turn my mic off. Is it on or off there? Okay, disconnect. So yeah, Tory trades trend lines. Possible squeeze coming again as the time is a ticking here. NASDAQ ever recover from its brutality sell-off? Hey, look at it. It's kind of coming back to life, man. Right? It's like that chick. Wake me up. Put on that Wake Me Up song and get this NASDAQ to go on a rally. Oh, look at close down here. So if you trade it really depends how disciplined you are too, Say you do put a box in here and say, I'll buy everything that closes below here in NASDAQ all day long. You would have cashed out of one of these in the box. You would have had to have a scalp in there. So the scalp window is decided by the volatility of the last hour, it looks like. Yeah, pretty brutal markets. Look at this half-hour chart, man. 1 hour chart in NASDAQ is just psychotic, There's no... Like, how are you trading that? I took the grid off so you don't even see what it's really cost you. It'd be frightening. You know how much that cost in this market? Just scare the shit out of people. I think. I'm not going to do it. Yeah. So we're holding to the bitter end here. Bitter clinger. I see people do streams. I'm like, dude, I used to do streams that were so long. You have no idea. But I thought, listen, it's not my hard disk. YouTube's charging me. I have YouTube Premium, so I'm already paying for that. That's bad enough. Maybe that 1 minute Nasdaq's looking. We're getting a bid here. It's ready to go up. Ready to break out up. Nasdaq's going to make its final move. 15-minute euro looks good. 30-minute pound looks like a rally's coming. Sell off in the Bitcoin. Gold looks like it's just died. He's dead, Jim. Yeah, I don't know. That 1 minute chart's scary here. It keeps tanking. Stocks keep tanking. All right, we got 30 seconds here before 5 minutes before the bottom of the hour. This is a big deal, this 5 minute approach. I need a robot that trades for 10 minutes from 5 minutes before the bottom and 5 minutes after. That's all it trades. Trades really big. Nasdaq looks like it's going to tank Ola. Bye-bye. There she blows. Down the tubes. Into the fresh abyss. There she goes. Bye-bye. Time to go stop hunting the Nasdaqs. Big pullback in the euro there. So look at that. 5 minutes before the bottom of the hour. Look at that 5 minute chart. Look at the spaz on that. So if you have my buy limits are down here, I think they're still down here. I think I just got filled. Look at that shit. How psychotic is that? So this is frantic stuff here. When I see that, I get so excited that it's going to go up. Like I'm like, oh, look at this. Oh my God. Every 5 minutes matters now until the end of the day. Can't even see it on the 15. 1 minute, it's just it's one little hammer. Now it could keep tanking though. Look how it's just rearing up for some more tankage. Got more buy limits down there though, so I'm always willing to buy more. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Trading's tough, dude. I'm in a swing trade and I'm in a scalp here. So that would have been a perfect scalp, and I don't think I got filled because I didn't put buy limits in here. I didn't trail them tight enough. So if I had a robot that I turned on and all it did was trail buy limits really tight, that's the only robot I could ever imagine running. Is that it does a specific task and I turn it on and off with a hotkey and it just starts doing it. Because I have to do that trade over and over to make money on that window. On that wick window, I have to keep on refreshing that with really tight big orders. That's going to buy this box, this hole. Right, that is the stop hunt, they call. All this pressure built up in here. We bought that on limits. Probably filled half that box because we had to pay the spread. You could have shorted this, but look out because we could make a final destination move here on the half hour and just go up from here. But that's always my dream but the time's running out. You only got an hour and a half left of trading. So half hour till stocks close. We're just going to have to take the scalp we get. If it pops up here, I got 8 pip targets already programmed in. I think I missed my 5 minute buy here. But if you look really closely, you could have pulled the trigger. If your rule was to buy everything below this close, you would have had 1, 2, 3 buys at the market, babysitting the 5 minute chart. What I'm saying is that, yeah, you can do all these trades, but you got to do that trade, right? You got to sit there and babysit that trade and do that. Buy, buy, buy. Actually, there's 4 buys if you count this close into the box. You're locking it in. You're accepting the risk. maybe these limits aren't going to fill. And this would be a more grandiose trade. This would be a more amazing trade to buy here where the market spikes down. But maybe it's not going to happen because this is drifting. The end of the day's coming. It's kind of in an uptrend. 15-minute charts. Got a triangle forming. The 1 hour chart, the half-hour chart is kind of looks like a great clear sailing space here to cut through on the north side. Couldn't drive it down any lower there, right? So trading is just simple, It's terribly simple and painfully annoying. Got an hour and a half to spike up. Cash me out. I always want to get out. It's terrible. Market's too slow. I can't take it. So here's the 5-minute chart. Got an hour and a half. We got to get some. Basically got a hit here. That means the only target available today left. It has to slice through this price here, otherwise we're never going to make it. So it's got to just blow through this. It's just got to go cutting hard through that. Tag this. We're out. Take the scalp. Rinse and repeat. Wait for Sunday night. Trade more. Harder, deeper, faster trading. But it's a job, It's a baby. The 5-minute chart's not so bad. Less trading, If you're going to buy below the close, you would have bought everything below this close, including where you're at now. A lot of buying. So let's hope that we bust the last pulses up and everybody's aboard the same train, because everybody agrees with me, right? Oh, yes, of course they do. Okay. Bottom of the hour has come and gone. We need to see some panic into the close of the stock market now. Stocks have reversed down here at bottom tick Bobby on the 1 minute. That's a lot of money. If you're committed to buy below there, you're up on every trade. Go to the 5-minute chart. Nice, just limit entry orders. Didn't even have to trade that at the market. A little white knuckle here for people. The other way to trade that is to, like I said before, this is a trade because of that low. Then there's a trade. And what I do is on my cell phone, I will mark these off on my phone. And then here's a big buy window. The next buy window starts right here. It's very narrow. If you're going to stick with this policy of narrow gets narrow and big gets big, so the bigger the hole, the bigger the ticket bank, right? This would be a bigger ticket grid. And then, of course, this is psychotically giant. You'd have to have some money for that. But if you're going to religiously, disciplinedly move these tickets around like this and these grid entries, this is where you'd be buying next. I'm presupposing you scalped out of some of this, because otherwise why would you be trading this fucking 5-minute chart in the Nasdaq? It doesn't make sense. You can't swing trade this. You got to get in and out because it's just constant drama here. I've never seen so much bullshit in my life, but that's what it is. Now, the euro dollar is painfully crawling out of the fucking box here. I just can't take this either. but we're scalping out. As soon as it takes out this high and that high, it's going to be later, Gator. Enough already with this euro dollar. My God, look at this thing. It should be fucking 100 pips higher than it is now. Why doesn't anybody want it? The other thing I can't understand is, like, what did the euro dollar do so wrong as to be beat down to these prices? Like, what are they doing over there? Like, when I saw this, I go, what in the... How do you justify that kind of sell-off? Like, you know, you would think, and this is the problem with people assuming that this is a breakout and it's going to come back to this breakout. Dude, it sliced through that like it didn't ever existed. It's like, oh, really? We don't see support there. Then it goes a little bit lower. Now there's something going on there. The cause is this. This is the effect. The problem is you got to have targets that are really tight for just to make money from this chatter up here, and then you need some really big swing targets in a combination inside of that box. So you can exploit the whole move. It comes up, it spikes in there, it scalps out of your scalp matrix, and then it comes flying back out for the swing. And that's the best of both worlds, I think, if you could be that, you know, dual-minded trader. I think you could easily do it just in a small way. You got some pendings. You're waiting for the patterns to unfold, or you're waiting for your pendings to fill. I suppose the best thing to do is sit back and watch your pendings fill and think, perfect, now I can choose whether to get out. I'm already up on the trade. I can either take profits right now, or I can add to the thing with some more limits, thinking that was great. Let's fucking... It's probably going to chop around. Let me put some more limits in. Let's rinse and repeat and build a position at this price. Okay, we're going nowhere here. So a little bit of drift up. We only got 20 minutes left. It's going to go black. So unless there's a big scramble to the upside, we're kind of stuck here. Yeah, I probably have to hold that trade over the weekend, I suppose. Or cash out, 5 o'clock, just get out, irregardless of where the account's at. So there's two ways to go here. Either where are the accounts at? This is a big rule, too, as far as money management. This is the difference between you making money and losing money is that if you say to yourself, well, at 4 o'clock, if this thing's spiking up here, we get like a big rally right here on this 15-minute euro dollar. Wait till 4 o'clock. If they don't hit my targets, then we'll see. But definitely at 5 p.m., I want to be out. And maybe I'm going to lose money because maybe it pulls back into 5 p.m. But if you can stick to this thing where you just, irregardless, you're going to close all up in the pendings, whether you made your $1,000 today or not, that's the hardest thing for me to do because I feel I'm so right that I think that it's going to continue and that the weekend's not going to matter. But unfortunately, with the Desert Storm situation, it's definitely a factor. So we're right here at fair value, right? Died in the middle here of the day. We're in the middle of a doji on the daily chart. So you just, I'd say I'm waiting till the end of the day. If it goes up, I'll take whatever profits I can get, but I kind of got to go flat there. I can reload the gun on limits coming into Sunday, so we can do that. But yeah, it's very quiet here, and actually there can be a lot of movement at the last minute. If you look at the charts back in time, so look at the close. You can probably make about maybe 5 more pips here. just before, I say 20 minutes, coming on 20 minutes left here till it's 4 p.m. Stocks have 20 minutes left. Yeah, not much of a rally there. So see how short-lived that was. That if you bought this, if you bought below here and you didn't get out, you kind of, you know, you missed the cash out. But I would just rinse and repeat. Now I just buy again. Buy this area, and if you keep on putting these, I did it one day actually. I had scripts written and I had double clicks that I put in. And what I would do is, as soon as they were up, I had another key ready right in my hand, and I'd take profits. So I'd market for like 3 seconds. You'd be in the market for 3 seconds on NASDAQ, and it was kind of exciting. I was doing it because these NASDAQ traders were in the chat room, and I thought, okay. And I was like, look at this fucking thing, man. You're up like $20. You're like, just get out. Because you can get right back in. It's like endless rotation. It's just silly how many times you can rinse and repeat that trade. What's going on here? So we're pulling back on the euro again one last time. Look at this. Another beat down on the 5 minute. I got buy limits down here actually. I'll put some more in. Look at that thing come back. So I'm too big, too big, so I'm just going to put limit orders down here now. Because I still want to be in. Especially in this demo account. Yeah, that's a pip apart. There's 10 prices in there. You just put you put one drops in, you got 10 different prices in a 1 pip window. Got some buyers coming in here for the panic squeeze at 20 minutes to stocks close. I think I'll buy at the market. I'm gonna join the 1 minute traders. Oh, I missed my entry. See, that's the thing, man. If you're really committed to this sniper shit, you'd have to pull the trigger right there. You draw the box. If it closes in here, you have to buy. That's the rule. You're already up on the trade. Got my finger on the trigger in case it comes back. Or the other thing to do is that just come in really tight with a buy limit just underneath now. That's the only way to patch the fuck up, is to say, well, just buy here on limits then. Really tight. Probably get one last pullback into the range of the last 5 minute bar, you know, right here. Well, we missed it. Looks like it's a big squeeze here to stocks close. Oof. Maybe stocks are gonna, this big parabolic fucking rally coming. How long have we been waiting all day for this fucking rally? Okay, so I'm gonna delete all objects. Go to I'm gonna go to the 30 minute NASDAQ. $30-minute gold. All right. I just care about the euro. Euro's got to make a rally here. Just pop up here hard. Freak out mode. It's a quarter to. Go to the 15-minute chart. We broke out this. Now we got to just break out the high of US and then take out the high of Europe session. And just scalp out of this thing, dude. I'm over it. I'm just so tired of being in this stupid fucking swing trade. At least the swing part of it, I don't mind. The scalp part of it that I built around here is so tight that... Okay. Okay, got my finger on the trigger here to cash out as need be. Hopefully it's just going to cash us out. Goldilocks cash out, just enough. Well, $400. Trying to make $1,000 in the next 15 minutes here, and $1 million of euro. Bought this whole accumulation underneath the London session. Now we're looking for a short squeeze. $15-minute chart's going to close here in about 45 seconds. So half hour about to break the breakout little new highs there. 1 hour chart, looks like we could definitely take out the my ultimate target is today. There's a panic move to above here. These are my targets for the swing trade, and if we hit the swing trade today, I'm not going to complain. So we're cashing out along the way here because I have 8 pip targets, and I pulled the trigger on probably about 300K. Just pulling the trigger over and over again on this walk down, on this half hour, 2 hour walk back on the 30-minute chart. Now we want to cash out as the it starts to break into new highs, because I don't want to be buying here for sure. I definitely want to be getting the fuck out. So it's really terrible. It's just, trading's just really difficult. Because the big positions that you build, and you're thinking, God, this is so big. If the market goes against me here, it's just going to be brutal. So the scalps help alleviate that feeling, because you know that you're going to be in half the size in the next 15 minutes if you're right about the next 15 minutes. The next day, the next 4 hours, I don't know if I could be that right, but when there's that squeeze moment and it pops, sellers, a couple sellers just came in there. Stocks are just dead in the water. British pound against the yen looks ready to pop north. British pound looks ready to go up here. One last pop. Now this looks like it could take out that high. God, I can't even zoom in on that. So the pound looks like it could take this out for a millisecond, but all we got to do is take this out, and I think the euro is going to join the parade for the last 13 minutes of 15 minutes of stock trading here. 14 and change. Another creeper gear. Half-hour charts. Everybody's ready to cash out as soon as they can. Yeah, I just don't like holding it. So even here, the guppy, I'd be ready to cash out as soon as it takes out that new high. Same thing on gold here. As it goes up and just starts hitting these half-hour bars, maybe there's a panic move to the upside into the close of stocks here. I kind of just like getting out before the police show up at the party. While there's still enough cocaine left to do. It's still real cocaine. So that's what I want. I want to get out when everybody's laughing. Oh yeah, you're a funny guy. Yeah, you say that now. Yeah, just, gosh, watching the playback of the market helps a lot for me. On the weekends, I play back the market with my template running. So I run this template, and then I run my robot. And I'm looking at it going, wow, this is, there's some hairy moves here. The big moves that are coming are really the void that exists back 3 weeks that you can't see when you're coming up on this. Would you think it's just the high of the previous day? It turns out it's the high of the previous year or something. And you're so focused on these half-hour charts like this, you can just lose track of the orientation of where you're at. in the big structure of things, and you're wondering, why is it doing this? Like, how in the fuck? Like, especially if you're day trading on the VWAP on NASDAQ, and when it just came down, took out the low from today, took out that low from a few weeks ago. People that aren't realizing that it's coming up on that's going to matter more than your VWAP. And the VWAP's just going to be a chance to get in, like I did a 50 weighted moving average there that I did. Where you see, that's how you get in on that, you know. And you could do those trades, but you still got to have the playbook. You got to have the scripts ready in your fingers. You got to have the scripts ready in the market. You got to risk the trade. You got to babysit the 1 minute sometimes. You got to babysit the 5 minute. So it's like a real job, you know. One of the drawbacks is that the harder you work, the more you make, the less you lose because you're more conscientious. The guy that's trading New Zealand versus the pound, I can only imagine how insanely spiky that chart looks. But you know, consider the spread, and when they go into, unless you have a fixed pip broker, which is going to give you 10 pips fixed, when you go into the close of Asia, that thing can just open on the other side of midnight against you. I think his name was Midnight or something. And, you know, you'd be on the other side of that. And then you'd be like, oh, why are my balls missing? Why do I didn't schedule this surgery. That wasn't in the schedule. Okay, we got this 10-minute window. We could, 10 minutes before stocks close here, we could one last rally. Oh man, just the patience involved in this market here on this Friday. I'm kind of surprised we didn't just, you know, I always want more out of the market than when it's drifting like this. And you can kind of see your targets only a few pips away. You're kind of like, can we just get there? So that's the only problem there, is that momentum dries up, you know. But I got into this. I bought into this trade on momentum, looking for the retrace. So I do expect the equal and opposite reaction, the fuel from the insane. I just think it's very fascinating how the market can go up to these extreme levels, take out a weekly price, and then reverse the other way, all the way back down, and take out the low of the week. And you just have to ask yourself, how do the trend traders do that? Did they decide, well, I'm going to start my trend at the top tick of the weekly, and I'm going to ride it down as a trend trader because I know it's going to go after the lows of the last week? You don't know, but it's very probable. I can't see that. So I'm looking at, can I just buy this 4-hour crush, or this crush into this narrow window of 20 to 30 pips to make 10 to 20 pips, just to make money on that? I can see the bigger picture, and I will do that trade too, but in the meantime, I need to make money in the narrow windows that exist on the half-hour chart, 4-hour chart, depending on how you trade it. I think I said earlier how those highs and lows are not as frequent, but that trade's not as frequent, but the 4-hour chart. And you could also trade breakouts on the 4-hour chart, because you can get a narrow range for 8 hours, and when that breaks out, dude, that's a completely viable. Either you build a hedge with stops and targets before the market breaks out, or you take the risk and put the stops that you might get. Some are going to be fake breakout tag-ins that are going to be, because there's no way you could put one stop in there. You have to have a stop that's a scalp, one's a swing, one's a, you know, the same cluster of targets from 10 to 50 pips, 10 pips apart, 5 pips apart. The higher the resolution, your exit of scaling, the safer and less profitable in a way, because you're not going to have a hard exit where you just, so if you're looking at the chart and you're saying, no dude, I've seen this shit, we are going to go up 50 pips from here. And so I've been in those trades. Now, those I actually move my targets and go, oh my God, wow. So I will convert the scalps. If they're just lingering bullshit scalps, I'll just reconvert everything and say, I'm moving my targets, so I'm not going to buy anything new. I don't want to go in any bigger size. So the size regulation versus the range of entry. And what are you trying to do? Here I loaded pretty heavily at the market. I wrote that script that makes 8 fucking pips, and it's cashing out right now. Every time the euro goes up a little bit here, hopefully there's going to be a pop just before the close of stocks. And then hopefully there's going to be one more pop here where it just goes ripping till 4:30. Or I don't know if S&P still trades on the floor, but they used to trade actually till 4:15. S&P futures used to trade past 4 p.m. I guess it trades all the time here. But that was a big pattern you'd see. And when I went to Chicago to visit the exchange to see what that was like, I was there taking some trading course. And these guys were yelling at each other in a pit, and it was 4 o'clock, it was past 4 o'clock, and they said, well, the S&P guys, you know, man, they're just fucking yelling at each other. Like, calm down, you're in the same, you're inches from each other. But I guess that's how you do that trade. Okay, 5 minutes left. 5 minute chart says we're just ready to pop. So in 5 minutes it's going to go black. The chart's going to go black, and maybe we can scalp out on the black, which is the last hour before 5 p.m. And then we can call it a day. So this is a pretty long stream. I think I started this thing about 6 hours ago. But listen, you know, I just had to get it off my mind. You know, I've been watching these videos and listening to these quants and shit. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, dude. Like, does any of these people, like, really? And then they talk in all these abstract terms, and I'm like, can we see a chart of that? Okay, we need to pop out this high here and get a nice fucking punch up here, cash out on the scalps, and maybe some follow through for the next half hour after. But definitely we're out of this whole thing by 5, win, lose, or draw. 5 minute charts making a higher high. So there's all these rooftops here. We got to clean out these stops here. This go cut that. There'll be sellers here. I'm one of them because I got all my targets up here. So we're $192. Try to make something of this last blast up. Last train to Clarksville. And there'll be high drama there at 4 p.m. when they close the stocks. It'll be smashing around, all spiky, and that's when I want to be cashing out. Like, I don't even want to be in this trade. That's always my feeling when I'm in so big. Just don't even want to be in, you know. It's too much pressure. Here we go on the 5 minute chart. 3 minutes left. Coming up on the exit window. Come up that cash out window. Just have it just go ripping now. Just have it rip so hard that we make like $1,000 here in 3 minutes. And then 5 minutes after 4 p.m. I figure there's going to be possibility that we take out the this London U.S. session. Rip up there. It looks kind of doable here. I don't know if we're going to be able to take out that London prices. If we finished here, it would be fucking bookends, certainly. But I just can't get that greedy. I have to stick with my scalps. I just get too burned on these swing trades, you know. They want to burn me at the stake. A minute and 20 seconds left to stock's closing. Hallelujah. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Stocks don't care. Euro screaming into my sell boxes. Go to the 15-minute. Let's just pop straight up to Europe. London's prices here. 1 minute to close. 45 seconds till they close stocks. So we just pop up here. It'd be fucking brilliant. Come on, you can do it. Oh my God. One last push. Gold's ready to go. Look at gold saying, yeah, we're going up. Pound says maybe not so much. The pound says I'm ready. Pound yen, not so much. My yen trade's making money. Look at that, you son of a bitch. Finally. 5 seconds. Okay, boom. Now we got 5 minutes here. We could spike out. We could cash out in 5 minutes and be out of this trade. Make another 5 pips here. There she goes. Cashing out. Yep. So that's the big cash out. We're not going to buy into that. Yeah, made about $200. We're up 700, but we cashed out. The actual cash outs are different. Oh, come on, you can do it. Hit me. I go to the 1 minute chart. She's on a tear. Man, I just can't believe I had AI write me this fucking indicator. What a fucking... It's so easy to think about now. Always know what time it is. What color's the bar? Oh, so you could dump the whole thing here. You could actually get out of the whole trade right here and say, I always get out of everything at 4 p.m. And you could look at the chart and say to yourself, would you get out? Well, maybe you got out of some of it. I know I scalped out of some of it already. But you can have hard and fast rules, and I know people love those rules. They love them to death. I got a rule every day. I wake up, I beat my dog. Really? No, I beat the cat, but it's kind of the same thing. Look at the half-hour chart. Looks like we could just cut up here, and this is the hope of the... I'm sorry, the 15-minute chart just gives you that feeling of like, yeah, it could happen on that 15. Just pop up a little bit more, and then peg the London Open, and you're good to go for the day. You close the books. It's by 4:30. Can we make it up here? That's always the question. Can we make it here by then? So I used to draw trend lines, or that's the idea of the trend channel, is that you're actually projecting your time arrival on that trade if you're going to draw a channel, right? You're saying here by then, you're going to be right here. By the time it bounces off the bottom of that channel, it's going to cut up here and it's going to climax into the top of the channel. That's the only reason you would draw a channel. And channel, it's a psychological thing. There's nothing magical about the channel. It's just giving you a projected target. That may not happen, though. So, there's that. I believe that, yeah, that target's happening for the channel guy and for me. The channel guy is putting a time limit on. It looks like you're not going to make it until fucking Monday on this one, though. You have to go slicing up there pretty fast. My first target being here. My second target, yeah. If it goes up here and goes nuts, almost make it by the close of the day. So it is giving you that. We should be here by here. If it's a measured move in momentum, we should be here by then. kind of equation, which I like. It's a good thought, because, and I'm drawing it on closing prices, not on the. Never draw your channels on the bars. Always draw them on closing prices, because see the channel makes sense now. You can't draw it on this. People just don't understand. You cannot draw these objects. You can, but you'd be wrong. You'd be wrong. Trend is price over time, not price over wick. These wicks could happen like in a nanosecond of bullshit. That's not a real price on. That's not what your moving averages are drawing price on, unless you're using Bollinger Bands or some kind of crazy ass formula. Okay, we got 30 seconds before, 5 minutes after 4. Possibility of one more spike up, or this is it. Lights out. You're done. So I'm going to hang here till 4:30. I think 4:30 we could maybe see a profit. But if I'm hardcore and I'm let's just wait till 5 minutes before 5. And if there's a short squeeze or somebody tweets something, and then it's just going to be straight up to that London price and you're out. So if you had drawn a channel here for your projection on price going down, you hang it off the highest close, you put it on this close, and now you draw your channel on the other side based on close, right there. And if you're trading Andrew's Pitchfork, you'd have probably the middle here and then the close here, so you're giving yourself a big range. And what you're saying there is that as soon as if I sell here, I expect to get out of the trade by here based on, actually you overshot the runway. If you're going to draw your channel here, this is all you know is this. So it hit your target here, and then it actually blew through it. So it's a hit and blow through. That's why it doesn't respect that channel to any degree. It's also your trend line for the crossover. Once it starts to close above this trend line, otherwise you're in late. If you draw trend lines on the wick, which is fucking retarded, you're in late. Oh, I got in here. Well, I got in right here as soon as it. In fact, I used to draw trend lines all the time. Price and close, but I noticed close being the better. And I'd draw them like this. I'd be like, oh, dude. I would always say, well, how long do you think this trend can keep up? This trend right here, this is a downtrend. So if I hang my trend line, I got to start over. I had too many trend lines on there, but I used to draw this shit all the time. Geometric, you name it, all that bullshit within those fucking years. So I'd be like, okay, man, I'm putting a trend line right here. I'd say that is unsustainable. No shit. So I'd buy here, and I'd say, dude, I'm buying here on anticipation of the break of that trend line. That's how aggressive I'm trading it. I'm not drawing the trend line like this. This is too wimpy. I'm going to get right up on this thing on closing prices. The wick would be like this, but the problem with the wick is that depending on your charting system, it's not really a good geometric place, because it's actually sitting about 3 pixels to the right of the center. If you're kind of stickler, if you're like somebody that does measure twice, cut once, or something, theory of life. But here's you could draw this. This trend line here off of the wick top here through this same thing, right? Same diff, I suppose. But I like the close because you can say to yourself, and I do a lot, talk to myself quite a bit. If it closes, well, and this is a rule that I have to remember, because it's really hard to buy into some of these plunges sometimes because it just keeps plunging and you're thinking, I'm already so big. How in the fuck can this thing keep? Well, these people can't see this as a good price. So when I see the close below here, if I tell myself I'll buy all the closes, every time the market closes in this box, I will pull the trigger if I'm here to pull it on the 15. You know, you bought here, you bought here, you bought here. You didn't buy this one, you bought there, and you're holding it. And then you bought here, and you bought here. All these closes in this box. You can't see it very well here because this is news with the white dots. Don't actually. Maybe get AI to give me a black line with black dots during this session. I could probably get AI to do that for me, but, you know, it's hard enough to get AI to do what I wanted to do. It's so lazy. But, so here's the 10 minutes have gone by. There's the 5 minute. We could put buy limits in here, so I wouldn't have a problem here. I'm still bullish on this, and I know it's about to close the market, but so I go like this. Let's put buy limits here. Buy into the close. If it comes back here and then it cuts up in the next 50 minutes, I'm going to add to this. Just right underneath here. These last all the rest of the 8 hours on this. And if you have this on the weekend, you'll see these orders disappear 8 hours from now on the platform. It's actually funny how these orders last and through the close of market and actually decay on time. Here's a 1 minute. So right there, here's the 4 o'clock stocks close, little pullback, chance to buy on limits here. We're looking for the traders on the 15-minute to really come in here and buy this 15-minute pullback. And just buy that in the next 5 minutes. Buyers come in here on the 15. Buy that, propel us across the goal line, the finish line here, just so we get out on our targets, the seller's window. And we already got the seller's window here, so we cashed out on something there. But it's a real, incremental trading is what I'm doing because I can't imagine committing to one position in this market. So that's why I have so many tickets running. And it cushions I can absorb way more punishment with all these bullets, I can pretty much, like I said, I could just say, you know what, you're up fucking $600, call it a day. Close all open and pendings. I'm just too stubborn. But you could do that. You probably make more money than me because a lot of times these things don't play out. So you're always at the mercy of whatever psychological issue you have. This is always going to be the most, the weakest link is your propensity to do certain things in life as you would do in the market. I kind of take that's why I say trading is like sex. When it's going really good, I feel very satisfied. Here, like this kind of entry here, I like this entry because if I've made money on this so far, this is when I feel relaxed. I'll just come in with buy limits underneath. I think it's going to keep going up. But I'm not going to buy anything new here because that whole time it was crashing into this void, I was getting out. And maybe some people were selling into that on limits, but I kind of be afraid to do that. If you look at the daily charts, you look at the bigger time frame, you're like, nah, I don't know. But I want to be a short-term trader, for that reason. I want to be as short as I can. Okay, here's the pullback on the 15. We're about to get an update on the 15-minute chart. I'm going to delete all these objects. Start from scratch here. But MT4, I don't know how people say they're trading on this TradingView. There's no way you can run these scripts on TradingView. You just can't trade like this. I could probably scalp. I could probably, and I might just do it for fun, is open up, write some NASDAQ scripts and just trade NASDAQ with hotkeys, and you'd be surprised how much money you can make. So they're still trading NASDAQ. So here you could trade this after hours, I suppose it's called. You just would have bought this little pullback here, right there. You're going to trade for the next hour. You don't have a lot of money, right? You don't want to risk too much. It's a very quiet market now, apparently. So they closed right here. You bought this. That's a completely valid trade. You put a buy grid below this low, and you trade this box, and you're out of the box. You're up and out. It's over. So this could go shooting up a little bit, maybe. There's the 5-minute chart. Yeah, there's so many trades in here. There's so many opportunities. When I look at this chart, I'm just amazed how many trades there are from both directions. Like if you're selling here, you got a lot of time to place this order. You see the top wick. You put the sell limit up there. Very tight stop. Very nice, juicy take profit. Just drop it in there, man. I just never see anybody trade like that. I'm going to do it. I'll do it NASDAQ Live. I'll do it in this demo. I don't even know what that costs for that trade, but you look at that trade, you go, why wouldn't you take that trade? You know, you could even use the excuse I'm selling because of the stupid moving average. Yeah, it's that moving average trade, you know. Works every time like a charm. Okay, 15-minute chart's going to update. Boom, right now. Probably pull back a little bit deeper here. Looks like we're still pulling back, though. There's 15 minutes, which is 3 5-minute bars, but it looks like we're going to pull back deeper. There's too much people just dumped so hard there at 4 p.m. You can't blame them, dude. You know, if you're in the money management, you're really going to dump there. If you have giant balls, you're going to hold this over the weekend. So I guess my balls are currently. Let's see. Let's check the size here. Yeah, I don't want to. I hit be down to one nut. So you come into the open here. What I'm thinking is the Iranians are getting their ass kicked so hard. So I'm using a fundamental analysis. That what's going to happen is we're just going to kind of open here where we close. The momentum's died down. Now, last weekend, if you look at last week's price action, I hate to say that phrase because everything's price action. It's moving up and down. So we just kind of nicked the wick here on that 5. But that 15, if you pulled the trigger religiously here, you just would have bought there. No questions asked. You got the moving average says it's up. It's the only pullback left in the whole day. You got 45 minutes to close. So maybe you get a bum rush now. That for the next 45 minutes, you just keep going up. Right? That's your trade plan on the 15. But take a look at this chart here. On last Friday, I zoom out quite a bit to get it on here. But yeah, this Friday close here, I bought into this. And I was like, fucking A, man, really? So I'd already done this trade. I made quite a bit of money here, to be honest with you. Buying this low to get to here, right? Cashed out. I mean, like $1,800. I'm thinking about $2,000 here. Oh, I'm just going to throw some limits in. I'm buying pullbacks. Thing comes back 50 pips. And by the close, I had loaded the wagon down here. So I came into the weekend giant long, but I had tight stops in for the scalps. They got taken out here. But then I reloaded the wagon here. So the problem with trading is that these are all good trades, but if you had to get back in and double up, you kind of have to. So you got to get remarried and then actually care about the person or something. So you'd have to really get in here heavy and go, oh, I really believe in the auction theory because this really is the low. And I know you're going to say, but you said this was the low. I know what I said before, and it's one of those cliches. I know what I said before. Listen to me now, believe me later. This here is the ultimate trade. Get in here, get out there. How many of those trades are there? Not a lot, but there's enough. That's my trade. So if I'm in for that trade, I know I have to endure the punishment of the drawdown and say, you know what, you're not really up on this trade yet, but what is the big picture? And the picture changes on the half hour. So if you're buying just below here, you're probably just going to get out here and be done with it. You may not go for a new short up in here. You know, it may never happen. You don't probably go for a new short there, or you've been waiting for that short because you know it's in a downtrend, according to the moving average. And the other problem is look at the size of this move here compared to same kind of fractal logic of this move compared to this move is quite different. Twice the amount of pips, same pattern, comes down, sells off in Europe. They open the markets, the news comes out, ripping up. They bid it down, new lows. And, you know, this is like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. I got to maybe come up with a color scheme just for tagging the 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. window. It seems like a big deal. So we know this is 3 a.m. here. It's a half-hour chart, so, but look how it's goes into this box, and then that is actually where it bangs against. So sellers come in at the top of that box from buying that new low, and then the big juicy trades that are my favorite trades is that you got this sleeper cell of tickets down here, and you're buying this thing. You know, you're actually buying that. And you're looking for that trade to happen because you've seen it happen before. It is so insane, you know. Look at this chance you get here in London. So this is, if you miss this entry here of buying this new low, okay, well, I'm going to wait for London Open. You're just buying here on this pullback, or you're just buying here every pullback, and then it launches off, and you still got another chance to get in. Which the thing that's kind of bizarre about the market is there's always another chance to get in. Here's another chance to get in right here. So if you don't believe in second chances, this is the Mark Douglas lecture about your belief system. You have to believe in that there are those easy trades, because there are those trades. Not all the time, but they do exist. And you have to believe that it's possible to. Sometimes it's just that simple of a trade. It's just like a moving average dumb shit trade. As opposed to the complexity of the quantum theorist that's using machine learning to find the best drama in the market to trade. But you're really sifting through, I don't know, I just think the human could out-trade that. So I still got my buy limits here. See, that pullback was not done. That 15-minute looks like it's going to be 30-minute pullback maybe. But it's okay. I'm in for the long haul here on this trade because, you know, my target is still to take out the high of today, high of last night. But we're just kind of struggling here, and yeah, I'll probably just hold it. I've waited this long. Look at this big pullback on the 5. Big crush. So yeah, the thing to do here if you're really worried about your equities, dump everything at 4 p.m. But I don't think we can take out the low of the day now. So if I'm in swing trader mode, I don't even think we could take this out now. That's when I'd be in danger of blowing up the account. And also this, I don't think we can take that out. So I'm more inclined to just hold it here and just say I'm not adding to this trade. Well, maybe I will actually here because this is a demo account. I think I'm going to actually buy quite a bit here because I think I can make 8 pips. So I'm going to buy about, let's buy about 20K here. I just keep pulling the trigger on this 8 pip target. Okay. So that's a scalp. But I do believe we can still take out this. So if you're willing to do that trade, the guy that was asking me about how to make a $500 account, yeah, you got to babysit this chart and you got to be ready to pull the trigger, because that's a good trade. Even though I know that the trade down here was a great trade too, but that trade's over. And if you really want to try to, make as much money as you can, I'd also put the buy limits here too. Still got buy limits pending beneath. If we end up just tanking into the end of the day, it could go either way here. That was just a nice crush. Now it's 25 after. We're going to update the 5-minute chart now. Delete these arrows. So in 15 seconds, we're going to update this 5-minute chart. So that's the lowest close. Below this close here, I'm using this as my buy window. Anything below this double close, 10-minute doji. And now we're just holding because I bought quite a bit there at the market. I put buy limits below that box. But yeah, that's you could have shorted up here. Like I said, there's people, all they do is the short trade, I'm too optimistic to do this, but you sell here and let's get the fuck out here, because here's a coming back to a top, become a bottom. Plus, it's just coming back too hard. It's too fast of a move, you kind of take the money and run. I think I'll buy one more here before we leave the box. I don't want to overpay for it, so it's been 45 seconds into the 5-minute chart. I'll wait with my finger on the trigger. If it goes down lower, I'll buy at the market. So I got limits and market orders only. That's the secret sauce, is the pendings and the hand on the trigger to nail that momentary sell-off that you get, that just slices down like more than it, and then a normal sell-off. Because at the end of the day, 15 minutes in the box too. So at the bottom of the hour here, if we close in here, maybe the final move's up, but definitely I feel like holding this over the weekend. Now the window's closing here for us to get a rally. We need to go for a half hour straight up and take out this red part here. The red bars up there at top. Looks like that's not going to happen. Okay. It's 5 minutes before the bottom of the hour. Go to the 5-minute chart. Gotta start going up here now. So now we gotta go into panic buy short squeeze mode here on the 5-minute. Market's got to go ripping up here. So I'm done buying that pullback. I'm done buying for the day. We got to see what happens, how it plays out. Get some follow through to the upside here. Just takes forever for this stuff to happen. Yeah, that was quite a pounding drama earlier. Big harsh moves. Spiky. Hey, could still sell off here. Look at this. So only half hour left in the market. Let's see a scramble. like some kind of panic rally here. The bitter end. Okay. Yeah, so it's got to happen pretty fast here. 25 minutes and change left. Nasdaq's banging on this floor, trying to make a move up. I think they stopped trading gold right now. They're still trading this. They're still trading everything to close here. Yeah, very creeper gear move here. The 5 minute. Just got to get that one last rally. It's going to be 5 minutes after the bottom of the hour here in about 2.5 minutes. So I expect to see some volatility now, up or down on this thing. Yeah, it's funny. It's like 5 seconds before every minute. There's a little bit of a glitch, a little bit of a order gap, order block. Crawling out of the hole. One last Uncle Thruster to the north side. The 15-minute pullback. It was a little bit of a spike there on the 5. We bought into that spike in the box. We're up on that. Looking to clear the highs of the day here on this last 25 minutes of the second week in July. Yeah, the big picture on this euro is just, you're like, dude, how is this not, how long have they been beating the shit out of this thing? It's really a victim of the central banks. They've tortured this currency. So I'm just here to rescue it. I'm going to buy as much as I can to support my local euro dollar. Yes, bring it to life. It lives. He lives. All right. Yeah. The spreads don't get too bad here at the end. Golly, it's just definitely painful. Yeah, I just think we're going to make one last rally because I can't imagine just dying here. We could just die here. Kind of dying in the middle of fair value for the whole day. If you consider this is where we opened 7 o'clock. This is 4 p.m. and that's 4 p.m. So that's a doji for me. As long as we don't take this out, I won't get stopped out of this. So if I look at the big picture, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see us going up from here. I can always see that. Unfortunately, I'm just too bullish. I can always see it going up. So we'll just hold on to it, I suppose. Always makes for an exciting Sunday night. There's a 1 minute chart. Looks like they're selling it off already. So we're just trapped in the middle here. Kind of a drift. A lot of stuff going on in the markets. But the euro has been sold off so deep lately. Okay, take a look at the weekly chart. I mean, the 4-hour chart here looks like we're climbing back. Every sell-off here, we get a nice buy, kind of running on a drifting up kind of thing. slightly bullish, I'd say. But there's plenty of sells in here. Yeah. So structure-wise, it looks like a good trade, but then of course if you go to the daily, you know, if you're going to use this moving average, you'd say it's a downtrend. But there's plenty of rallies out of that. Okay, last 15 minutes should reveal something there. Let's see how that finishes up. Yeah, this weekly chart, very bullish to me. How we've kind of come down here on the euro. We cut into that low, and it looks to me like just going to start crawling out of that hole. The daily is, this is the first pullback for a trend trader on the euro dollar on a daily chart, because you can draw a trend line here, right? You can even put a channel on that. Doesn't mean the channel is going to last. None of this really means anything, but it's certainly a guide to psychologically accept that, yeah, you're in this sideways range, and you're just if you put it on closing prices, see right there, you're closing right into the channel. But the top bottom on closing prices analysis is you're saying this top is becoming a bottom right now, and you're about to leave the station to go up. That's the structure trade. It could still just keep slicing down. So there's nothing to prevent the market from just keep tanking, you know, unfortunately. But that's the kind of so-called technical analysis, you know. You make the same assumption here, but it's not really as good, and it kind of failed, that this top becomes a bottom as the market pulls back in. It did for a little bit, but then he went crushing down here. And so every time it closes a little more gently here, the trend traders would get in, because it's starting to drift up, and it's a safe buy. It's a pullback. A 1 hour pullback, you know. But definitely getting out at 4 p.m. here would have been the maximum amount of money we would have made with this account today, because right there at 4 p.m. that was the top. So I decided to come back in with the market orders here and buy as it crushed down on that 5-minute chart. So I bought this plunge. And then I put more buy limits in here. I would buy that at the market right there if it closes. It just closed there, so I have to buy at the market. I'm buying every pullback into the close now with an 8 pip target. So we got a confirmation there. So at the market, you really have to babysit the chart and say, you know, I'm going to buy on every 5 minutes. If it's down every 5 minutes, I buy. So I'm trying to load the wagon here as much as I can. Okay, now I'm going to wait for 5 minutes to go by, and maybe we have a 20-minute rally until close here, and we make an extra few bucks. All right, that's the dream. Or we keep tanking, and the whole thing falls apart. But at least I waited for 5 minutes to go by and waited for this to close lower. So I figure I'm getting the best price I possibly could get. It's obvious. It's currently the best price, but it could drop lower and get a better price. That's why I'm always going to put the backup plan is to buy on limits down here. But then you'd have to trade less at the market, because if your pendings might fill, then you're going to oversize the whole trade. or oversize the account. So you have to balance. The balancing act is how many tickets are in there for the market, the sniper shot. Well, if you limit that to only trading on the clock, then you're only going to buy every 5 minutes. You're going to buy X. I think the combination is the best because you're buying when you see a signal. Every 5 minutes is down. If it closes, wait 5 minutes. If it's down, buy. And you also got the pendings in there. But maybe split it. Half are pendings, half are limits. I mean, half are market orders, half are limits. But you'll see that. So instead of if you gotta wait 5 minutes. That could be a problem. But this way you're locking it in because you're getting it on the clock every 5 minutes. Plus you got the pendings there in case it just wicks down there. And you'll never see it close down there in the 5 minute. It'll never close in that box. It'll wick into the box. Those are the limit orders filling. If it closes in the box, that's you sniper trading, or that's you having a rule for if we close below the last close, I gotta buy. Because I'm bullish. I mean, for whatever reason you come up with, it's just an easy way to live. Because there's too many other things to worry about in life, right? So we got like 2 minutes left here before we close out that 5 minute chart. So here it's like, every 5 minutes there's a trade, possibly. Okay, so it looks like we're not going to get filled on the limits, so it's a good thing I pulled the trigger 5 minutes ago. But if it closes up here, I will not buy. So my rule is don't chase, buy if it's down. If it closed down, buy. But have limits that fill before, so the limits should fill first. If you really want to trade that aggressive, don't buy at the market, just put your limit in really close to current price. You're probably going to get filled. Put a stack of limits in there, and hopefully you're going to get the size right there. If not, every 5 minutes it's down, you're going to buy at the market. If it's a really fast market, or maybe every minute it's down, you have to buy at the market. If you're really going to sit there and chase it, it may not even be worth it, because like the move, like you'd have to be sitting there waiting for this thing to happen with your finger on the trigger. So it's very, there's a lot of things I see in life. If I had a camera, I'd be like, yeah, this is a picture, but these things don't last, This little baby flash crash on here. So 5 minutes here. We got 30 seconds before I can pull the trigger again. I got my finger on the trigger. If it closes down, in 30 seconds if we're down, I'll buy. If it goes up, or you know what, I want to really get aggressive, I'll just buy right now, just before the 5 minute close. But if I'm really a disciplined trader, I guess what they call it, I'm going to wait 10 seconds before they pull the trigger. Because I don't want to oversize it. Okay, well, it looks like it's going to close up. No, there you go, close down. So I have to buy at the market again. We'll buy more at the market now. It actually closed down, so. Wow, look at that. All the way back. Might even fill my limits now. So we bought more there. You only got 15 minutes left. Yeah, it's a lot of fun trading. It's a challenge. But it did close down there. I thought it was going to close up and it's just going to take off. But I always think that because I'm always bullish, so it's a big problem. Yeah, having a bias, at least I know what it is. 5 minute chart. All right, what's it going to be, people? We're going to go through the floor here now, or just going to crash? Or are we going to go for one last spectacular 15-minute launch up? Here's the 15-minute chart. I say we spike up. The next 10 minutes is going to be ripping north. Probably not. I always think that. I've seen it happen. So it's not like it hasn't happened. So this is not impossible. Happens very fast. So the 1 minute, if you're trading the 1 minute system, you're really in heavy now because you bought every minute it was down, you bought. Think about that. Every minute's down, you're buying at the market. That's how you build a position in this triangle here. And you're not breaking any rules. I just love it. You know, you have to have rules you could abide by if you're going to have this rule-based trading system. This is probably the rational thing to do. You don't want to trade like a drunken sailor, you know. Not all the time, but you know, this idea that you're going to wait for it, you know, and then pull the trigger there. So I'm still waiting for it to close down. On this 1 minute chart, if it closes down, I can buy more. But I still got to wait 20 seconds. I don't know if I can wait. I'll wait though. I guess you get a robot to do this to some extent. 5 seconds, I'm going to pull the trigger if it's down. Lock in my profit. I just bought another one. I'll buy a couple here. Yeah, I'm always fascinated about the close here. What happens? Probably just die here. Spreads are going to get wide at this broker here, so it's going to be untradeable. Probably stop me out. Spread might go to like 7 pips, 8 pips on the last 5 minutes of trading here. Got 10 minutes left in the market. Yeah, I'm just stuck in the middle here. So on Sunday night, it's going to be kind of. Hopefully, we're going to open here and just rally on Sunday night. But the euro dollar, the guy that was here earlier, euro dollar is plenty to worry about, you know, trading wise. There's plenty of trades you can do on this thing. You trade very, very heavy too, a tight spread. So I would not have bought that. I wouldn't have bought that because it just closed up. We could have a spike here now. So I did not buy that because I bought this one here. Now we are going to hope for a bum rush here in the next 5 minutes where it's just going to go absolutely ballistic to this, the 5 minute chart. If we can close where we're up and I'm in profits, wow, in the next 10 minutes, it just goes berserk, up. That's the best scenario. Of course, it can gap down. On Sunday night, gaps down and wipes everything out. That's the other possibility. But you know, it's a double-edged sword here. 1 minute chart. 1 minute chart coming into the close of... the spread could get just brutally wide here, so we may never take out the high of the day here. What a punishing tour, though. I think this trade could be worth $3,000 though. If it rallies on Sunday night. Now it might gap open and blow through my targets. I got targets way up there. It could actually gap open up 10, 20 pips, you know, in my favor. About to break out this 10-minute top. Looking for the final punch. Always looking for this final rally. Just never seem to get it. It should come up, right? Yeah, I mean, I did actually. I wrote a robot like that. Was trading a 2-period simple moving average over a combined with a 2-period exponential, because the robot could see it and do it. And it's fascinating results, but it's just like an experiment in oh gosh, it's like one of these concept exercises to see, well, what would that do? Because in the real world, you know, can it really execute all that? The spread just went to like a pip here, which is pretty wide for this broker. So things are getting kind of fizzly now. Yeah, it's just kind of. Although, you know, still got 8 minutes left, so you can still see some crazy shit happen here. I'll take a broad view of everything happening here. Now, the spread here is going to get brutal on the guppy as you go into the close in this broker. Spread's going to go to like 30 pips here in about 5 minutes, so that'll be untradeable. Got the 1 minute chart up in the corner here. Gold looks like it's fucking bullish as hell. So I'm riding gold because gold and the euro seem to move together when the dollar's getting clobbered. So I think I'm just going to hold it over the weekend. It looks kind of quiet now. I mean, you know, stuff dies out. Yeah, I was doing high and low. So I was heavily into RSI, very heavily into RSI, and I was doing high and low RSI. So if you know what a positive and negative reversal is in RSI, I was saying, well, can I apply that to the low and just buy the low and use RSI high and low? All these schemes I had, you know. But when it came down to it, it's the brutality of trading is just a real fucking manual labor situation here. It's a lot of work. Because the decisions that I would make on RSI were based on what I was taught about RSI, which I understand the momentum pullback trade, and I've built robots recently that I figured, well, this makes sense, but then it turned out that RSI, I was using it as a long short switch for like a big grid trading system that it would go on the sell grids if RSI was above a certain number. It was either RSI above RSI of 2 and the threshold is 50, or RSI of 50 and the threshold's 50, and you'd still get interesting results. Sometimes you make money with an RSI of 50 and the threshold's 50 because you can't see that on a chart, but the robot could say, well, it's above sell, it's below, you know, going with the overbought, oversold. You can also flip the switch and say I'm going with it. Okay, you got 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. Yeah, the last 5 minutes will be brutal on the spreads here in this broker. Yeah, I think we're gonna complete this pattern on Sunday. I think the towel heads are done. The straight's open. We're bombing the shit out of these fucking fly heads. So we're gonna definitely clean up there fundamentally for that trade. 5 minutes here. The spread just went kind of wicked on some of these pairs. Bitcoin you could trade all weekend. Looks like Bitcoin's on a mission north this weekend. All right, so it's the last 5 minute bar. It's kind of pulling back here. I guess I should buy this last 5 minutes. Well, I didn't. So the last 5 minutes I won't be able to buy. I'll buy right into close, I guess. Look at that 50 linear weighted moving average. It just nails it. It's perfect setup. Perfect trend trade entry. So they're telling me, never deny the EMA. I mean this linear weighted moving average is my favorite. It's just so smooth looking. It just clings to price. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, it looks like it's going to go untradeable here. In a couple seconds. So yeah, there's the. Do you close everything here? No. Let it ride. Bitcoin's bullish. It's going up. Bitcoin was a great buy down here. Yeah, it looks like Nasdaq's going to make one last spike maybe. Certainly that thing got its ass kicked today. All right, what do you got? 3 minutes. My God. Oh, the spread's at 4 pips here now on the pound. But this guppy's going to go to 30 pips. Watch this spread go to 30 pips. You know, you just can't hold this shit over the weekend. Unless you're in the euro dollar, it only goes to 5, I think. The guy that was trading New Zealand versus pound, you know, that's the problem. Like, the guppy here is, the spread's going to go to like 25 pips on close. One last chance to pull the trigger here. Right at 5 p.m. It's pulling back. Got to buy. Looks like a buy. Spreads went to 1. Spreads almost at 2 there. Buying like crazy on the euro now. So I can scalp out of the gate. Uh-oh. Spreads at 10 over here on the guppy now. Last 2 minutes. Crazy town. Oof. Wow. Holy shit. Pound just went to 10 pips. So this will close at like 25 pips. This will close at 40 pips for the spread. Can't be scalping the close of the trade here. Okay, man. 1 minute left. 1 minute and 5 seconds. It's a good thing I bought right there. Look at that. I'm up on that fucking trade. I could make a... If it bursts 8 pips into the close, I'm going to scalp out with profits here. 1 minute left in trading. Look at that. Don't give up on that euro. Got 45 seconds to spike up about 10 pips. Cash out and profits. Same thing in Nasdaq here. Oof. Spread getting wide. 12 pip spread on guppy. 20 seconds to go. Look at this. This euro's taking off. This last minute market orders. 15 seconds. Wow. Is this thing going to take out the high? 5 seconds. Gotta love it. 14 pip spread on the guppy. It'll open wider than that. It'll open worse than that when the market reopens. So there you go. 7 pip spread here. 14 here. Only 3 here, so not bad. Pound is at a jumbo spread. Okay, that's the name of that tune. So anyways, that's my market stream. I'm sticking to it. You know, I just thought I'd go through that. I just feel much calmer knowing that that the euro is gonna survive. I saved it. I was responsible for supporting the euro dollar. Thank you. Thank you very much.